Dreamscape presents Buttons and Loyalty by Penelope Sky, narrated by Michael Furiolo and Natalie Eaton. Chapter 1. Bones. I sat in my office in Lake Garda, disappointed that the snow in the mountains was starting to melt and reveal the solid ground underneath it. The soil began to re-emerge, and the wilted flowers popped out from underneath the freezing layer. Winter was my favorite season, probably because I was already ice-cold. My scotch sat on the desk in front of me, and I stared at the painting on the wall. Vanessa sat back on her ankles on the bed, looking just as stunning as she did in real life. Vulnerable, emotional, and beautiful, she was the woman who captured my complete attention the second I laid eyes on her. I kept her pinned under my thumb as long as I could. The second she slipped away, I lost control. I hated not being in control. But with this woman, I didn't have a choice. She changed all the rules. I hated her for it, but I respected her for it at the same time. A man like me wasn't familiar with love or its implications, but when I stood on that snowy bank, I knew I wasn't the same man I had been the last time I stood there. Ever since Vanessa crossed my path, I hadn't been the same, and I would never be the same. Once I understood how I felt for her, I didn't shy away from it or pretend it didn't exist. I was the kind of man who was always honest, even when I didn't want to be. If that meant I had to wear my heart on my sleeve, so be it. I wasn't afraid of anything, even loving a woman. I'd never met a woman I ever loved, so this was new to me. But just because it was new didn't mean I was scared of it. She was the worst person I could possibly fall for. I hated her family and all the pain they'd caused me. I even hated her a little bit, too. I would always be envious of what she had. The love of two complete parents and wealth that would last a lifetime, while I lived on the streets. But whatever I felt for this woman was stronger than that. It was enough to conquer all the hatred inside my chest. It was enough for me to let go of the vendetta I promised myself I would fulfill. I knew her family would never like me, and I would never like them. But she should have made the sacrifice for me. I made the sacrifice for her. I was furious with her, but my rage wasn't enough to conquer the pain inside my chest. It wasn't enough to mask the longing, the loneliness. My bed wasn't comfortable anymore, and the solitude I once enjoyed was now suffocating. I stared at the picture, feeling connected to the woman who'd stolen my heart. I despised her, hated her, loathed her, but fuck, I loved her. I tried to convince her she was being stupid, but that stubborn woman wouldn't change her mind. Now it had been a week since I grabbed the painting and left her apartment. I'd hoped she wouldn't be able to fight the heat in her veins and would take me to bed. The second I was inside her again, our sick relationship would start all over. But she didn't. She didn't want me. She wanted a good man to bring home to her family, a gentleman who would open doors for her and earn his living honestly. She wanted someone with manners, someone who smiled. Basically a man nothing like me. She could try to force it as much as she wanted, but it wouldn't work. She didn't want a good man, she wanted me. She judged me for what I did for a living, but I knew she respected my power. My tattoos were intimidating to her, but she found them sexy. She was scared of all the components in my life, but at the end of the day, I was the only man on this earth who could make her feel safe. She was a powerful woman, and she only wanted a powerful man. But she would never find a man more powerful than me. She would never find a man of my size and strength. She would never find someone who could scare off a group of men just by flashing them a glare. She would never find someone who could make her come the way I did. She knew that, deep inside her chest, even if she tried to convince herself otherwise. I was everything she needed.
Chapter 2. Vanessa. Bones didn't contact me again after he left my apartment. And I knew he wouldn't. He was livid with me, and he wouldn't chase me. I'd pushed him far enough away that there was no coming back. All I had to do was not contact him, and this would be over. Eventually. I had to stay strong. Tonight was my date with Matteo, the man whose father was friends with my father. I knew what he looked like, but it was pretty much a blind date. I knew he owned some businesses, and he knew I was an artist, but that was the extent of our knowledge of each other. I was nervous. I was never nervous before a date, regardless of how handsome the man was. I wasn't easily intimidated, and I had the confidence that I could handle anyone. But Bones was on my mind. I felt guilty for what I was doing. I felt like I was betraying him, betraying the promise of fidelity we had made to each other. He was the only man I wanted to sleep with. When I pressed my hand between my legs, I always imagined that he was there with me. But he was the man between my legs. I wouldn't even have considered going on a date until my mom dropped this in my lap. I was eager to move on from Bones so the pain would end, and since I couldn't go back to him, this was the only way forward. I wished I'd never let my relationship with Bones get this bad. There was literally no one worse I could have fallen for. How did I let this happen? I was smarter than this. I had to keep moving forward. Maybe Matteo would be everything I wanted in a spouse, and we would fall in love and have the kind of marriage I wanted. My father would love him, and my mother would embrace him as a son. We could live happily ever after. The future I always imagined. And maybe he would be enough to make me forget about Bones. I drove to the restaurant and sat in my car for a little bit, trying to calm the nerves that had fired up. My chest ached with all the breaths I took, and my adrenaline was at its peak. The guilt was crushing me, making me feel squashed under its weight. I finally got out of my car and walked to the restaurant. It was an Italian place, not super fancy like the restaurant I went to with Bones, but that was a relief. I didn't need even more pressure for this evening. I stepped through the doors and looked at the sea of tables. It didn't take me long to find him. He was sitting alone at a table, wearing a black V-neck with a black blazer on top. He had tanned skin from spending time outdoors, and his black hair was short, similar to the way my father wore his. His brown eyes stared across the room, looking at nothing in particular. He wasn't on his phone the way most people would be, which was refreshing. He had a strong jaw the way the Barsetti line had, but it wasn't as chiseled as Bones's. Matteo had a nice physique, and obviously spent time being active outdoors because he looked fit, but he was definitely on the leaner side, not built like a brick house the way Bones was. I had to stop comparing them, otherwise I would never get through this date. I crossed the room and approached his table. "Matteo?" He looked up and his eyes lightened noticeably. He rose out of his chair, a handsome smile on his face.
"Yes, Vanessa."
He started to lean in to kiss me on the cheek. Just that affection alone felt like a betrayal, so I quickly stuck out my hand and shook his, even though it wasn't customary in our culture at all. He didn't show a hint of disappointment as he shook my hand.
"Thanks for joining me."
He moved to the other side of the table and pulled out the chair for me. I smiled, then sat down, feeling my heart pound in my chest. Bones never did that sort of thing, but that was because I didn't need him to. I could sit in my own damn chair without someone to help me. Matteo returned to his chair and sat down. The bar was behind him, where a row of men and their dates sat as they enjoyed wine and appetizers while they waited for their tables to be ready. It was immediately awkward. That comfortable silence I shared with Bones wasn't present, nor was that hot intensity. It was just quiet. I couldn't still my beating heart. I couldn't remember the last time I was this nervous. I felt like a woman who had just gotten divorced, and now I was putting myself out there again. My relationship with Bones had been short, only 3 months, so it never felt like a marriage. But it felt like I'd lost someone important. Mateo didn't seem bothered by the silence, possessing the kind of confidence my mother hinted at.
I've never been set up on a date before. My mom has tried in the past because she's anxious for me to start a family, but it's never been my thing. But when your mother told me about you, I couldn't say no.
My heart beat a little faster, but my cheeks didn't flush with color. That's sweet.
And you're just as beautiful in person.
He grabbed the bottle of wine on the table.
May I pour you a glass? It's from the Barsetti Vineyards, so I think you'll like it.
I smiled. Please. I liked the way he masked his intimate compliment by offering me something to drink so it wouldn't feel so tense. He poured the glass, then returned the bottle to the table.
You like red?
Both. The corner of his mouth rose in a smile.
Good answer. I do too.
Now that we'd pushed through the beginning of the conversation, it didn't feel so awkward anymore. He seemed charming, polite, and not overly attentive. He was a handsome man who could get a woman anywhere at any time, so I knew he didn't need this date. He was only there because he wanted to be.
My father has nothing but good things to say about yours. He says he's a very respectable man. He's honest and full of integrity. It's one of the reasons my father is such a fan of your wine, not necessarily because his customers like it, but because it comes from a good place.
This conversation couldn't be more different from the ones I'd had with Bones. He hated my family and wanted them all dead. He even despised me because of everything I had and he didn't. Bones rarely had anything nice to say at all, unless he was complimenting the way I looked when he was between my legs. Thank you. That's very nice of you to say. My mother had nothing but good things to say about your family, too. He smiled slightly.
I get the impression your father is very protective of you. When my father mentioned to yours about this date, it didn't seem like he wanted to talk about it.
Yeah, it's hard for him. When I was growing up, boys weren't a part of my life. He got better at it when I moved away, but he's still not comfortable with it. It wasn't until Christmas that he told me he was willing to meet a man I loved if I thought I would marry him someday. And I knew that was hard for him to say. Mateo nodded in understanding.
You're his only daughter. Doesn't surprise me. And just to let you know, I'm a pretty nice guy. I know I'm biased because I'm me, but I'm transparent. My reputation means a lot to me, especially since my family is well known and respected. If I ever did anything stupid, my father doesn't think I'm too old for an ass-kicking. And I know your father would come after me hard, so I'm not looking for trouble.
He smiled at me, trying to keep the conversation light. Good to know. He picked up his menu and took a look.
The gnocchi is good here. I recommend it.
Is this place one of your restaurants? He chuckled.
No. God, that would be lame.
I chuckled too, liking the way he didn't take himself too seriously. I looked at my menu, then felt my phone vibrate on the table. I turned to look at it to put it away, knowing having my phone out was extremely rude. But then I saw his name on the screen. Bones. Baby, he's too scrawny for you. My heart had finally slowed down once the introductions were made, but now it was hammering deep inside my chest even more. Adrenaline spiked through me, and my mouth immediately went dry with fear. My eyes scanned the restaurant while Mateo looked at the menu. He was unaware of what was going on, thankfully. I looked around at the tables, but I didn't see Bones anywhere. Was he there? Was he looking through a window? Was someone else watching me and relaying the information to him? Mateo kept looking at his menu.
I've been meaning to try something else, but the gnocchi is just so good that I'm going to get it again.
He set the menu down, then drank his wine.
What about you?
I didn't have an appetite at all. I grabbed my menu and picked something at random. "I'll give the chicken parmesan a try."
Not a bad idea.
I set the menu down but couldn't stop my hand from shaking. Bones was staring at me right then, watching the fear creep into my face. He was a terrifying man, and the last thing I wanted him to do was hurt Matteo. Matteo was just an innocent person who made the mistake of going on a date with me. I couldn't let anything happen to him.
I really loved your painting,
Matteo said.
It's the one with the red bicycle leaning up against the wall in front of the restaurant as the sun sets. The colors were fantastic. When I looked at it, I thought I was feeling that heat from summer, even though it's been so cold lately. Truly amazing. Any woman who could paint something so beautiful must be beautiful in every other way, too.
I listened to his compliment, but didn't really pay attention. Thank you. There's nothing I love more than to paint, and it's wonderful to share that with other people.
Connects you to strangers,
he said.
Like I said, I don't do setups. But when I saw your photograph and your painting, I couldn't meet you quick enough. I wanted to meet you before you had a chance to meet someone else, and I missed my shot.
He flattered me again, which was surprising considering how good-looking he was. He had the perfect features that I liked in a man. I liked the traditional Italian appearance, with dark hair and skin. Bones looked nothing like that, but I had never been so attracted to a man as I was to him. I'd described Matteo as perfect, but now he didn't compare to the man who wasn't right for me. That's flattering. I forced a smile, even though I didn't feel like it.
I'm sorry if that made you uncomfortable. But like I said, I'm transparent. You never have to wonder what I'm thinking.
I never had to wonder what Bones was thinking, either. I could just read it off his face. What are you looking for in a woman at this time of your life? I asked the question bluntly, out of curiosity. Attractive men like him usually just wanted good sex with no commitment. If that was all he was interested in, that was fine with me. He shrugged.
I'm not sure. Sometimes I meet someone and there's a connection. We have a short-term fling that's full of passion and heat, but then I lose interest and move on to the next woman. But I am always looking for the right woman to settle down with. I'm not necessarily in a hurry, but if I met her, I wouldn't let her go.
He stared at me with brown eyes, his gaze slightly intense. It wasn't full of the power that Bones possessed, but it held a sliver of it.
May I ask what you were looking for?
Matteo said he would be transparent with me, so I decided to be the same with him. I just got out of an intense relationship. We had a deep connection, but I ended things because I didn't see a future with him. Matteo listened to every word without blinking. So I'm not sure what I'm looking for right now, whether it's just a fling or something more. But I know if I'm ever in a relationship again, I won't make the mistake of being with a man I don't want to marry, regardless of how passionate we are.
That makes sense.
I made the mistake of letting a fling grow into something more. Next time, I'll end it before it gets there. Because I am looking for the man I want to spend my life with. I want kids, and I want a husband who will be close to my family. I enjoy good sex with men I meet, but I don't want to waste too much time on them. He drank his wine, then gave a nod.
Looks like we're one and the same.
My phone vibrated again. He's not good enough for you. Not even close. I immediately locked the phone so the screen would turn black, not wanting Matteo to see it. Now I wondered if Bones could hear everything I was saying. But if that was the case, he would have to be very close. My eyes scanned the room again.
Except for the man part,
he said with a chuckle. My eyes turned back to him, having no idea what that meant. Sorry?
You said you like sleeping with the men you meet, but you don't want to waste too much time on them. I said I feel the same way, except the man part.
Oh. If I hadn't been distracted by the message, I wouldn't have made myself look like a fool. Of course. He swirled his wine as his smile faded away. His eyes pierced mine, but he didn't pressure me about my slip-up. The waiter arrived and took our order. While Mateo was absorbed in that, I looked around again but didn't see Bones anywhere. I grabbed my phone and quickly texted him back. "Where are you?" "It's rude to leave your date for another guy." "I definitely won't be leaving him. You'll be leaving." "Baby, you look so beautiful when you're mad." I was going to kill him.
"And what will you be having tonight?"
the waiter asked. I dropped my phone and ordered, doing my best to appear casual. Bones was ruining my date with this nice man, and it was completely intentional. The waiter disappeared, and we returned to our conversation. Mateo drank his wine again, drinking just the way my parents did. He could handle his wine because he was used to drinking it around the clock.
"Would it be all right if I asked you about the last man you were seeing?"
I was an open book. "Sure."
"This ended recently?"
I despised people who lied about the truth of their lives. If Mateo didn't like the answer I gave, then it only told me he wasn't right for me sooner rather than later. 2 weeks ago. He nodded slowly.
"I see. And why wasn't he right for you?"
That was a question I could never answer. The reasons don't matter, but he's definitely not the man I want to spend my life with. My parents would despise him, and I couldn't blame them for it.
"So, a bad boy."
I tried not to laugh because he had no idea. I guess you could say that.
"Still hung up on him?"
He asked the question so directly there was no wiggle room. I held his gaze without blinking, knowing I was about to give the answer that would end this date almost immediately. Yes. He nodded again, but he didn't seem annoyed by my answer. But I'm not looking for a rebound. That's not what this is.
"Then what is it?"
he asked. I just want to get over him. Mateo's handsome face hardened, his brown eyes pretty when they reflected the candlelight. I want to move on and forget about him. I didn't need to fill the silence, but the words tumbled out on their own. More than anything.
"I can help you with that."
My eyes narrowed at the words that came out of his mouth so easily. He said it confidently, like a man who wasn't threatened by another guy. He possessed confidence the way most Italian men did. If he knew what Bones looked like, he might not feel that way. You can?
"Yeah, and I appreciate your honesty. Most people would lie about that."
I don't like to lie, even though it makes people dislike me.
"I don't dislike you. I respect you."
Bones respected me too, but not enough to let me enjoy my date in peace. He's fucking arrogant for being half my size. I locked the phone again. Mateo didn't watch my movements. The phone didn't bother him, or he pretended it didn't. Have you ever been hung up on a woman? I asked, assuming the topic was on the table.
"No."
Never? I asked in surprise. He shook his head.
"Don't get me wrong, I've liked some women more than others, but not in the way you're describing. I've had the privilege of being with remarkable women, but I've never felt anything more than lust or affection. Maybe one day it'll happen, but I'm almost 30 and my mom is starting to worry that it'll never come to pass."
It will, when you least expect it. We talked for a bit longer, and then the food was delivered. We talked about his restaurants and how he got started. When we weren't talking about anything so personal, the conversation was easier. But it also wasn't as interesting because there was nothing real about it. I was surprised how quickly I became comfortable with him, probably because we were both honest with each other. He excused himself to the restroom, leaving me alone with my phone. The second he was gone, Bones texted me again. Please tell me you don't like this guy. What if I do? He's a douche. He seems nice to me. Arrogant. Arrogant is what he is. You're one to talk. I'm arrogant for a reason, baby. You know exactly what that reason is. Heat flushed up my neck when I pictured the last time we were together. Where are you? Answer me. He didn't respond right away. He waited a full minute before he did. Look up. Look up where? In the mirror, behind the bar. I set my phone down and looked at the bar right in front of me. There was a mirror along the back wall, and when I looked into it, I saw his crystal blue eyes. He was sitting at the bar with a beer in front of him, his back to me. That was why I hadn't noticed him before, since he was wearing a collared shirt and jeans. His blue eyes looked into mine, mixed with rage, jealousy, and a hint of amusement. He grinned when he saw my pissed expression. Then he grabbed his beer and took a drink. I couldn't believe he was sitting less than 10 feet away from me. I picked up my phone again. Are you following me? So what if I am? I said I was done with you. I'm not interrupting your date. If I really wanted to do that, I'd walk over there and make that little boy shit his pants. You are interrupting my date. Now leave. He set his phone down and kept drinking his beer, a hint of a smile on his lips. He wasn't going anywhere. Griffin, I mean it. You only use that name in bed, and unless you want me to take you to bed right now, I suggest you don't use it again. I dropped my phone again, crossing my arms over my chest. I glared at him across the room, wanting to slap him across the face, and not because he enjoyed it. Like this was nothing but an amusement, he kept drinking. Mateo returned a moment later, oblivious to the man staring at me from the bar.
Would you like some dessert?
Let's get out of here. Mateo stilled at my words, his eyes focusing on my face a little harder. I want to show you my apartment. I raised my hand and waved the waiter over to bring me the tab.
What's the rush?
I looked at Bones's expression in the mirror. This time that amused smile was gone. Now he just looked angry, like he might shatter the glass he held in his hand. You said you could help me get over my ex? Prove it. We drove in separate cars to my apartment. I was too pissed off to think about what I was doing, so I gripped the steering wheel and felt the adrenaline pump through my veins. I wasn't even sure why I was doing this, other than to piss off Bones. And it would definitely piss off Bones. I didn't feel bad for Mateo because he was aware of what this was. He knew about Bones, and he knew I just wanted to get over him. And he didn't mind being the man I used to accomplish that. So, no one would get hurt. I arrived in my parking lot, then walked to the door. But there was a bear standing in my way. Bones stared me down, looking more terrifying than he had in the bar. He blocked the door with his immense size, making it impossible for me to get inside. His arms were by his sides, and his blue eyes were colder than the freezing temperatures. Leave.
No.
I crossed my arms over my chest. I want you gone before he gets here.
Because you know a boy like that is no match for a man like me.
His arms shook by his sides, like he wanted to punch the railing along the walkway. No, because we're done and you have no business being here. You can't let me go and then sabotage my every move. That makes me a prisoner all over again. Am I free or not, Bones? I thought you were a man who kept your promises.
I never promised to stop loving you.
My heart thudded in my chest, skipping a beat. He stepped closer to me, his shadow coming over my face.
You're right. I shouldn't have been at the restaurant. I shouldn't be spying on you. I shouldn't be on your doorstep right now. But don't do something stupid just to get back at me. Don't do something you don't even want to do with a man who doesn't deserve you.
The guilt sank into my stomach when I listened to the sincerity in his voice. His eyes shifted back and forth as they looked into mine.
I'll leave if you promise me nothing will happen. You want to move on, then fine. But don't sleep with the first guy you meet to piss me off. If you're looking for the man you want to spend your life with, there's a better way to go about it. But if you fuck this guy, then you're just hurting both of us for no reason. If you want sex, I'm here. No one can fuck you better than I can. And trust me, this guy isn't going to impress you, not when you're used to a real man who knows what he's doing. Promise me.
I wanted to refuse out of defiance, but when I saw the genuine pain in his eyes, I couldn't. If you promise not to interfere with my love life again. He took a deep breath like I had just asked him to move a mountain.
Fine.
Then I promise. The relief flooded his eyes. I stood there and stared at him, the rage immediately gone. What he did tonight was unacceptable, but the second we moved past it, I got lost in his expression all over again. He was the only man I wanted to invite inside. I was sick of sleeping alone, sick of dreaming about the man I couldn't have. I wanted his hands in my hair and his lips on mine. I wanted to go back to the comfortable silences, the way we would stare at each other for hours without saying a single word. I missed all of it.
I miss you,
he whispered, his chest rising and falling with his deep breathing. Don't do that.
I do. All I do is sit in my office and stare at your painting. All I do is jerk off to your memory at night. I can have almost any woman I want, but the one woman I actually give a damn about is the one I can't have.
He broke eye contact and shifted his gaze to the floor. He ran his hand through his short hair, sighing with the frustration that weighed on his shoulders. You should go. Matteo would be there any second, and I didn't want to explain why this enormous man was standing on my doorstep.
Yeah.
He dropped his hand, and his eyes shifted back to mine.
I should. You're the kind of woman who keeps her promises, right?
It was the first time since I'd met him that he showed a faint trace of vulnerability, of fear. He was too busy acting fearless and unbreakable to let something get under his skin. But now his heart was on his sleeve, along with the terror that gripped my heart. Yes. His blue eyes weren't so terrifying anymore, not when there was so much relief in his expression. He gave a slight nod, then turned around and walked away. I stayed at the railing and watched him walk until he disappeared into the darkness. When he was gone, I felt chilled down to the bone. His body produced a fire like flames in a hearth, and he kept me warm regardless of where we were. But once he left, he took all that comfort away. He even took my heart with him. Matteo was the kind of guy that would have made me weak before I met Bones. He was handsome, confident, and interesting. I liked his dark eyes and skin, along with the deep sound of his voice. I wanted to take Matteo seriously and push for some kind of future, but that was impossible when I only cared about the man who had just walked away. I didn't even want Matteo to come over anymore. I just wanted to go to bed and think about the man I couldn't have. Matteo came inside and glanced around my apartment. The fire was roaring in the fireplace, and the painting I was currently working on sat on the easel by the window. He stripped off his blazer and hung it by the door before he stepped farther inside. His shirt stretched across his muscular shoulders and toned arms.
You have a nice place.
No, I don't, I said with a chuckle. But I appreciate you saying that. I'm still in my starving artist phase. He smiled, then walked over to my painting.
This is what you're working on right now?
Yep. It doesn't look like much, but once the details are painted out, it'll make more sense.
So your process is to start with the point of interest first, and then fill in stuff around it.
Yeah, the subject of the piece is the most important, and everything around is supposed to elevate it. He nodded as he kept looking.
Your father mentioned you sold all your pieces at the winery. Doesn't seem like you're a starving artist anymore.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I just gave my mom 2 more to sell. He turned to me, wearing a sexy smolder with his coffee-colored eyes. The light from the fireplace hit him just right, highlighting the masculine sculpture of his face. He seemed more interested in me than the painting. I made a promise to Bones, and now I had to keep it, even though I had explicitly invited this man over for sex. Would you like something to drink?
Sure, I'll have whatever you're having.
Well, all I ever drink is wine. Is that okay?
Perfectly okay.
I grabbed a bottle and poured 2 glasses before I set them on the coffee table. I made sure we stuck to the living room and didn't go anywhere near my bedroom. Mateo sat beside me on the couch and drank his wine, his eyes moving to the fireplace. As the silence stretched, I felt the tension between us. There was a charge in the air, an attraction. I was sitting beside the ideal man I wanted to date, a respectable person who valued family the same way I did. But I didn't want it to go anywhere. The smart thing to do would be to forget about Bones and sleep with Mateo as many times as possible to get Bones out of my system. But I didn't want Mateo's kiss or his touch. I wanted a man so wrong for me.
I really want to kiss you.
Mateo broke the silence with his deep voice.
The way the flames are illuminating your face, you look so beautiful. And instead of telling you that, I would normally just do it, but something is telling me you don't want me to. Am I wrong?
He set his wine glass on the table, his mocha-brown eyes glued to me. I held my wine glass a little tighter. No, you're not wrong. Mateo's expression didn't change, his disappointment bottled deep inside. I'm all over the place right now.
Then I'll enjoy my glass of wine and your company for a bit before I leave. Tell me more about your artwork.
I appreciated the way he let me off the hook and didn't ask for an explanation for my erratic behavior. He just let it be, moving on to the next subject so casually. He was invited over here with the expectation of sex, but now he wasn't even getting a kiss. But as if that didn't really matter, he moved past it. He was a gentleman, keeping his cool even though he drove over here for no reason at all. I suspected his polite behavior stemmed from his connection to my father. He knew his head would be on a platter if I told my father he had been anything but kind to me. I feel like all we have talked about is me. How about we talk about you? Mateo left an hour ago, and now I lay in bed in the dark. I enjoyed my conversation with him, and he did a great job removing the tension and making it casual. When he walked out, he didn't try to kiss me goodnight. He didn't even kiss me on the cheek, but he shook my hand instead. He would never call me again. I couldn't blame him. That was a terrible first date. A handsome man like that could find a woman to replace me in a heartbeat, someone a lot more interested in him than I was. I was strange, unpredictable, and an emotional nightmare. I'd judge him if he ever wanted to see me again. A part of me was sad about it because he could have been a good fit for me, if Bones hadn't ruined me. If we had met under different circumstances, we could have hit it off. Normally, I was confident, charming, and easy to talk to. But he met me at the worst time possible, when my murdering ex-boyfriend was sitting across the room watching every move I made. Maybe I should apologize to Mateo for wasting his time. Or maybe I should just leave it alone and let it be forgotten. I held my phone in bed, my thumb itching to make a phone call I shouldn't make. I wanted to hear his deep baritone, to listen to him call me baby. I missed our silences as much as our conversations. I missed the way he felt in bed beside me, his heavy body sinking into the mattress and making me roll toward him. I missed him so much it hurt. But I had to keep going. I had to move on with my life. I had to find a better future and leave him in the past. But that was so damn hard. I lost my final bit of resolve and called him. He answered so quickly, like he had been expecting the call all night.
Baby.
I closed my eyes at the sound of my nickname, treasuring the way it sounded over the line.
You kept your promise?
Yeah. He sighed with relief.
I've never felt like this before. Never felt so shitty.
The guilt flooded my heart. My mom set me up on a date with him. He's a family friend.
So he's exactly what you want. Someone your family will approve of.
Bitterness was in his tone, mixed with a splash of rage. I just wanted you to know that. I didn't go out and pick him up at a bar or something. My mom was trying to be nice by introducing me to someone new. I don't want you to think this isn't killing me, that I'm moving on like you never meant anything to me. Trust me, this is hard. So fucking hard. I hate it. I stopped talking when the emotion caught in my throat, the painful outbreak of impending tears. He didn't say anything for a long time, his silence comforting me in ways his words never could. I hate myself for letting this happen. I hate myself for letting us get that far. And I also hate you for being what you are. Why couldn't you just be someone else?
You don't want me to be someone else, baby. You like me exactly as I am. Dark, cold, furious. You don't want to be with a clean and respectable man like you think. You want me because I'm powerful, because I'm not afraid of anything, even taking someone's life. You want me because I'm the only man on this planet who could keep you safe from everything. You want me because I'm strong, confident, and act like an asshole nearly all the time. Baby, you don't want a gentleman. You're one hell of a woman and you deserve one hell of a man. That's me. There's no one out there better for you than me.
He was right. I didn't want anyone else.
Baby, be with me.
There was nothing I wanted more. I wanted him to walk through the front door and fall into my bed. I wanted him between my legs, his hands in my hair, his lips brushing against mine. I didn't want this distance between us, my hand getting me off because he wasn't there to please me anymore. No.
You'd rather be with a man you don't love just because your family likes him? The only thing you'll have is their approval, but you won't have the heat like we have between us. You won't have passion. You won't have this painful, throbbing, lustful love that we have. I've been with a lot of women, and I have never even come close to this. You think you're ever going to find a man who gives you what I give you?
No.
Then stop torturing both of us, baby. Stop this madness.
I sighed into the phone. It'll just be harder later.
Don't worry about later. Worry about now.
I can't do that.
Baby, I don't know what's going to happen between us, but you're focused on the very end of the relationship, marriage and kids and shit. I don't even know if I want those things. All I want right now is you. So let's do this, ride it out and see if it even goes anywhere. Not every relationship ends in a happily ever after. Most don't. So stop thinking about what may or may not happen. Let this relationship run its course.
I couldn't let that happen. If I already felt this way, I couldn't even imagine how I would feel months from now. I should go to bed. I couldn't listen to him persuade me any more. If I listened to it for too long, he might actually convince me. Bones didn't argue with me. Mateo will never call me again, so you don't have to worry about him. I'm not ready to date, not even close. I thought I could just push through this, but I obviously can't.
Why do you think he'll never call you again?
I chuckled, even though I didn't feel an ounce of happiness inside me. I was a horrible date who was constantly distracted by my phone. I told him I was still hung up on my ex, and I was doing everything I possibly could to get over him, and I invited him over to screw and then abruptly changed my mind. I looked like a dumb girl who has no idea what she wants. A guy like him would never call me again. He was wealthy and handsome. He could pick up a woman at a bar in 10 minutes and take her home. Maybe that was what he did after he left my place. Wouldn't judge him for it.
Baby, he'll call you again. Trust me.
I don't think you understand how badly that date went.
And I don't think you understand how hard he was staring at you all night. I don't think you understand just how charming, sexy, and beautiful you are. I don't think you understand that every man in this world would kill to have a woman like you.
Chapter 3. Bones. A week went by and Vanessa didn't call me. I spent my time working, trying to stay busy so I wouldn't have to acknowledge the pain deep inside my chest. I hadn't gotten laid in 3 weeks and I was starting to lose my mind. My hand was losing its effectiveness. I needed Vanessa's mouth, pussy, or ass, something. I was entitled to go out and pick up some woman or pay for sex, but I didn't want that. There was only one woman I wanted. Everyone else would just be a letdown. I was the kind of man who was brutally honest, and I didn't regret saying the truth to someone's face. But I regretted telling Vanessa how I felt about her. Even though she felt the same way, it was the wrong move. I'd still be waking up next to her every morning if I'd just kept my big mouth shut. Now I was living in hell. I stayed at my place in Milan, wanting to be close to her instead of far away in Lake Garda. A part of me agreed with Vanessa that we should just forget about each other and move on. I would always hate her, regardless of how much I loved her. I didn't want a future as a husband with kids. All I wanted was her. But forgetting a woman like that was impossible. She cast a spell on me that would never fade away. Even though she wasn't mine anymore, I still considered her to be my property. When her GPS had headed to that restaurant, I feared the worst, that she was going on a date. I should have stayed home and let my rage simmer in privacy, but no, I snapped. I didn't want some other dog sniffing around my woman. My woman. My only other option was to change Vanessa's mind. But damn, she was so stubborn. So fucking stubborn it drove me crazy. When a week turned into 11 days, my patience cracked. My dick was hard all the time and I missed her like crazy. I didn't just miss the sex, but I missed talking to her. I missed existing in silence with her. She was one of the few people in this world who really understood me, who accepted me for who I was. If our families didn't hate each other so much, I'd be buried between her legs right now. Fucking nightmare. After everything I did to her, keeping her as a prisoner while holding her family's lives over her head, I should just leave her alone and let her move on. If that's what she wanted, I should step aside and let her leave. But I wasn't a good guy. I never pretended I was. Vanessa knew exactly what I was, a possessive, overbearing psychopath. It was 6 p.m. when I walked up the stairs to her apartment. I wanted to unlock the door with my key and let myself inside like I owned the place, but I didn't have the right to do that anymore. As much as it annoyed me, I raised my fist and knocked. I could see that the lights were on through the blinds in her window, so I knew she was home. She probably hadn't eaten dinner yet. I pictured her sitting on the couch with the TV on, painting her nails or scrolling through her phone. It was too late for her to be painting, not when it was already getting dark. My knuckles tapped against the flimsy wood, the sound echoing because my fist was so dense. After 3 knocks, I dropped my hands to my sides and stood there, waiting for my woman to open the door and face me. When she took her time, I knew she knew I was on the other side of the door. She was trying to fight her urge to let me in, trying to be strong and ignore me. But she wasn't naive enough to believe I would actually walk away without a fight. I was there now, and I wasn't leaving. It took her nearly a full minute to finally unlock the door and open it. Her shoulder-length black hair was pulled over one shoulder, revealing the slender neck I'd smothered with kisses countless times. She wasn't wearing makeup, exactly the way I liked her. Her eyelashes were naturally thick and full, curled toward the ceiling. Her green eyes were bright, contrasting against her olive skin and dark hair. She was in a long-sleeved sweater that reached her knees, with a pair of white tube socks on her feet. She didn't have any bottoms on, and I imagined what kind of panties she wore. Maybe a black thong, or a lacy bikini bottom. She shouldn't have answered the door like that, not if she was going to try to get me to leave. Silence descended, and we stared at each other. My breath came out as vapor because I'd been standing in the cold for a few minutes. It had stopped snowing and spring was quickly approaching, but the icy aftermath remained behind. She kept one hand on the door, like holding the handle was enough to keep me out. "I can't let you in, Bones." "I don't need you to let me do anything." I pushed my hand against the door and opened it wider so I could step inside. Her hand dropped from the handle, and she immediately looked away, knowing she was powerless against me when I was determined. I shut and locked the door behind me, looking down at her as she stepped back and tried to put space between us. She tucked her hair behind her ear, the nerves getting to her. The sun was gone, and we were alone behind closed doors. That meant only one thing would happen. She crossed her arms over her chest, her shoulders rising and falling quicker now that the tension increased. An invisible shadow passed over both of us, packed with unbridled heat. We could barely stand in the same room together without feeling this surge between us. It was impossible for me to look at her without thinking she was mine. She broke eye contact and looked at the ground, the only way to avoid my piercing gaze. "Bones, you shouldn't be here." "I don't care." "You're just making it harder." I said I don't care. She sighed, then lifted her gaze to mine. "I can't do this anymore. We need to finish what we started. We're both in this relationship, even if we have no relationship. I have the freedom to pick up a beautiful woman and do dirty things with her in my bed, but I don't want to. Jerking off worked for a while, but that's wearing off. We can be in two different places, but that doesn't mean we aren't together. We can try to get over each other, but that's not going to happen either, so stop fighting it, Vanessa. Let it be." She moved to the couch and sat down, crossing her legs so she could hide her body as much as possible. I remained standing, looking down at her with shaking hands. I wanted to pin her down, throw her legs over my shoulder, and fuck her right into the cushions. I wanted to get lost in the passion, to forget about all the other bullshit in my life. When Vanessa and I were connected, I didn't feel like a criminal or a broken soul. I just felt like a man. Her man. She turned away, looking at the fire in her fireplace. "Baby," I whispered, "let's see this through. You say this would never work, but I'm not asking you to marry me. I'm not asking for forever. I'm just asking for now." I stepped closer to her, then slid my hand underneath the fall of her hair. I missed the way my fingers used to touch her soft hair, the smooth strands that were so easy to fist. I yanked gently, forcing her to look up at me. "Give me now." Her green eyes weren't bright with hope, but dark with sadness. She closed her eyes for a long time so she wouldn't have to look at me. I moved to kneel in front of her, my knees hitting the carpet in front of the couch. My waist pressed against her knee, and my face was just inches from hers. I was tired of keeping my distance, tired of pretending we weren't together when we clearly were. Look at me. She resisted me, keeping her eyes shut. Don't make me ask you again. Her resistance only lasted a few more seconds before her eyes opened. Emotional and exhausted, she looked at me with eyes showing a world full of pain. Baby, we can keep fighting this, but it's inevitable. You want me and I want you. This is just about us, not your family or mine. It's no one's business but our own. No one even needs to know about it. You're thinking about the end when we haven't even had a beginning yet. Don't think about the future. Just think about the present. Her eyes shifted back and forth as she looked into mine. She'd never looked so beautiful as she did when she was trying to resist me. It was futile, and she knew it. You don't understand. Then make me understand, baby. You say we don't know what's going to happen, that you aren't asking me to marry you. Most relationships don't end in happily ever after, and will be no different. We should enjoy each other and see where this goes. But it's more complicated than that. How? I demanded. You're only making it more complicated. Because I love you. She closed her eyes again, and this time a few tears escaped and rolled down her cheeks. She opened them again, her green eyes glossy with tears. You're the last man I ever thought I would love. Her tears hurt me, but her words gave me a high I'd never felt before. I knew how she felt about me, but she never had the courage to say it to my face. Hearing those words roused me, made me even more obsessed than I was before. You kill people. And you hate my family. You kidnapped me, held a knife to my throat, and almost killed me on camera. You demanded I satisfy you if I wanted to keep my family safe. You're not what I want in life. But I've somehow fallen in love with you. I'm so damn in love with you, it's stupid. I hate it when you're gone, and every night you aren't with me, it hurts a little more. And if I feel this way after everything you've done, how will I feel if I let this continue? I'm only going to fall harder for you. I'm only going to fall more in love with you every passing day. You say we don't know where this is going to go, but I do. If I can't let you go now, how will I let you go later? It'll just be 1,000,000 times harder. So hard I can't even imagine. More tears fell, thick drops of sadness down her cheeks. My hands cupped her face, and I wiped her tears away with the pads of my thumbs. The moisture was connected to my fingers, and the salt dissolved into my skin. I hated seeing my baby cry, hated seeing the torment she was suffering. Because of me. Loving her had caused her more pain than anything else I'd ever done to her. My love killed her. I rested my forehead against hers and closed my eyes, feeling her breath on my skin. My hands explored her waist, caressing her petite frame and the baggy sweater she wore. It hurt to see her cry, but I also thought she'd never looked more beautiful. Her face free of makeup and with the baggy socks on her feet. I wanted to take her to bed and kiss all her tears away. I wanted to wrap her in my arms and make love to her, making her the first woman I'd ever made love to. I wanted to hold on to her forever, to cherish her as my woman. I wanted her for so many reasons, and I hated the fact that only my worst enemy was man enough to know how to raise a beautiful and strong woman. I'd never felt more respect, more admiration for a woman, besides my own mother. I was hurting Vanessa, and I hated the fact that I was hurting her. I couldn't do it anymore. I kissed her forehead, letting my warm lips linger against her soft skin for a long time. I didn't want to let her go, but I knew I had to, once and for all. If she didn't want to be with me, I couldn't force her. She'd made up her mind, and I didn't want to sit there and persuade her otherwise. If she wanted to be with me, she had to decide that on her own. I couldn't decide for her. Goodbye, baby. She opened her eyes and looked at me, the tears forming for a new reason. I love you. I tilted her face up so she could look me in the eye, so our eyes could be connected the way our souls were. I wanted to tell her how I felt about her and listen to her say it back. I wanted to hear those deep words from her beautiful lips. She didn't say anything for a long time, procrastinating as long as possible. She knew once she said those words I would walk out for good and never contact her again. I would turn off her GPS signal and stop tracking her. I would shut the door on our relationship forever and move on with my life. I would go back to my prostitutes and my booze. I would go back to pure emptiness. I love you too.
Chapter 4. Vanessa. I knew it was really over. Bones let me go. He wouldn't contact me ever again. Now I had a real shot to move on and start over. But I was still carrying so much pain in my chest, I thought it would cripple me. I told him I loved him, and saying those words out loud somehow made me love him even more. It was a relief to get it off my chest, to say the truth in my heart. Even though he already knew how I felt. I spent my time staying home, painting, and going to the store when I was out of food. I didn't feel like visiting anyone because I was too sad to pretend I enjoyed company. One good thing that came out of it was my productivity. I created a lot of paintings. Next time I took a trip to visit my parents, I would bring them along. I hoped my family wouldn't stop by unexpectedly and visit me. I wasn't in the mood to put on a smile and pretend that everything was okay. But I wasn't heartbroken. I was sitting at my easel when my phone rang. I knew it wasn't Bones, so I didn't get my hopes up. I took my time putting my brush down and wiping my hands with a damp cloth before I answered. It was a number I didn't recognize. "This is Vanessa." I looked out my open window to the blue sky beyond, wondering if Bones was looking at that same sky. And if so, was he thinking about me?
Hey.
The man's deep voice was immediately recognizable, so suave and confident.
How are you?
"Mateo?" I asked in surprise.
Yours truly,
he said, a smile in his voice.
Wanted to see if you were free for dinner tonight.
He was asking me out again? Our last date was absolutely horrifying. I was so damn rude. I certainly wouldn't ask me out again. Seriously? He kept up his playful attitude.
Seriously.
I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to call me. How did you get this number?
I asked your mother for it.
And she just handed it over? She definitely wanted to make it work.
So, how about dinner? Or do you want me to ask her that, too?
I grinned when he was being a smartass. You caught me off guard.
I can imagine a lot of men ask you to dinner, so I find that hard to believe.
They don't usually ask for a second date when the first one was so bad. He chuckled.
Well, I'm not really asking for a second date. I just want to have dinner with you. As friends.
Really?
Really. I get the distinct impression that you aren't ready to do the whole dating thing. That's fine with me. So how about we get to know each other as friends? No pressure, no expectations. You pay your half of the bill, and I pay mine.
That sounded too good to be true. I wasn't ready to date, not when I was madly in love with a criminal warlord. I couldn't imagine myself ever getting over him, and I didn't want to rush through it. That sounds nice.
So you'll meet me tonight?
Sure.
All right. See you then.
He didn't rise to greet me when I walked into the restaurant. All he gave me was a handsome smile.
You look nice.
Thanks. I sat across from him, wearing jeans, a t-shirt, and a cardigan. It was warm that afternoon, but not warm enough to leave the house without some kind of sweater. You do too. He was wearing a dark blue blazer and a white V-neck, dressed up in a casual way. His brown eyes were playful as he grabbed the bottle of wine and poured me a glass.
What were you doing today when I called?
Painting.
Cool. Did you finish that painting I saw last week?
I did. I have 7 that I'm ready to send to my parents to display at the winery.
7?
He asked incredulously.
That's a different painting every day.
I've had a lot of free time on my hands. I wasn't sleeping because I couldn't stop dreaming about bones. I wasn't eating much either. I didn't like to watch TV because there was always a romantic storyline somewhere that made me miss the man I couldn't have. What have you been doing?
I worked a lot this week. Had a date on Wednesday, went out with some friends on Friday. It passed in a blur.
He told me the truth so casually, and this transparency was nice. Maybe we really could be friends. How'd the date go?
Well?
He drank from his glass and didn't elaborate. That told me he slept with her, but he was too much of a gentleman to actually say it. Are you going to see her again? He shook his head.
No, I enjoyed her company, but we didn't hit it off that well.
Sorry to hear that. He shrugged.
They say there's a lot of fish in the sea, but that doesn't mean there's plenty of fish that are right for you.
He swirled his wine and took another drink.
What about you?
What? I asked blankly.
Any dates?
Oh. I laughed. No, I'm not going to date for a long time. Our date was such a disaster. I'm so not ready. I promise you, I'm polite, interesting, and spontaneous. You just didn't catch me at my best time. The corner of his mouth rose in a smile.
I don't think our date was that bad. You're being a little hard on yourself.
You're just being nice.
If I were, why would we be sitting together right now?
I didn't have a rebuttal to that. Honestly, I have no idea why you want to see me again.
I like you,
he said.
You're honest, interesting, gorgeous. What's not to like? I'm not interested in seriously dating you when you're hung up on some other guy, but eventually you're gonna be over him. I'm basically holding my place in line until you're ready.
That's a long time to wait.
I'm still living my life and not making any sacrifices.
His implication was clear, that he was still having lots of sex with lots of women. That was fine by me. I was touching myself and thinking about bones every night. Well, I could use a friend right now. It's been a rough month. I finished my glass of wine, then refilled it. How are your restaurants doing?
Great. I usually stop by each one before noon and check on things. Then I go to the gym, the grocery store, etc.
I heard you opened all those businesses on your own. He nodded.
Didn't take a cent from my father.
Any reason why?
Just wanted to prove I could be successful on my own. I think my father was offended in the beginning, but now I can tell he's very proud. He tells people that every chance he gets, which is why you must know about it, he said with a chuckle. My mom told me my father thinks very highly of you because of that. That's quite a compliment coming from a man like him. He has the most successful winery in all of Italy, and it's only 40 years old. My father has always been a hard worker. I see a lot of him in you. Really? I asked. People say I'm a perfect blend of both my parents. I mean in personality. You're headstrong, disciplined, and hardworking. Barsetti qualities. I felt my cheeks redden. Thanks. We had our dinner and talked about sports, the opera, and music.
It started to feel like two friends just spending time together. He was a family friend, so being close to him wasn't the worst thing in the world.
Can I ask you something personal?
There didn't seem to be any secrets between us anymore. Sure.
You love this guy?
He asked it bluntly, his eyes watching mine with intense focus. I didn't squirm under the stare or consider what my answer would be. I went with the truth. Yes.
He loves you?
Very much. He was the first one to say it, but I think I was the first one to feel it.
And you really can't work it out?
He asked incredulously.
There's something that strong keeping you apart?
I wouldn't tell Mateo the specifics because it was too risky. It would be devastating if he mentioned anything to my parents. Unfortunately, there's no way to compromise. There's no way to overcome it. We just can't be together.
That is unfortunate,
he said seriously.
Do your parents know about this?
My mom does a little. I'm sure she mentioned some of it to my father, but we have never had a real conversation about it. I'm not a private person, and I've always been open with my parents, but I don't want to waste their time and energy on a man who won't be around for the long haul, so I'd appreciate it if you kept all of this to yourself.
Of course. I just feel bad for this man. He's lucky enough to have your love, but he can't really have you.
I felt bad for both of us.
I've never been in love, but if I were, I imagine I would do anything to be with her, and wouldn't let anything stand in my way.
I was sitting across the table from a handsome man, someone I would have fallen for if Bones had never come into the picture. I'd probably be smitten, gushing about him to my mother and friends. I would have kissed him by now if he hadn't kissed me, and I'd be struggling to keep my legs closed as long as possible. But now, I didn't feel anything. Mateo was the total opposite of Bones, the exact thing I wanted in a partner. But there wasn't that pull that I felt with Bones. There wasn't a hint of that desperate feeling of love. I could keep my hands to myself because I wasn't struggling to fight off my affection. What I had with Bones was deep, passionate, and powerful. It was the strongest emotion I'd ever felt. Could I really walk away from that for something safe? Wasn't love innately unsafe? Wasn't it supposed to break your heart? Mateo studied my face.
Everything all right?
Yeah, I just lost my train of thought. My mother called me the next day. Hey, sweetheart, how's it going? Good, how are you? I had just finished a late breakfast, and now I was staring at the 7 paintings I'd wrapped up and leaned against the wall. Great, your father and I are getting ready for spring. Conway and Sapphire want to do a wedding soon, so I think I'm going to drive up there and help Sapphire pick out a dress. You want to come? Absolutely. That sounds like so much fun. I was finally looking forward to something for the first time in a while, something to get my mind off the man I couldn't have. Great. We're going next Saturday. Mark your calendar. Sapphire is going to look so great with that baby bump. I know. I'm really excited. My son is getting married. She paused over the line, a moment of emotion. You aren't losing a son, Mama. You're getting a daughter. I know, she said with a smile in her voice. It just surprises me how quickly time passes. I feel like the two of you were in diapers not too long ago. That's because Conway still needs a diaper. She chuckled. Be nice, Vanessa. Because he's so nice to me. Good point. What else is new? I asked. Well, I told myself I would never be one of those mothers, but how'd it go with Mateo? I've been thinking about it a lot lately, and you haven't said anything to me, so my impatience got the best of me. Oh. Mateo wasn't on my mind much, so I kept forgetting about him. We went out a few times. He's very nice, a perfect gentleman, but I don't see it going anywhere right now. I'm just not ready to date. It's too soon.
I see.
She couldn't keep the disappointment out of her voice.
That's a shame. He had a lot of nice things to say about you.
He's a very sweet guy. I'm just not ready. We're still hanging out as friends, so when I'm ready, maybe we'll have something.
Not a bad idea, she said. But you have to go at your own pace. Everyone deals with heartbreak differently.
I didn't know how to deal with my heartbreak at all. It was simply unbearable, suffocating. I didn't know how to begin the healing process, and I wasn't sure if I was even ready to start that painful adventure. Yeah, they do.
You know I'm here if you want to talk, sweetheart.
I know, Mama.
Well, I'll let you go. I'll see you on Saturday.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Love you.
Love you too, Mama.
Chapter 5. Bones. I spent most of the week in London because I had a double hit. 2 brothers. Apparently they were leading a trafficking point near the harbor, shipping girls from America to Ireland before they were put on a new transport ship to London. I was paid extra to make them suffer, so they didn't die from bullets, but torture. Having the work was a respite for me because forgetting about Vanessa wasn't easy. It wasn't possible, actually. When I returned to Milan, I almost considered going back to London and starting over. This entire city reminded me of her, and I hadn't stepped foot inside her art room at my apartment because I couldn't bear to look at her leftover supplies and easels. I couldn't stand to see her absence. It had been over a month, and I hadn't been with another woman. The idea didn't sound appealing to me, but now that I knew we were truly finished, I knew I had to get back out there. Sinking into warm pussy might make me feel better, even if that pussy wasn't Vanessa's. Max called me when I'd been home for about an hour. How'd it go? The same as usual. So you got both brothers? Yeah. And documentation to prove it wasn't a swift kill? Got it on video. Great. So what are you doing now? Catching up on sleep? I hated sleeping. I thought about Vanessa until the darkness descended, and then I dreamed of her beautiful green eyes. A part of me wished I could erase her completely so I could move on with my life, but I knew I would never want to lose those memories. I'm going out, hitting a bar or something. I could pick up a woman, fuck her, and try not to think about Vanessa, just to get the first lay out of the way. It would get easier after that. After several dozen women, I would probably stop thinking about Vanessa altogether. I'll join you. It's been a while since we've done something besides talk about work. You know that's all we ever talk about. Max and I got inside quickly and moved through the crowd of people. Women wore heels and short dresses, and the guys were dressed in collared shirts and slacks. I wore a t-shirt, despite how cold it was outside, wanting to show off my ink. It was always a conversation starter. We hit the bar and ordered our drinks. Did they beg? Max asked. They always beg. I skipped the beer and immediately went for scotch, needing something stronger these days. Beer just didn't cut it anymore. My arms rested on the bar and I spotted a woman in the corner. With dark hair and brown eyes, she reminded me a little of Vanessa. She had a petite waistline in her skin-tight black dress, long legs, and an obvious aura of confidence. She was definitely my type. I just got the funds into my account. I'll wire them to you in the morning. Works for me, no rush. I didn't just do that kill for the money, but for the distraction. When my eyes turned back to the woman, I saw her looking into my eyes. Her brown eyes settled on mine, warm like coffee, in comparison to the ice in mine. Her friends continued the conversation, but she seemed more interested in me. So what's up with you and Vanessa? The mention of Vanessa shattered my eye contact. I turned back to Max, no longer thinking about the woman I would probably take home tonight. I'm not seeing her anymore.
You aren't?
I shook my head. We're over. Max stared at me in surprise, both of his eyebrows raised.
You all right?
I'm fine, I said quickly, my voice packed with bitterness and pain.
So, you aren't all right?
She doesn't want to be with me, and that's just fine. She can do whatever she wants. He patted me on the back sympathetically.
I've never seen you be with one woman for so long. I know this must be tough for you.
I'm fine, I said for the millionth time. I'm going to find a beauty to take home tonight, and I think I already know who it's going to be.
Yeah?
He asked.
Who?
I nodded to the corner. Brunette, in black. She's got curly hair. Max turned to the bar and took a drink as his eyes flicked in her direction.
You're right, she's cute.
She's more than cute. He turned back to me.
Then go for her.
I'm going to wait a bit. If I move too quickly, it comes off desperate.
I guess.
What about you? I asked. See anyone you like? He leaned against the counter and looked across the packed bar, seeing people gathered around the tables and couches. The lights were low, and some women were wearing dresses that were so short their ass cheeks hung out. I liked seeing skin, but not everything.
There's too many to choose from,
Max said.
I'll wait until a lady comes to me.
Like that will ever happen? He shot me a glare.
A woman will come to me quicker than they'll come to you.
You willing to put money on that?
Hell yeah.
He extended his hand.
$500.
I took his hand. You're done.
All right.
Max drank his beer again, a slight smirk on his face. My eyes moved to the brunette making eyes at me, but she was gone. Her friends were gone too. They probably moved to another place in the club. Maybe another guy made a move. Maybe she'd forgotten me as quickly as she noticed me. I turned in another direction, and that's when I noticed she was coming my way. Her eyes were locked on me, and she had a nice smile. Perfect teeth contrasting against red lipstick. Looks like you owe me $500. He didn't register my words because he seemed more absorbed in something else going on near the entryway.
I'm pretty sure Vanessa just walked in here.
I immediately severed eye contact and looked over my shoulder. My heart quickened instantly because I needed more blood to my muscles, needed more adrenaline to the rest of my body. Even without seeing her, just the idea of her presence stole my complete attention. Where?
She's wearing teal. She's with 2 other girls.
My eyes found the only woman wearing teal, and I confirmed what Max had just said. It really was her. She was out with some girls, probably friends from school. I turned back to Max, knowing the woman who was interested in me was heading right this way. My first instinct was to walk away and blow her off and head to Vanessa, but then I remembered that us being in the same room together didn't change anything. We were over. This was my life now. I was here to pick up a woman, and Vanessa was here to pick up a guy. As depressing as it was the truth. I had to let it be. Max turned his gaze back to me.
What are you going to do?
I watched the woman get closer and closer, eagerness written all over her face. I'm going to win this bet.
Chapter 6. Vanessa. It was nice to be out of the apartment and out on the town. I went out with some friends to a club, had men buy us a few rounds, and watched people hook up together and leave. A few men made passes at me, but I wasn't interested, so I let them down easy. Even in a crowded room full of people, I felt lonely. I wished I was home, my ankles locked together around Bones's waist. I wished my nails were cutting into his skin, drawing blood as he pounded into me and made me his. My thoughts kept going back to the man I was trying to forget. but it didn't seem like I could forget him. My glass was empty, so I left the table to get a drink at the bar. That's when I noticed him, wearing a black t-shirt that fit his strong body. His biceps stretched the fabric, and his black ink stood out in comparison to his fair skin. His short blonde hair was styled, and his black jeans made his ass look nice. But he wasn't alone. He was talking to a beautiful woman with a bust twice as big as mine. She was so close to him they looked like they had already become acquainted throughout the night. She smiled at everything he said. Then she ran her hand up his arm. She was oblivious to everything around her because she was so absorbed in him. She didn't even notice me, the woman standing there staring at them. Bones's back was to me, so he didn't see me. But she should have noticed me by now. The woman smiled before she grabbed his scotch and drank from his glass since hers was empty. Bones watched her, hardly blinking. I'm gonna throw up. My hand went to my stomach and I dashed toward the bathroom, my insides turning over. My eyes immediately watered as the pain stabbed me in a million places. I felt the wounds from the back of my neck all the way down my ankles. There was a line for the bathroom, so I leaned against the wall in the hallway and covered my face with my hands, not caring about the way my makeup would smear with my tears. There was so much pain I didn't know what to do with it. Fuck, it hurt. That woman was totally smitten with him, drinking out of his glass and touching his arm. My arm. I had no right to be angry, and I wasn't. But I was in the most extreme form of pain, agony. I knew this day would come, when he would move on with someone else. But to see it happening in real time was killing me inside. My stomach contracted painfully, and I felt weak in my knees. The tears fell, and I wiped them away as quickly as they came. The other girls in line looked at me, but no one asked if I was all right. I was definitely not all right. I didn't have many options here. I could go home and cry, or I could walk right up to him and ask him to take me home. I knew he would choose me in a heartbeat. I was the woman he loved, the real woman he wanted to be with. I still had a chance to turn this around. But I couldn't interfere with his life just for one night. I had to be sure it was what I wanted. I wanted to move on because our relationship didn't have a future. But I couldn't let him go either. He was the only man I had ever loved. He would probably be the only man I would ever love. After a few more breaths, I made up my mind. I left the hallway with the restrooms and walked back to the bar. But they weren't there. Their spot had been filled by two guys. Shit. I pushed past the crowd at the entryway and made it to the sidewalk outside. It was dark, and the line of people waiting to get in wrapped around the building. My breath immediately came out as vapor because of the cold, and my skin bubbled with goosebumps. I looked to the left and didn't see him. I looked to the right and spotted him walking to his truck, his arm around the woman's waist. God, I wanted to throw up. I slipped off my heels and ran barefoot down the sidewalk, my feet aching on the stone-cold concrete. My hair flapped behind me, and the people who passed me on the sidewalk stared at me as I ran like a lunatic. Bones reached his truck and unlocked the passenger door. I wasn't going to make it. Griffin! He stilled at the sound of his name, his hand pausing as it gripped the door handle. The woman looked at him, watching his confused expression. I kept running, getting closer. Wait! Please wait! He turned around and stared at me, his blue eyes guarded with uncertainty. He didn't seem happy to see me, just confused by my figure running down the sidewalk away from the club.
Give me a second.
He left his date against the truck and walked toward me, his broad shoulders wide and powerful. The hostility wafted from him, the steam from his anger rising.
What?
I wasn't sure what I was expecting him to do. I wanted him to lift me into his arms and pull me against his chest, just the way he did when I had walked home drunk. I wanted him to kiss my hairline and call me baby.
What? He repeated. Did you want something, Vanessa? Because I'm in the middle of something right now.
The tears still bubbled in my eyes. I don't want you to be with her.
Don't do that,
he snapped.
You told me to stay out of your personal life. That goes both ways. Stay out of mine.
I want to be with you. I want it to be us. I've changed my mind. He shifted his weight slightly, his eyes narrowing even more.
Don't pull that shit with me unless you mean it. Don't say you're in this, then leave me in the morning. You're either with me completely or you're not. Which is it?
Tears fell down my cheeks. I'm with you. Always. That must have been the reassurance he needed, because he stormed toward me and gripped my cheeks with his hands. He kissed me hard on the mouth, claiming me with his lips even though his date stood next to his truck. He kissed me the way he used to, but even harder than before. I dropped my heels on the ground and wrapped my arms around his neck, feeling his warmth surround me and chase away the cold. I stood on the top of my tiptoes so I could take his mouth, feel his stubble brush against my cheek. Take me home. Bones carried me across the living room, my legs wrapped around his waist and my dress bunched up around my stomach. His large hands gripped the back of my thighs and my ass, holding my waist against his hard stomach. My arms were circled around his neck, and I kissed him with desperation, needing this man more than I ever did before. Tears continued to escape, because having him back hurt as much as it did when I lost him. Maybe this decision would make my life more difficult later on, but I'd finally accepted my fate. I didn't want him to go home with someone else. I only wanted him to go home with me. He carried me into my bedroom, then moved his knees to the mattress. He used one hand to lower himself to the bed, while the other held me around the waist. He gently placed me underneath him and stepped between my legs, his jeans and t-shirt still on. I pulled his shirt over his head and immediately went back to kissing him, my hands sliding across his hard chest. My fingers snaked up the back of his neck and into his hair, feeling the short strands I used to fist every night. His cologne wrapped around me, and I'd finally returned to the bubble of warmth I'd missed so much. He peeled off my dress, yanking it over my hips and stretching it out carelessly. I didn't care about that dress anyway. He could rip the damn thing. My panties came next, my black thong disappearing down my long legs. I unbuttoned his black jeans and pushed them down, revealing his thick and long cock. I'd missed it so much. It was so much better than my fingers. Yes. My legs circled his powerful torso, and my thighs gripped his waist. His arms flexed as he held himself on top of me, the swollen muscles and corded veins sexy. His frosty blue eyes were as beautiful as ever, focused intensely on me. He looked at me in a way he never looked at that other woman. She was just a piece of ass, but I was the one woman he really wanted. He pushed down on the shaft of his cock and pointed his swollen tip at my entrance. His smooth crown rubbed against my flesh, gathering the moisture that seeped from my opening. He slathered himself in my arousal, a deep moan coming from the back of his throat. My nails clawed into his chest on the way down toward his stomach. My pussy clenched when I felt him try to pierce me, my nipples hardening until they ached. He was teasing me, making my lips tremble because I wanted to beg. He finally pushed in, moving past my tight entrance before he started to sink deep and slow. My hands moved to his shoulders again, and I moaned right in his face. Griffin, yes. I slept in this bed alone every night, missing this powerful man between my legs. I missed the way I got so wet for him. I missed the way he stretched me until my breaking point. I missed all of it. Every single moment. He gripped the backs of my knees and pushed them toward my waistline, opening me wide. His thick arms were rooted into the bed, pinning my legs in place as he repositioned himself on top of me. He held my gaze as he slowly sank the rest of the way, pushing through the wet tightness until he was buried to the hilt. I gripped his arms and breathed through the pain, breathed through the immense stretching. I hadn't been with him in over a month, and that was enough time for my body to tighten back to its original shape. It was like the first time we had sex, when he hurt me because he was so big. He paused as he stayed on top of me, his hard gaze looking into mine.
You feel like a virgin.
You're the first real man I've ever been with, so I guess I was. He took a deep breath, his chest puffing out as the pleasure of my words crept down his spine. His jaw tightened as he clenched his teeth together. His eyes bored into mine more possessively than they did before. He sank a little farther, getting the last few inches inside me until only his balls were outside my body. It hurt even more, but I would never ask him to stop. He angled his neck down and pressed a kiss to my forehead.
I've never made love to a woman before, so I guess this is my first time too.
He started to thrust his hips slowly, his long length hitting me deep and slow. My fingers dug into his arms as I lay there and took it, accepting his big dick over and over. I breathed with every thrust, felt my pussy slowly relax as he stretched me out. My body produced more lubrication, and I could hear the sounds our sexes made as they moved together. I let this man fuck me deep and slow. My breathing was completely erratic, and I could barely get enough oxygen into my system. I moaned and quivered underneath him, balancing between pleasure and pain. Tears pooled in the corners of my eyes and streaked down my cheeks. Bones released another masculine moan.
Looks like I have to break you in again.
Yes. My hands moved to his shoulders and neck, and I brought his face down to mine to kiss me. He kissed me slowly, making love to me in a way he never had before. He gave me his tongue, his bottom lip, and his heavy breath. He breathed with me, moaning as he enjoyed my wet and tight cunt.
Baby, fuck.
I touched myself and thought of you. This is so much better. His cock throbbed inside me, his eyes deepening with the same desire. I'm gonna come. I can already tell. He continued to rock into me, collecting my cream all along his dick to his hilt.
I can tell, too.
I want to feel your cum inside me. I miss it. He paused in his movement, moaning right against my mouth.
Tell me when.
He lifted his body over mine and concentrated his thrusts, hitting me in the perfect way to rub his body against my clit. He stared into my eyes with a serious expression, his chiseled jaw sprinkled with stubble from not shaving. My hands gripped his hips, and I used them as an anchor to pull myself back into him, to sheathe that monster cock over and over again. His size still hurt, but it felt so good that I hardly noticed the pain. I was slowly approaching a blinding orgasm, deep and powerful. I'd spent all my nights alone with just my fingers, and my imagination couldn't compete with the real thing. Having my man there, buried deep inside me, was far better than anything I could pretend was happening. Here it comes. I arched my back and felt my lips part as I sucked in air. My eyes stayed locked on his, watching the pleasure radiate from his eyes. Yes, give it to me. The orgasm hit me like a train, and I convulsed around his cock. It felt so good, so much better than any other climax I'd ever experienced. He gave his final pumps, then released right on time, dumping all of his seed inside me. I could feel it build up inside me, feel the weight hot and thick between my legs. I could feel his arousal, his desperation. My nails dug into his chest and left marks, and I moaned deeply. Yes, Griffin. He shoved himself completely inside me as he finished, getting the last drops deep inside my pussy. I could feel all of it. I'd missed it so much, being stuffed with this man's desire. My climax went on a little longer than usual because of it. He pressed his forehead to mine, moaning as he finished.
Baby.
Griffin. He rested his body on mine, moving his hips slightly as he finished the very end of it. His face moved to my neck, and he breathed deeply, his cock staying hard for a few seconds before it started to soften. My arms hooked around his shoulders, and I buried my face in his neck. I love you. He pulled away so he could look into my eyes. With his cock still buried inside me, and the love in his eyes, he said it back.
I love you too, baby.
When I woke up the next morning, I heard the sound of the rain outside. It splattered against the bedroom window, the light tapping of the raindrops acting as faint music. It was the first time that year the precipitation was in the form of rain instead of snow. Spring was finally here. I opened my eyes and saw Bones beside me, his naked chest rising and falling with his light breathing. He was on his back with his head turned toward me, his hard jaw a little softer when he was asleep. He was still the powerful man he was when he was wide awake, but when he was dreaming, he had a much gentler aspect to him. He didn't seem like a monster anymore, just a man. I watched him as I considered what had happened last night. I had changed my mind about everything when I saw the side effects of my decision. I'd wanted to move on, but when I witnessed Bones moving on with another woman, I couldn't handle it. The event only took 10 minutes, but those 10 minutes were enough to change my mind about everything. I shouldn't love Bones, but no amount of logical reasoning was going to get me to stop. So I gave up. I didn't know where this was going or what my new plan was, but I decided to stop worrying about it. I didn't have to tell my family about him. No one had to know. And we could hide inside the passion and intensity of this relationship, regardless of if it would destroy us both someday. I kissed the skin over his heart before I got out of bed and went into the kitchen. Since he was over 6 feet of all muscle, he was a hungry man. He needed food around the clock, so he was always the one making meals inside the kitchen. I decided to make breakfast, pancakes, bacon, and eggs. I burned the bacon a little bit, and while the pancakes were done on the outside, they were still gooey batter on the inside. I put them back on the pan, but then they started to smoke when they burned. Maybe I should let Bones do all the cooking. I turned off the stove and gave up, just as I heard the sound of his heavy footfalls behind me. I turned around. I tried to make you breakfast. He backed me up into the counter and gripped my neck, his fingers threatening my windpipe as they gently constricted against my skin. Our relationship had barely begun, but he was livid with me already.
I don't give a damn about breakfast.
He lifted me onto the counter and pulled off my panties, tossing them on the kitchen floor. He was already naked, so he pulled my hips to the edge before he thrust his hard cock deep inside me in one swift motion. He folded my legs against my chest and held me close to him so he could thrust hard. Oh, God. My arms wrapped around his shoulders, and I held on to him as he pounded into me hard, fucking me like he hated me and loved me at the same time. He moved hard and fast, slamming his deep dick inside me over and over. He stretched me good, not giving my body a chance to handle him. He gripped the back of my neck and breathed into my ear, his arousal audible in his heavy breaths.
Leave me again and see what happens.
He lifted me from the counter and carried me back to the bed, still fucking me as he went. He fell onto the bed with me, pinning me down and giving me his cock even deeper than before. Griffin? He fucked me mercilessly, the exact opposite of the way he took me last night. Now he owned me, claimed me, and put invisible chains on me so I would never get away. He had me caged like a prisoner all over again, but this time he was my prisoner too. Neither of us could run from this.
If I wanted breakfast, I would make it. Your only job is to take my cum until I'm finished giving it.
We lay in bed together at 1 p.m. It was a Saturday, so people were off of work and school. But since it was raining, everyone was inside to stay dry. We hadn't eaten since we woke up, and the food I made hours ago was stale and cold by now. He made good on his word and dumped so much cum inside me that it wouldn't fit. It dripped out of me and stained the sheets, making my bed smell like his cologne, sex, and his arousal. He held me to his chest as he lay on his side, his eyes staring into me, his expression cold and indecipherable. His fingers moved up my thigh and to my ass before they retreated once more. His cock was limp because we had just finished making love for the 5th time that day. After he'd dragged me out of the kitchen, we hadn't said a word to each other than me saying his name in bed and him calling me baby. A month of our being apart had passed, but now it seemed like it had never happened. We'd always been together, even when we were apart. I want to ask you something.
No.
He silenced me with a single word, his eyes telling me not to test him. You don't know what I was going to ask.
Yes, I do. And no, I haven't slept with anyone.
Okay. Maybe he did know what I was going to ask.
That woman I met at the bar was my first real attempt, and I would have gone through with it if you hadn't changed your mind.
He was always honest with me, even when he knew it would hurt me.
You better have meant what you said last night, because now you can't leave. I won't let you.
My hand glided up his hard chest and to his muscular shoulder. I'm not going anywhere.
Good.
He moved his mouth to the valley between my breasts and kissed me there, his tongue gliding against my warm skin as he moved to my neck.
Because I'll chain you up if I have to. I'll kidnap you and take you somewhere you'll never be found again.
I find that hard to believe. You won't even get out of this bed. The corner of his mouth rose in a smile, in that playful way that gave him a hint of boyish charm.
Good point.
He rolled on top of me and kissed my neck more, his mouth gliding up to my ear where he kissed the shell.
Now I need food.
It's sitting on the kitchen counter. He chuckled into my ear canal.
Even if it were fresh, I still wouldn't eat that shit.
I smacked his arm playfully. Come on, I'm not that bad.
When you're making a sandwich, maybe.
He left the bed and pulled on his boxers. When he reached his full height, he looked like a Greek god sculpted out of stone. He was the virtual epitome of what masculinity was. He was all man, from his hard scalp to his large feet. You're an asshole. He gave me that charming smile again before he left the bedroom. I lay there for a few minutes, feeling a wave of happiness I hadn't felt in a long time. Our relationship was different now since all previous pretenses had been dropped. I didn't see him as the man who captured me in the middle of the night and almost killed me. I hardly saw him as Bones anymore. I just saw him as the man I'd fallen stupidly in love with. I pulled on his t-shirt and a fresh pair of underwear before I walked into the kitchen. He'd thrown away everything I'd made that morning and started over. He whipped up scrambled eggs, a few slices of bacon, and got the pan ready for the pancake batter. I leaned against the counter and watched him, holding a mug of coffee in my hands. I stared at his sculpted back and watched him move and work, his hard definition sexy. Only a man with a deep commitment to weightlifting could look like that. When I lived with him down the road, he went to the gym every morning. Only when he stayed here with me did he skip his routine. He kept his back to me, but he seemed aware of my stare.
Like what you see?
My gaze shifted to his ass and his boxers. Always. He poured the batter into the pan and got to work.
Instead of staring, how about you give me a hand?
I thought you said I was incapable of making anything, I challenged.
Not under my supervision.
I came to his side, and we worked together to make breakfast. Everything came out perfectly. Bones dished up the food onto the plates, and then carried them to the coffee table in the living room. We both sat on the ground, listening to the rain pound outside the window. Bones concentrated on his food as he ate, scarfing everything down like he was starving. I took my time, having an appetite but not enough to stop staring at the man sitting across from me.
Pack your things when we're done. We're staying at my place.
What's wrong with my apartment? He grabbed his mug with a single large hand.
For starters, it doesn't have a dining table.
You got me there. What else?
You have neighbors.
They're quiet.
I still don't want anyone to listen to me fuck you.
No one does.
And I don't like the neighborhood, not safe enough.
Joe rode the elevator directly into your apartment.
Different situation. Also, my place is packed with weapons. You've got nothing here.
Why do I need weapons when I have you? He steadied his mug, staring at me with an expression that suddenly turned more serious.
I prefer solitude, a sanctuary equipped to handle a siege. At Lake Garda, we're off the map. The house is enormous. We have someone to wait on us. I can continue my work, and you can continue your paintings.
When he told me to pack my things, I assumed we were going to his place in Milan, not staying at his place 2 hours away. I can't go back to Lake Garda.
I don't remember asking you.
He drank from his mug and set it down. From the moment I came back to him, he became more possessive of me than before. Now he felt like he owned me, like he could control me more than he could when I was his prisoner. I can't be 2 hours away. My family stops by all the time, and I have no way to explain why I'm in Lake Garda. He took a few more bites of his food, being quiet as he considered what I said. If we want this to work, my family can't be suspicious at all. I didn't want to get into another conversation about this relationship. It always ended the same way, making me feel depressed and hopeless. It was best just to avoid it, especially since there was nothing we could do about it. I need to be close. If you really don't want to stay here, your place down the road is our only option.
All right, we'll stay there then.
That agreement was much easier to reach than I expected.
But I'll have to go back to Lake Garda from time to time.
And I'll have to come back here and make it seem like it's being inhabited. Bones didn't argue with that and continued eating. He finished everything on his plate, scraping it until it was completely clean. He stared at me as he chewed and picked up his coffee mug. I missed being the recipient of that possessive stare. It was more dominating than a hand to my neck. It claimed me more than having his dick between my legs. I'd never been afraid of his look before, but now that everything was different, that look took on a whole new meaning. He had a tighter hold on me than before, and this time he wouldn't let go. Not that I wanted him to let me go. We had spent the last 3 months getting to know each other, but that acquaintance happened physically and emotionally. We didn't have long talks over coffee or discuss each other's greatest hopes and fears. Most of the time, both of our guards were up. But now that our feelings had been laid out on the table, there was no hiding anymore. Do you plan to assassinate people for a living forever? He sipped his coffee, his sculpted shoulders shifting with his movements.
What else would I do?
Anything that doesn't require you to kill anyone?
Not interested.
He rested his elbows on the table, sipping his coffee as he stared at me.
I'm a hitman, baby. That's never going to change, so I suggest you let it go. That would be like me asking you to stop painting.
Painting is my passion. Killing people is yours? I asked incredulously.
I get a kick out of it.
I knew he killed people when I fell in love with him, so hearing him say he wouldn't change shouldn't make a difference. You seem rich enough to retire if you wanted to.
I'm too young to retire, baby.
I didn't even know how old he was. How old are you? He kept drinking his coffee.
Older than Conway by a year or so.
If you have the money set aside, age shouldn't matter.
It's not about the money. I enjoy my work, and I enjoy working with my boys. It's our business, and I'm not turning my back on it for a woman. Accept me as I am, because I'm not going to change.
I hated hearing his cold response, but I also respected him for it. He held his ground, regardless of how much he wanted to make me happy. I just don't understand how you can kill innocent people for money.
Who said they were innocent?
He countered. Are you saying they aren't? He shook his head.
Not even close. People don't hire men like me to kill innocent people. Innocent people keep their heads down and mind their own business. They live quiet lives away from bad men like me. When I was in London last week, I killed 2 brothers who were fronting a trafficking site. I was paid extra to torture them before I finally put them down for good. They're probably in a landfill by now.
That made me feel better, immensely. Men who captured and sold women shouldn't be alive anyway. And what about me?
What about you?
He asked. What if someone wants to hurt you by going through me? Knuckles captured me to hurt Conway, and he was successful. Bones's eyes softened slightly.
We do a good job of keeping ourselves anonymous. We're the messengers. We pull the trigger, but someone else ordered the hit. It's nothing personal. And I would never let anything happen to you, baby. You know I'm bulletproof.
He patted his shoulder, the exact place where I shot him. So how does it work? I asked. Someone contacts you and asks for a hitman?
Exactly,
he said.
They contact Max. He distributes the work between the 3 of us. Each of us has different strengths, so he pairs us with the best assignments. Half of the money is transferred before the kill, and the other half is after the kill.
And you've been doing this for a long time. He nodded.
Almost 10 years. It's given me the kind of wealth that I should have had a long time ago. I kill the kind of men I despise, and the world is a better place. Works out for everyone.
So you've never killed an innocent person? I asked hopefully.
The closest I've ever come is when I almost killed you.
My warm skin suddenly felt cold, remembering that knife against my throat.
And now I'd rather die than let anything ever happen to you. You're my woman, and as long as I'm alive and breathing, no one will even look at you wrong. I'll always keep you safe, even when you think I'm not watching.
I felt his protection surround me the second he scooped me into his arms last night. I knew he had given all of himself to me, that he would die before he let something happen to me. There was no stronger man in the world who could look after me, besides my father. But I didn't want my father to take care of me forever. I wanted to find a man who could replace him, who could give my father peace of mind. cheekbones fulfilled that wish, for the most part.
Since we're having this interrogation, anything else you'd like to know?
I'm not interrogating you.
Seems that way.
I just realized there are some things I don't know about you. I've never bothered to ask.
You know I wouldn't have answered you anyway,
he said quietly.
You can ask me anything you want, if I can ask questions in return.
That seems fair. He set down his mug, then moved beside me against the couch. He dropped his arm behind my neck and then pulled me closer to him. He positioned one of my legs over his lap, and while the rain fell outside, he kept me warm against the cold.
When did you know you loved me?
He stared me down as he studied my reaction. My eyes shifted down so he couldn't read me so well. I felt embarrassed saying the truth out loud, embarrassed because I tried to lie to myself for so long, furtively. Everyone could see the truth. Even my mother could see it. When I visited my parents and brought those paintings with me, I accidentally brought your painting along. It got switched with a different one. She opened it by mistake and saw it. With unblinking eyes, he stared at me with no discernible reaction. She looked at it for a long time. She didn't know it was you because I never told her. But then she asked me about you, said she wanted to know about the man I was obviously in love with. I denied it and dropped the subject, but I knew then. I knew how I felt about you. Art is something that can't lie. And when my mother guessed my feelings so easily, I knew it was true. His fingers moved to my cheek, and he gently ran his fingers through my hair, feeling the soft strands as he pulled them from my face.
You lied to me.
I turned my gaze to him, my eyes brimming with moisture. You told me you didn't love me.
Because I didn't want to.
He moved his face close to mine and kissed the corner of my mouth.
Don't worry. I never believed you.
His lips moved up, then kissed my hairline. When did you know?
A lot sooner than that.
How soon? I whispered. He rested his face against mine, his expression difficult to see because it was so close to my cheek. He stayed still, his fingers gently caressing my hair as we sat on the living room floor. I was in his t-shirt, and he was just in his boxers. We sat there like it was 9 a.m, but now it was almost 3 p.m.
When I didn't kill you.
In Lake Garda, I whispered. He nodded. You hardly knew me then. We hadn't even slept together.
I've killed a lot of people without thinking twice about it. I don't have a lot of compassion or empathy. But when I couldn't hurt you, I knew there was a strong reason why. You shot me with the intention to kill, and I have never wanted a woman more in my life. I had you cornered in that alleyway, but you never gave up. When you were on your knees with a knife to your throat, you still possessed so much dignity and pride. Women like you don't exist, and I could never kill a woman I respected so much. Respect is impossible to earn from a man like me, but you accomplished it in 5 minutes.
He pulled on the sleeve of my shirt to reveal my shoulder, and he placed a soft kiss against the warm skin.
Now I would do anything for you. Take my own life to keep you safe if I had to. You're the #1 thing in my life, and all I want is for you to be happy.
Griffin. He pressed his lips to the shell of my ear, his warm breaths filling my ear canal. He didn't berate me for saying his real name, even though we weren't in bed together. He allowed me to have the power to call him whatever I wanted.
My love isn't as good as it seems. It may sound sweet to you, but remember, it comes with its drawbacks. I'll be more possessive than I was before, more protective and territorial. I'll take you when I want, do whatever I want to you because you've given yourself to me completely. I have your trust, and that means I'm entitled to do things that I couldn't do before.
Like what? I whispered. He brought my hands together and bound my wrists with his fingers.
Tie you up and enjoy you whenever I want. I promised I wouldn't restrain you, but now you're going to release me from that promise.
I didn't like it because it stripped away all my power, but now that power didn't seem important anymore. I trusted this man with my life, and I knew he would never hurt me.
Release me,
he whispered. I release you. He breathed into my ear again before he pressed a kiss to my neck. Why do you like it so much? His fingers moved under my chin, and he directed my gaze on him.
Trust. I like knowing you trust me implicitly, that you feel safe with me even when I have all the power. I like knowing that you don't see me as a monster anymore, but a beast that will protect you, kill anyone who's ever wronged you.
My fingers wrapped around his wrist, feeling his strong pulse. I felt the heat of his gaze, the way he looked at me like I was the only thing that mattered in this world. I have another question.
I'm listening.
That night we met, was that on purpose or coincidence? The first time I asked, he never answered.
Why do you want to know?
Because that was the only answer I gave.
What difference does it make?
I want to know if you were hunting me, or our paths crossed by chance. He held my gaze with his blue eyes, the coldness matching his hardness.
Fate, you mean?
Yeah. Which is it?
What do you think?
I remembered that night vividly because it changed my life forever. I was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and when I tried to escape, I only appeared more clearly on his radar. When I ran down the sidewalk, he caught me, and with his knife drawn, it seemed like he was going to give me a quick death. But his eyes flashed when he looked at me, like he knew me. And that's what made him change his mind, crossing the path of Vanessa Barsetti. He never planned it. It just happened entirely on its own. It was fate. He gave a slight nod.
Yes. Fate.
Chapter 7. Bones. I woke up to the sight of Vanessa wrapped around me. Her slender leg was tucked between mine, and her arm was draped over my hard stomach. Her dark hair was a mess across the pillow, tangled from the way I fisted it last night. Her plump lips were slightly parted as she breathed during sleep, and I could see her small teeth behind her lips. She hugged me like I was her favorite teddy bear, the comfort that kept her asleep all night long. I turned over and rolled her to her back before I got out of bed. I pulled on a new pair of boxers and sweatpants before I glanced at her one more time. She was so tiny in my king-size bed, drowning in the sheets due to her petite size. She hugged the pillow like it was me and kept sleeping, her olive skin contrasting against the crisp white sheets. I walked down the hall and into the kitchen, my bare feet tapping against the hardwood floors. My place in Milan had large, floor-to-ceiling windows that let the natural light into the house. It had a great view of the enormous city, of the ancient cathedrals and old buildings. The windows were tinted on the outside so no one could see in, and they were bulletproof. I put on a pot of coffee, then opened my laptop. One thing I liked about my job was the freedom. I didn't have to work all the time, and I had weeks in between hits to recuperate from my travels. The money was directly deposited into my account, out of sight from the feds who were unable to monitor it. Once I told Vanessa the hit list was never innocent people, she seemed a lot more accepting of it. The man she loved was a stone-cold killer, and I respected her for not trying to change me. I wouldn't change for anyone. I drank my coffee and looked through emails. Richard gave me updates on the property in Lake Garda, and Max sent emails about business. Nothing too confidential, just in case someone took over our servers. I got a text from Max.
Call me when your lazy ass is out of bed.
I just got Vanessa back, so I wasn't interested in leaving for a few days. It had been so long since I had had her incredible pussy that I was making up for lost time. It didn't matter how well the job paid. I would pass. I called him back.
"You're awake?"
He asked in surprise. "It's 9, asshole."
"But I know how lazy you are. So what happened to that woman you met the other night?"
You owe me 500 euros, by the way. He sighed into the phone.
"I'll pay you, asshole."
When? I pressed.
"Like you need the money."
It's not about the money, and you know it, asshole. He chuckled.
"I'll wire it to you. Happy?"
A little happier than I was before.
"So what happened to you and that sexy lady?"
Nothing.
"Don't be coy," he said with a laugh. "You've never been a gentleman before, so don't start now."
I'm being serious. I walked her to my truck, and then Vanessa caught up with me.
"Vanessa?"
His grin was obvious in his voice.
"Jealous?"
Extremely. He laughed.
"This is getting good. What happened next?"
Vanessa said she wanted me back. I remembered the way she looked in the short teal dress, her heels held in her hand. Tears burned in her eyes and had ruined her makeup. She was hurting so much, in agony as she watched me touch another woman. I enjoyed watching her suffering because I'd been in so much pain myself. Every time she pushed me away, it was like a blade right in my heart. I wanted to watch her suffer, to know I wasn't alone. She hated loving me, but I hated loving her just as much. Her family had ruined my life. I should have been a man and killed her. She dropped her heels on the ground and kissed me. The shoes remained on the sidewalk after we left, and I don't know what happened to the woman I met at the bar. I couldn't even remember her name now.
"Then what happened?"
He asked. What do you think? I took Vanessa home.
"What about the other woman?"
I shrugged even though he couldn't see me. No idea what happened to her.
"So where does that leave you two? She's still a Barsetti, and she'll always be a Barsetti."
I sipped my coffee and looked out the window. When did we start having these girl talk sessions?
"Come on, we're brothers."
Doesn't mean we need to talk about this shit.
"This is your first serious woman. We've got to talk about it."
I didn't think Vanessa and I had any kind of serious future, but I wasn't thinking about that right now. I was just enjoying her, loving her. We're living in the moment. Her family doesn't need to know about me.
"Could you imagine if they did know?"
He asked with a chuckle. The entire Barsetti clan would hunt me down with all their weaponry. Her father would stab me in the neck even if I were already on the ground. I was his worst nightmare. The worst man in the world for his daughter. Vanessa would never tell them, so I don't need to worry about that.
"Does that mean you're happy?"
I'd finally been able to sleep through the night, and my heart wasn't aching in my chest anymore. Happiness was difficult for me to grasp because I didn't really understand it. Even now, I wasn't sure if that was what I was feeling. Yes.
"Good for you. Let's go out tonight and celebrate. Introduce her to the guys."
I don't want to share.
You know what I mean, Bones. I've talked to Vanessa a few times, but I've never really gotten to know her. If she's your girlfriend, we should get acquainted."
She's not my girlfriend, I said firmly. Men like me don't have girlfriends.
"Are you exclusive?"
It's like I'd let another man go near her. Yes.
"Then she's your girlfriend. Just accept it."
He told me where to meet him before he hung up. I set my cell phone down, then finished looking through my emails. In the distance, I could hear the sound of little feet tapping against the hardwood floor. My constant alertness forced me to pay attention to the details people didn't think were relevant, so I knew when she was coming without looking over my shoulder. A moment later, her hands went to my shoulders, and she massaged the thick muscles. "There you are." I closed my eyes for a second, enjoying the way she dug her fingers into the perfect sections. She found the knots in my muscles and rubbed them away, making the tissue flatten and relax. "Miss me, baby?" "Yes." She pushed her hands down my bare chest, then leaned over me so she could kiss my neck and chest. Her fingernails moved all the way down, covering my abs and skin. She kissed my neck, then nibbled on my earlobe. "I woke up because my heater left." "That's all you want me for, to keep you warm?" Her hand glided down my stomach to the outline of my hard dick in my sweatpants. "I want you for other things, too." Her hand moved down my length, like she was petting an animal. Any time her hand was on my dick, even through my clothes, my cock twitched in response. "Then use me, baby, that's why I'm here." She wrapped her arm around my shoulders and buried her face in my neck. "Come back to bed." "What about breakfast?" She breathed against my skin. "I don't give a damn about breakfast." She repeated the words I'd spoken to her the other day, but she said it in a much sexier way than I did. "I only give a damn about you." My cock hardened further in my sweatpants because she knew how to say the right things. She knew how to make me hard without even trying. Only Vanessa could make me swell so large, get me so hard it actually hurt. She kissed my shoulder, then stood up. "Come on." She stepped away and walked down the hallway back to the bedroom. I stayed seated and took another drink of my coffee, purposely taking my time to make her wait. I wanted her to ache for me, and for her body to drip with desire in anticipation. I rose to my feet a moment later and walked back into the bedroom. She'd abandoned her clothes, and now she was on her hands and knees, her ass in the air and her sex gleaming with arousal. There was an enormous arch in her back before her perky ass pointed toward the ceiling. Her black hair trailed behind her, moving right down her spine. She looked at me over her shoulder, sex in her eyes. "Griffin." I'd seen her in some of the sexiest ways, when she was underneath me in the midst of a climax, or when she was heartbroken seeing me with another woman. I'd seen her in lingerie that cost tens of thousands of dollars. But seeing her like this, her pussy wet and her ass in the air, was my undoing. I pushed down my boxers and sweatpants, letting my throbbing cock come free. I loved fucking her right before bed, but fucking her first thing in the morning seemed to be even better. My fingers wrapped around my length, and I pumped myself a few times before I approached the foot of the bed. I gripped both of her ass cheeks and pulled them wide apart before I pressed my face into her lips. I kissed her, dragged my tongue across her most sensitive areas. Like she hadn't expected me to make her feel so good, her hips immediately bucked, and her face burrowed into the sheets. "Oh!" My large hands kept her ass cheeks apart, and I sucked her nub, my nose right in her sexy little asshole. I felt her moisture on my tongue and added more of my own. Eating pussy wasn't my thing, but since Vanessa was my woman, I couldn't get enough of her. I wanted to cherish her cunt the way I treasured the rest of her. I sucked her good and hard, pushing her to the brink of a deep orgasm, but then I pulled away, wanting to torture her because she was torturing me. Having her on her hands and knees on the bed like this, begging me to fuck her, was more than my dick could handle. My mouth pleased her first, since my dick already wanted to come in that pussy. I needed to get her ready to explode before I shoved myself inside her tight wetness. "Griffin, please." I licked my lips and tasted her as I jerked myself with my hand, watching this gorgeous woman beg for me. She could have anyone else she wanted, but she wanted me. She wanted the man who almost killed her. She wanted me. All the good and all the bad. I moved onto the bed and positioned myself behind her. I grabbed the back of her hair and yanked her up, forcing the arch in her back to deepen and her chin to point toward the ceiling. I pushed down on my shaft and slid inside her, feeling my saliva and her own arousal. I pushed in, stretching her small cunt to full capacity. I moved completely inside until my balls were right against her body. One hand wrapped around her hair like a line of rope, and I secured her in place. My other hand gripped her other hip, and I started to thrust deep and hard inside her, giving her forceful strokes that made her body lurch forward. Yes. Her legs were wide apart so she could take me, her ass looking even more beautiful when she was so open for me. I clenched my jaw and suppressed my moan, knowing if I enjoyed it too much I would come sooner than I wanted. I kept my grip on her hair so her body would remain still as I shoved my entire package inside her, sliding through her tightness and making her moan. Is this what you wanted, baby? Yes. Yes. My ass tightened with every thrust I made, shoving my big dick inside her and getting soaked in her juice. Her pussy was so wet, so indescribable. I'd fucked a lot of pussy, but nothing like this. Her little asshole stared back at me, gorgeous like the rest of her. I had this beautiful woman underneath me, someone who wanted me just as much as I wanted her. I was the only man she wanted to give herself to, the only one who was worthy of this stunning sight. Finally, she came, screaming toward the ceiling and bucking her hips wildly. She had a climax all women would envy. She clawed at the sheets and thrust her body back toward me so she could get all of my dick over and over. Griffin! Hearing my name from her lips spurred me on, and I pounded into her harder, my cock piercing her relentlessly. It made her climax last a little longer, made it a little better. When she finished, she slowed down and caught her breath, the satisfaction deepening in her veins. Now it was my turn. I released her hair and gripped the back of her neck. I forced her cheek to the mattress, pinning her down so her ass was higher in the air. I shifted myself closer to her, getting my cock deep inside her, and then I fucked her pussy mercilessly. Hands behind your back. She locked her hands together and rested them against her back, her thighs spread wide for me. I squeezed her throat as I kept her pinned down. I took her pussy without protest, dominating her completely because she was mine to do with whatever I pleased. Sometimes I wanted to make love to her, and sometimes I wanted to fuck her like this, fuck her so hard that she would see stars. I came inside her with a deep moan, pumping all of my cum inside that perfect little slit. I gave her everything I had, the white cum building up along the outside of her cunt. I loved looking at it, loved seeing the white color contrast against her dark skin. I slowly pulled out and wiped the head of my dick on her asshole, getting some more of my cum there. Vanessa lowered herself to the bed, staying on her stomach as my cum leaked out of her. She closed her eyes and caught her breath, her fingers resting on the sheets. I got off her and pulled my bottoms back on. I'll make breakfast. Save me some? You aren't going to eat with me. She kept her eyes closed. I'm going back to bed. She looked at herself in the mirror as she fixed her hair. She wore a short black cocktail dress with heels, and her black hair was pulled back in an elegant updo. She put diamond earrings in her lobes, then placed a white gold bracelet on her wrist. The eyeshadow came next, a green color accented by thick black lashes and eyeliner. I watched her in the reflection of the mirror, enjoying these rare moments where I could study her without her noticing. I saw her candid expressions, the way she examined herself objectively without even understanding just how perfectly beautiful she was. From her bright green eyes to her dark skin, she was so perfect she didn't seem real. She didn't need makeup in the first place, but when she put it on, she looked absolutely stunning. I stood with my hands in the pockets of my black jeans. I wore a black t-shirt with my leather jacket on top, choosing to wear black because it was the predominant color in my wardrobe. The cold didn't bother me, so I probably didn't need a jacket at all. It was for her. She always got cold but never bothered to bring a jacket, assuming my body was enough to keep her warm. When she finished, she finally spotted my stare in the mirror. "How long have you been standing there?" "Not long enough." She put her makeup away in the drawer, making herself at home at my place. Now she wasn't just stuck there to keep her family safe. She shared my life with me, so she inhabited my place like it was her own. I liked it. I liked seeing her blow-dryer on my counter and her favorite cereal in my cabinet. I liked seeing her shoes by the front door. "Are you ready?" "Yeah." She walked up to me, her heels tapping against the tiled floor. "You look handsome." Her hand ran up my chest in the opening of my jacket, and she rose slightly on her tiptoes to kiss me on the mouth. "And you look so sexy, I'm thinking about making you change." She smiled playfully. "Never gonna happen." "Then I'll just have to break a bunch of necks tonight." "Nothing you can't handle, right?" She walked back into the bedroom and grabbed her clutch that was sitting on the bed. I came up behind her, still a foot taller than her even when she wore heels. I knew one of the reasons she was attracted to me was because of my strength. When she was with me, she felt untouchable. She'd grown up in the presence of strong and fearless men, so naturally, that was the kind of man she wanted. Since I was the most powerful man in the world, it wasn't surprising that I was the man she loved. The only man she'd ever loved. My hands moved to her hips, and I pressed my lips to her ear. "I can't wait to take this dress off." I kissed the shell of her ear and pressed the outline of my dick against her back. "And this thong." My fingers moved over her bare ass underneath the dress and felt the lace of her thong. "You're gonna sit on my lap and take my fat dick nice and slow. You're going to look me in the eye and please me until I give you permission to come, and you'll only come when I say so." I pulled my fingers away from her panties, then pulled her dress back down over her ass. I listened to her breathing quicken as my words made their way right between her legs. "You understand me?" I spoke directly against her ear, my cock hard against my fly. She swallowed, her throat shifting with the moment. "Yeah." "Yes." "Yes," she whispered. I arched my neck down and kissed her on the mouth. "Good." We sat in a booth in the corner, the lights low and drinks across the table. We ordered a few appetizers to snack on, but we focused most of our attention on ordering more rounds of booze. I drank scotch, like always. Vanessa had a glass of wine. Shane grabbed a handful of chips before he dropped them on his plate. He was the only member of the group who was married, and his black wedding ring sat on his left hand. He wore it everywhere he went, except when he was on the job.
"Vanessa, I don't mean to sound rude, but what the hell do you see in this guy?"
I keep wondering the same thing. Theron sat on the other side of him, grinning at me because he enjoyed pissing me off. "You've got a beautiful woman with a killer smile, and then you've got Bones, who looks like a gargoyle." Max was about to drink from his beer but stopped himself because a laugh escaped his throat.
"Shit, he does look like a gargoyle."
I kept a straight face, not amused by any of this.
"Maybe I like gargoyles."
Vanessa moved her hand to my thigh under the table and pressed up against me, displaying that playfulness in her eyes that I loved.
"He's definitely hard like one."
She moved her hand across my chest over my t-shirt. I loved it when Vanessa touched me, regardless of the context. "Does he talk when you guys are alone?" Theron asked. "Because I've barely heard Bones say a few sentences without the words kill and blood in them."
"Or pussy,"
Shane added. "Yeah," Theron added. "It's either sex or murder with this guy." I didn't tell them to knock it off because that made me look like a pussy. I just let the jokes fly, not caring what Vanessa thought of them. They weren't saying anything she didn't already know. I'd killed as many people as I'd fucked.
He says a lot of things, Vanessa said. He makes me food because I don't know how to cook. He enjoys my artwork. He tells me I'm beautiful first thing in the morning. He tells me he loves me.
The guys immediately blanched at that last comment, all shocked. Max was shocked the most. I didn't care that she shared that information with all of them. I had nothing to be ashamed of. I loved a woman, and I wasn't afraid to say it. Men who didn't wear their hearts on their sleeves were the ones who had something to be ashamed of. A truly strong man wasn't afraid of anything, even his feelings. Vanessa turned quiet, picking up on the tension that settled in the room. She pulled her hand away, like she regretted what she said the moment it came out of her mouth. Shane turned to me, his shock slowly fading away before a grin formed on his face.
Bones is whipped.
You're one to talk, I shot back. Shane shrugged.
Yeah, but we established that years ago. Didn't think this would ever happen to you.
That makes two of us. My arm moved around Vanessa's shoulders, and I pulled her into my side. But it has. And this woman makes me happy, so you guys can go ahead and tease me about it. But you're wasting your time, because I don't give a shit. When this little get-together is over, I'm going to head home with my woman and forget this conversation ever happened. I'll be too busy with her to think about you. Max chuckled before he drank his beer.
All right, we'll stop talking shit.
So, this is serious then? Theron asked. Is she your second? A second meant if something happened to me, the rest of them were responsible for taking care of her as long as they lived. Shane's wife was his second, and it was understood we would all look out for her if he died. And if it ever came down to choosing him or her, we would always save the woman over the man. Shane was the only one with a second, since the rest of us had been more interested in whores and easy lays than long-term relationships. Yes, she is. Max's smile fell, and he turned serious. Theron and Shane both had the same expression, understanding the significance of what I said. There was a time when I wanted nothing more than to kill Vanessa. Now I wanted to protect her from everything in this world. Protect her even if I wasn't living anymore. I wanted the guys to treat her the way we treated Shane's wife, with nothing but the utmost respect and protectiveness. I'm glad we got that straightened out. I drove back to my place, Vanessa sitting on the middle seat beside me. She slipped off her heels because they were killing her feet. My arm was draped over her shoulders, and she rested her body against mine. I'd given her my jacket because she was cold, like I knew she would be. The baggy leather surrounded her, hiding her curves in that skin-tight black dress. Of course, everyone stared at her because of the hot piece of ass that she was, but once my gaze landed on them, they didn't make the mistake of looking at her again.
Can I ask you something?
Her legs were crossed, and her hand rested on my thigh. We kept the music off and drove in silence. I wasn't angry about anything the guys had said. Everything exchanged in the conversation was true. I was just quiet and brooding because that was how I always was, naturally cold and aggressive. Don't do that.
What?
Ask if you can ask. You know I'll tell you anything you want to know. She rested her cheek against my chest.
What does it mean to be your second?
Do you know what next of kin means?
Yes.
It's like that. You're my second, meaning you're the most important person to me. If I die, it's their job to look after you as long as one of them is still living. And if we're ever in a bad situation, and they can only save one of us, they're supposed to save you and let me die. She stilled against me, absorbing my words like a sponge that just soaked up its full capacity of water. Shane has a wife, so she's his second. If he ever goes on a job and doesn't come back, we'll always look after her. We'll protect her with our lives and die for her if we have to. She's a pretty cool chick, so I don't mind.
I don't know what to say.
There's no reason to say anything. Those guys are my family, even when they're assholes. I know I can always count on them. It gives me peace of mind knowing they'll look after you if I'm not around. She turned quiet as she moved tighter into my side, cuddling into me like we were lying in bed instead of sitting in a truck. We didn't say anything else on the drive home. When we returned to my place, we took the elevator to the top floor and stepped inside. Vanessa dropped her heels by the door and immediately unzipped the back of her dress. I moved to the couch, expecting her to do as I asked. I wanted her on my lap, her tiny pussy taking my enormous cock. She stood in front of me and let the silky dress fall to the floor, leaving her in just her black thong. My arms rested on the back of the couch, on either side of me, my cock practically bursting through the front of my jeans. I stared her down, commanding her to straddle my hips without saying a single word. She reached into her hair and undid the pins, making her black strands fall around her shoulders. I'd never seen a more beautiful woman in my life. She had an hourglass frame, womanly hips, a tiny waist, and perky tits I'd love to fuck sometime. She had a small belly button and flawless skin I loved to kiss. The scar on her shoulder disrupted her perfection, but I thought it made her look better. She'd survived horrific things, and she was stronger because of those experiences. She was fearless and strong. Beautiful. But she didn't come closer to me, keeping her distance, so she was out of my reach. "Baby," I commanded her with only the use of her name. I was getting harder by the second as I stared at her, this beautiful goddess in my living room. It was unfortunate I fell in love with my enemy, but there was no woman I wanted more. She carried her body with perfect elegance, holding my gaze when most women would flinch in fear. "I want you to make love to me." Her long legs led to small feet. She was barefoot on the hardwood floor, but the arch in her heels was noticeable. She partly whispered her words, making them sultry and sexy. I'd fucked her so hard that morning, pounding into her pussy with enough force to break it. I loved taking her ruthlessly, fucking her like every man should fuck a woman. Lovemaking was novel to me, and she was the only woman I'd ever made love to. It wasn't hard or fast, but I still enjoyed it. When I didn't move, she spoke again. "Please." Bumps formed on my arms when I heard her beg. I had never been the kind of man who made a woman beg, but I liked hearing the plea in her voice. I rose to my full height and pulled my black t-shirt over my head. I tossed it onto the coffee table as I walked toward her, my jeans snug because the monster in my shorts was at full length. I scooped Vanessa into my arms and wrapped her legs around my waist as I carried her down the hallway. Her arms circled my neck, and she pressed her forehead to mine, breathing deeply with me. I could feel the wetness in her panties against my stomach. I could feel the way she shook because she wanted me so much. I carried her into my bedroom and dropped her on the foot of the bed. My hands wanted to yank her panties off, but instead, I pulled them down her long legs slowly. I opened her thighs and pressed a soft kiss to her wet folds, making her nipples harden in reaction. She moaned quietly in response, loving my hot kiss. I got my jeans and boxers off so my cock could finally be free. I watched the desire in her eyes, watched the way she panted for me even though my cock hadn't even touched her yet. Her lips were parted like she needed my kiss just to stay alive. "Griffin." She reached for me, needing to get her hands on me. I grabbed her hips and positioned her ass at the edge of the bed. She opened her legs wide for me and pulled her knees towards her ribs. My hands sank into the mattress on either side of her, and I pressed the head of my cock against her wet folds. Her hands finally touched my skin, caressing the hard muscles of my chest. Her hands dragged down until she reached the bottom of my 8-pack. Her fingers wrapped around my hard length, and she directed me inside her, wanting my cock as quickly as she could get it. She inhaled deeply when she felt me stretch her, biting her bottom lip as she enjoyed the pleasure and the pain. I held myself directly on top of her and slid my cock inside until I was completely sheathed. Her hands were in my hair and her lips were on mine, devouring me now that she had my dick inside her. Passionate and fiery, she made love to my mouth with her lips, giving me her tongue before I even gave her mine. I started to thrust inside her, to slide through her wetness. I moaned against her mouth because it felt so good, so unbelievable. This pussy was my heaven, the closest I would ever get to the pearly gates. I was damned to an eternity in hell, but I got to enjoy this angel while on this mortal plane.
Griffin,
she spoke against my mouth in mid-kiss, breaking our embrace to breathe and moan. I fucked her with deep and even strokes, giving her my entire length until my balls tapped against her ass. It wasn't about speed or aggression, just the connection between our souls. Mine was black and broken, but when we were together, she loaned me her glow, her brightness.
I love you,
she said into my mouth.
I love you so damn much.
Her hand cupped my face as she kissed me, her lips trembling with the words. I was buried deep inside the woman who'd stolen my heart. I never wanted to leave her, but she forced me to. I wanted to kill her and forget about her, but she clawed at my chest until she made her way inside. Now I was desperately and hopelessly in love with this gorgeous woman, a woman I'd vowed would always be my enemy. Now I would lay down my life to keep her safe. I would do anything she wanted to make her happy. My cock had made a home inside her pussy, and I never wanted to leave. I loved the way she loved me, the way she accepted me for exactly who I was. I was no good for her, trash in comparison to what she deserved. But she loved me anyway. Even if this didn't last forever, she still wanted to live in this moment with me. She still wanted to love me as long as she could. I love you too, baby.
Chapter 8. Vanessa. I packed my bag with all my clothes, then pulled the strap over my shoulder. It was Saturday morning, and I had to hurry home because my mom and Sapphire would be picking me up in a few hours. Bones wouldn't be happy about it. Even when I went to the bathroom, he wanted to know where I was going and how long I would take. Because he was a psychopath like that. I walked down the hall and found him sitting on the couch with the TV on, his chest bare and his eyes fixated on his phone. Anytime he was home, he never wore a shirt, only sweatpants, which worked out well for me. Hey, I set my bag by the door and turned to him. He took one look at the bag before his eyes narrowed like a bear about to claw something to death. He locked his phone and tossed it onto the cushion beside him without looking at what he was doing.
What do you think you're doing?
He spoke quietly, but the hostility in his voice was unmistakable. When he had said he would be more protective and territorial, he wasn't exaggerating. His attitude seemed to get worse with every passing day, becoming more potent after every session of lovemaking. He slowly owned more of me until there was nothing left to acquire. I need to head back to my place.
Why? Everything you need is here. If you need art supplies, I can pick them up for you.
That's not why. My family is coming by my apartment in a few hours. He kept up his hostile stare, like that didn't mean a damn thing to him. So I need to leave.
Why?
I just told you why, I said with a sigh.
You just saw them.
I'll be back later tonight, all right? I countered. You can argue with me all you want, but I am leaving. Sapphire is picking out her wedding dress today, and my mom and I are coming along. I'm really excited, and I know it's going to be a lot of fun. Bones still looked pissed.
She can't pick out her own clothes?
I rolled my eyes and walked to the elevator. I guess I'll take a taxi then. He growled from behind me as he rose to his feet.
Just until tonight, right?
Yes. I turned back around, glad he'd changed his attitude. It's only for a day. It's not any different than me being down the hall working on my paintings.
It's nothing like that,
he said coldly.
I can't stand in the doorway and watch you when you think I'm not looking.
You do that? He tilted his head slightly, his eyes narrowing on my face. I knew he wouldn't answer me, but he didn't need to answer me. So you'll give me a ride?
Like I'd let my baby get there on her own.
He turned away to grab his shirt and pull it over his head. I'd never get tired of listening to him call me baby. I hated it in the beginning, but now it fit me like a second skin. He grabbed his keys and picked up my bag from the floor, hoisting it over his shoulder as he hit the button for the elevator. I extended my hand. I can carry that. All he did was give me a violent glare. Okay, never mind. We rode the elevator down to the bottom and got into his truck. He drove 10 minutes to reach my apartment complex, and after he parked, he walked me to the front door with my bag over his shoulder. He pulled out his key and got the door unlocked. Okay, how did you get the landlord to give you that key?
Does it matter?
He walked inside and carried my bag to the bedroom. It does matter. I never gave you a key to my apartment. This is a relationship now, not a prisoner situation. I followed him down the hall, watching his powerful shoulders shift and move as he walked.
All right.
He grabbed me by the wrist and forced my hand out. He set the key in the center of my palm and closed my fingers around it.
I've given you access to my place. You have the access code to come and go as you please. Come in the middle of the night and surprise me for all I care.
He turned my hand over, then placed it on his open palm.
Now, give me your key.
You are assuming I have to reciprocate just because you've given me permission to use your place.
You'd better reciprocate,
he said darkly.
Because whether I have a key or not, I can get into your apartment without a fuss. That's why I hate it here. That's why I hate letting you live here.
Letting me live here? I asked coldly. He stared me down, not retracting the statement he had just made. You don't let me do anything. Let's get that straight.
Baby.
He shook his head slightly.
I warned you. I warned you what would happen if we went down this road.
You said you would be protective of me, not controlling.
And you accepted those terms. I don't mind this apartment when I'm here, but when you're alone, I despise it. Don't pretend you didn't miss me every night when I was gone. And not because your pussy missed my cum, but you missed having your guard dog around. You feel invincible with me. You used to feel strong before I came along, taking care of yourself with your head held high. But all that went to shit when you met me. You like my power, my protection, and my bulletproof muscles. I'm the only man you've allowed to take the lead. I'm the only man you've ever allowed to protect you. So let me do my fucking job.
I crossed my arms over my chest, feeling a million emotions at once. I was aroused by some of his comments, embarrassed by others, and almost humbled in total. I'd really become dependent on this man, dependent on someone for things I could do myself. But now I wanted someone to take care of me, when I'd never wanted that before. He shoved the key into his pocket, ending the argument for good.
Text me when you get back. I'll swing by and pick you up.
I'll just drive over there myself. He gave me a terrifying look. If someone stops by my place and realizes I'm not home but my car is here, they might think something is wrong. If my parents or someone randomly stops by, I could at least say I'm out or something. Bones kept up the stare but didn't argue with me. You should go. They'll be here. Knock, knock, knock. Shit, I whispered under my breath. An asshole kind of smile came over his face, the kind that reached his eyes, too.
This should be interesting.
You need to hide.
You really think they're gonna come into your bedroom?
It's not impossible. Hide in the closet.
I'm not hiding,
he said.
I'll stay in here until they leave.
I trusted him not to hurt my family. He'd been in proximity to Conway a few times, but he'd never pulled a stunt. But my mother was the one who'd killed Bones' father. She was the one who'd stabbed him to death. Could I expect him to be in the same apartment as her? You won't...
I gave you my promise.
He placed my hand on his chest, directly over his heart.
Don't worry.
He brought my fingers to his lips and pressed a gentle kiss to the inside of my palm.
Let me know when I can come get you. But I'll probably be sitting outside waiting for you.
Because you're still following my tracker? He grinned.
I never really stopped.
Knock, knock, knock. I really have to go. I rose on my tiptoes and kissed him hard on the mouth, my arms circling his neck. He squeezed me as he lifted me from the ground, his strong arms crushing my body against his. He set me down a second later.
Go before I change my mind.
I grabbed my purse before I walked out of the bedroom and shut the door behind me. I ran to the door and quickly opened it. Sorry, I couldn't find my phone anywhere. I hugged my mom before she had a chance to say hello. I'm so excited for today. It's going to be so much fun. Mom hugged me back, squeezing me like she hadn't seen me in months. I'm so excited too. I still can't believe so many good things are happening for our family right now. I hugged Sapphire next. How excited are you? More excited than I can put into words. She squeezed me before she pulled away, her enormous engagement ring sparkling like a prism. As soon as the weather is nice, I want to have this wedding. Now that I am almost 4 months along, I'm excited to be a family. I'm excited to be a Barsetti. Aw, my mom hugged her. You became Barsetti property the second my son laid eyes on you. Mom and I sat together on the comfy couches, while Sapphire tried on different dresses, then came outside to show us on the pedestal in the center of the room. We sipped champagne and snacked on the chocolate-covered strawberries they provided. I've liked all of them so far, Mom said as she sipped her champagne. There's nothing that doesn't look good on her. I know, I said with a laugh. Even when she's pregnant, her body is still amazing. That baby is going to be so beautiful, no matter whether it's a boy or a girl. What do you hope it will be? I asked. I honestly don't care. Your father and I still can't believe we're going to be grandparents. Time flies when you've been happily married for so long. I immediately thought of Bones, the man I was crazy for. I would never go to a boutique like this and try on dresses so I could marry him. When I put on one of those white gowns, it would be for a different man. Not Bones. I gripped my glass a little tighter as the sadness circulated in my veins. I would never love another man the way I loved Bones, so my wedding might feel anticlimactic. It might be a relationship of convenience. It might be a marriage to someone like Mateo, a family friend that my father would like. Mom noticed the way my smile fell. Everything all right? Yeah, of course, I said quickly. I was just thinking about how Conway and I grew up together, and now he's getting married. I have an awesome sister because of it, so that makes it more special. We are lucky, she said. I knew Sapphire was right for him the second I met her. Really? Yeah, she put him in his place. Not a lot of women have the spunk to do that. I chuckled. Good point. Your father really likes her too. He has a lot of respect for someone who has the courage to start over in a new country. She's not after Conway for his money, and he can tell she loves him for him. She does. Sapphire came out in another beautiful gown. What do you think? It doesn't matter what we think, I said. Tell us which one you love and we'll love it too. She stood on the pedestal and looked at herself in the mirror, her hands moving to her distended belly self-consciously. Your baby bump is sexy, I said. Stop worrying about it. It's beautiful, Mom said. When I was pregnant with Conway, Crow was even more— Mom, please don't. I almost covered my ears so I wouldn't have to listen to the rest of her sentence. Mom grinned. So we can talk about your personal life, but not about mine? Not when it's about Dad. It's gross. You think me being madly in love with your father for 30 years is gross? She asked incredulously. Wait until you have your own family someday, Vanessa. You'll be more in love with your husband than on the day you married him. I thought about Bones again, unable to picture myself loving anyone the way I loved him. I think it's sweet, Sapphire said. Because she's not your mom, I reminded her. I pretty much am, Mom said. So, what do you think of the dress? I really like it, Sapphire said. But I'm not in love with it. Not a big deal, Mom said. There are plenty more to choose from. Yeah, I said. We can drink champagne all day. Sapphire continued to examine herself on the pedestal, considering the fit of the gown and the sparkle in the fabric. The main door opened and Carter stepped inside. He carried a hanger with a garment wrapped in plastic. He held the bottom part over his other arm to make sure it didn't drag on the floor. Hey. He said it so casually, like he had every right to walk inside a boutique wedding dress shop with a garment over his arm. What are you doing here? I blurted as I put my glass down. Nice to see you too, cousin. Carter hung the bag on the rolling rack. Conway gave me instructions to bring this. He rolled his eyes. He could have sent any of his employees, even his assistant, but he sent me. Asshole. He probably wanted to keep it in the family, Mom said. And it shows he trusts you more with the job than anyone else. Carter rolled his eyes again. Lucky me. What is it? I asked. Carter unzipped the front of the bag, revealing a gorgeous wedding gown that was worthy of a royal princess. Brilliant white with lace sleeves and a tight waistline, it was simple but beautiful. Conway asked one of the main designers for this place to make Sapphire something special, something that would fit her appearance perfectly. Conway hasn't seen this. He's totally in the dark about it. That was so sweet, Mom said. Conway is so much like his father that I forget how thoughtful he is. I'm still in shock, I said. I didn't think Conway had a soft bone in his body. When it comes to Sapphire, he does, Carter said. So where is the bride? Sapphire came out in the white cotton robe. Here I am. She looked at the gown as Carter removed the plastic covering. Oh my God. Carter pulled a note out of his pocket and handed it to her. He asked me to give you this. Sapphire opened the note and started to read. Out loud, I said. Sapphire started speaking. I want you to have a one-of-a-kind dress, so I asked a good friend of mine to make you something as stunning as you are. If you don't like it, you don't have to wear it. I don't even know what it looks like, so I'll never know if you decided not to wear it. Just think about it. Love, Conway. P.S. I'll still design. Sapphire's voice faded away. Yeah, that's about it. I suspected I knew what that last part said, that Conway told her he would design the lingerie she would be wearing that night. Even though she stopped talking, I was disgusted. Mom was better at hiding her discomfort. Try it on. Yeah, Carter said. I want to see my hard work pay off. You drove for 10 minutes, I said sarcastically. Not that difficult. Hey, I live 15 minutes outside the city, Carter said. So I drove into town and then had to pick up the dress and then had to come here. Mom shattered our argument the way she did with Conway and me when we were growing up. Sapphire, put it on. Sapphire walked into the changing room, put on the gown, and then returned to the pedestal in the center of the mirrors. Of course it fit her perfectly, as if Conway gave the designer her measurements along with the baby bump. With intricate jewels and unparalleled beauty, it was the kind of wedding dress every woman dreamed of wearing. She stared at herself in the mirror, her blue eyes looking at herself appreciatively. "So?" Mom asked, unable to keep the hope out of her voice. Even Carter nodded in approval, despite the fact that he didn't know anything about wedding dresses.
I think Conway would like that.
I kept my opinion to myself, not wanting to influence her decision about her own gown. But I definitely loved it, and I loved that my brother loved her so much when she wasn't even his wife yet. I'd never seen him be sweet or thoughtful with anyone, not even a girlfriend. Like my dad, Conway was quiet and cold almost all the time. But when I saw him with Sapphire, I saw much better qualities rise to the surface. Sapphire looked down at herself before she looked in the mirror again. "This is the one." "Oh, thank God," I said. "Because if you didn't want it, I was going to take it." Mom came to her side and fixed the bottom part of her dress, making sure it stayed fluffed out. "It's perfect for you. Conway won't be able to take his eyes off you." She pulled out her phone and handed it to me. "Sweetheart, could you take a picture of us?" Sapphire's eyes softened, like my mother's affection meant more to her than she could articulate. She told me she felt alone since she didn't have any family left. Conway was the closest thing she had, and now that she had all of us, she felt like she had a family. I grabbed the phone and prepared to take a picture. "Sure, but I want a picture next." "You guys don't have to walk me to the door." I was afraid Bones would be there, lurking in the darkness as he waited for me to return. I had been gone all day, wedding dress shopping, shoe shopping, and having a long lunch and dinner. He was probably losing his mind in insanity right now. "We aren't walking you to the door," Mom said. "You're inviting us in for a glass of wine and apple juice." Shit, I hoped I still had some in the cabinets. "We've been drinking all day." "So?" Mom asked, her inner Barsetti coming out. "I miss wine," Sapphire said. "Once this baby is here, I'm picking up the bottle again." I got the door unlocked and stepped inside. The lights were on when I knew I left them off, so Bones was in there. Probably in my bedroom. He wouldn't reveal himself to my family, so I didn't have anything to be worried about, but it still gave me anxiety knowing he was there. My family and their biggest enemy were breathing the same air at that very moment. I managed to find a bottle of red in the kitchen, and I poured 2 glasses. "This is all I got. I must have drunk the rest." "That's fine with me." Mom sat on the couch with Sapphire. "So we got your shoes and your dress. All you need to do now is find some jewelry." I carried the glass into the living room, along with a glass of water for Sapphire. "I can see you wearing a simple diamond necklace. Your dress is already so stunning that you don't need much." "I agree," Mom said. "I'll think about it," Sapphire said. "Conway usually gives me jewelry to wear to his shows, so I suspect he'll have something in mind for me." "Yeah, you're probably right." Mom took the glass from me and took a drink. "Vanessa, I talked to Mateo the other day." Shit, Bones was in the other room and I didn't want him to hear this. He was already a psychopath when he wasn't even jealous, so hearing about the man I went on a few dates with would make him tear down the wall. "He mentioned running into you. He said his father's customers are big fans of our wine. It's crazy how much the Barsetti vineyards have connected us to families all over Italy." I wanted to steer the conversation away from my romantic life, especially when the man I was sleeping with was listening to all of this. Wine was an easy topic for all of us to discuss. But Mom didn't go for it. "He said you weren't ready to date, but you guys were still spending time together. I think that's nice. You two have so much in common, and I think you could really hit it off under different circumstances." I held my breath, expecting Bones to break down the wall between the living room and the bedroom. He's a very nice guy, but yeah, I'm not interested in dating right now. I think I need to be alone for a while before I get into another relationship. I didn't know how much time I had before Mom started to pressure me to see Mateo or someone else, but I knew I had a few months at least.
Have you talked to the man you were seeing?
Mom asked. I felt terrible lying to her, but I didn't have any other choice. No.
That's good,
Sapphire said.
Stay strong. It's really hard to cut someone out, but it'll be better in the end if you stick to your guns. I'm sorry it didn't work out, though.
No, it's okay, I said weakly. Not all relationships work out. It's normal.
It is, Mom said. Relationships help us grow. Now that you have been in love, you know exactly what you want in the next man.
I couldn't picture myself ever falling in love with anyone else. What I had with Bones was rare, even if it didn't make any sense.
I know I should stay out of your personal life, and whatever you decide, I'll support.
Mom held her glass of wine but didn't drink it, focusing on our conversation more than the beverage.
But I really think Mateo is a fine young man. He's handsome and charming, and I can tell he thinks the world of you. He's an experienced man who knows exactly what he wants in life, and I think he wants you. From what I gather, he doesn't need to wait around for anyone. The fact that he continues to talk to you in some way hints at some kind of connection on his part. His father tells me he's never brought a woman around because he's never been serious with anyone before, but he keeps trying to spend time with you.
Aw, Sapphire whispered. He likes you, Vanessa. Why couldn't we have had this conversation any other time of the day? I thought our date went so badly. I was distracted and rude. I couldn't believe he found me even remotely charming. I was sitting across from him but thinking of someone else the entire time, and he knew that.
He knows about the man you were seeing?
Mom asked. I nodded. I told him it's been a rough breakup and I'm still in love with him.
And he still wants to see you?
Sapphire asked incredulously.
Wow, he's got it bad.
I don't know about that, I said. He told me he's dating other women and stuff.
But they don't mean anything to him, Mom said. He's just keeping busy until you're ready.
Aw, Sapphire repeated. This was so awful. I didn't want Bones to hear this, to know there was some other rich and handsome man who wanted me. So, do you think Carter will be next? Now that Conway is settling down, maybe Carter will want to, too. Thankfully, that was enough to change the course of the conversation away from me and toward another Barsetti.
I don't know, Mom said. Kane has always said Carter is extremely independent like him. If he does settle down with someone, it won't be on purpose.
She continued talking, discussing her nephew. And I finally relaxed now that the worst was over. Until I came face to face with Bones when they left. They finally left an hour later, but I stayed on the couch and didn't walk into the bedroom. I wanted to enjoy the peace and quiet for as long as I could. Bones was jealous in the same way I got jealous. If the situations were reversed and I heard about a woman wanting him, I wouldn't be so calm about it either. When I saw him walk a woman to his truck after meeting her in a bar, I got so jealous that I dropped everything I believed in so he wouldn't take her home. We were the same in that regard. When we finally came face to face, it would be in the middle of the storm. When he didn't come out of the bedroom, I knew he was waiting for me to come to him, drawing out the conclusion, making the tension build higher. It only made the fear more intense, the anticipation nearly painful. But I had to face him eventually. The sooner I did, the sooner this would be over. I finally left the couch and walked into my bedroom. The lights were off, and the outline of an enormous man was sitting at the edge of the bed. I didn't flick on the light switch because I didn't want to see his corded neck and clenched jaw. I didn't want to see the throbbing vein in his forehead. So I leaned against the doorframe with my arms crossed over my chest. I'm ready whenever you are. After a long pause, he rose to his feet and grabbed my bag from the ground. He hoisted it over his shoulder and came toward me, his massive shoulders straight as he moved because he had perfect posture. He walked past me into the living room, not saying a word. His silence was worse than his insults. I followed behind him, and we left my apartment and got into his truck. We spent the ride home in silence. We passed the dark buildings and the streetlights and drove to his place 10 minutes away. We parked in the parking garage, then rode the elevator to his floor. It was still quiet, but not the comfortable silence we were used to sharing. It was just silent, painfully awkward. We stepped inside his place, and he immediately tossed his keys and wallet on the entryway table. Like nothing had happened at all, he walked into the kitchen and grabbed his bottle of scotch from the cabinet. I wondered if my father had done the same thing before Conway and I were born. He was careful to enjoy his hard liquor when he was alone, not even when my mother was around. It seemed like I was being let off the hook when Bones didn't scream at me, but that somehow felt worse. I could feel his rage, his lethal hostility. Not talking about it seemed to be worse than talking about it. You shouldn't be angry about what you heard. His eyes shifted to me as he drank from his short glass. He wiped his lips with the back of his forearm and poured more amber liquid into his glass. He stood at the counter in the kitchen, his sleeves of tattoos stretching from shoulder to wrist. I obviously want to be with you, not him. He stared at me in the same way, like I hadn't said anything at all. I couldn't read him anymore. I couldn't feel his emotions. Like he had placed an invisible wall all around himself. He wasn't letting me in. Griffin.
I don't give a shit about him.
He downed the glass in one gulp before he slammed it back on the counter.
I don't give a shit how much he wants you. I don't give a shit how much he wants to fuck you. If I take you anywhere in public, every man we pass thinks the same thing anyway.
Perhaps Bones deserved more credit than I'd given him. He didn't have the same kind of jealousy that I harbored. Then why do you seem so angry?
Because I'm gonna ask you to do something, and I don't think you're gonna do it.
What is it? He gripped the counter, his thick arms stretching the sleeves of his t-shirt.
I want him to know you're seeing me again.
He was right. That would present a problem. He might tell my family.
I know. But you're going to do it anyway.
But that's a risk we can't take. If my mother knows you're in the picture again, she won't stop until she knows more about you. It'll get the rest of my family involved, and then we'll have a serious problem on our hands. The only way this relationship works is if it's a secret.
I can't stand by and let this boy think he has a chance with you.
He's not a boy. He's a very nice man. His eyes narrowed.
Why are you defending him?
Because he's never pressured me to do anything. I took him back to my apartment so we could sleep together, and when I said it wasn't going to happen, he was a perfect gentleman about it. He didn't try to kiss me or even hug me. He's a family friend, and I can tell he's a good guy.
I don't give a shit how nice you think he is. He's a boy. I'm a man. I'm your man.
I'm not denying that last part.
Tell him or I'll tell him.
I stared him down. I already told you that can't happen. Maybe if I spend more time with him and we get closer, I can start to trust him. But eventually people might ask questions and he could cave. Do you really want to risk that? He stared at me with the same coldness. I can tell him I'm not interested in a romantic relationship. Ever. I can tell him we'll only be friends. That's more than enough.
I don't think so. You could say the same thing to me, but that doesn't mean I'll believe you.
Well, I don't see any other option. He grabbed the bottle and poured another glass. You've had enough, I warned. His eyes narrowed coldly before he picked up his glass and downed it. I shook my head slightly as I felt my temper start to rise.
You can get drunk and walk home alone, but I can't drink in my own damn house?
You can drink, just not that much.
No such thing as too much,
he said with a growl.
I'm drunk all the time and you never notice.
Well, you're about to be more than just drunk. Now knock it off. I don't like talking to you when you're like this.
Ironic. I don't like talking to you at all sometimes.
I raised one eyebrow, my eyes burning with rage. See, you have drunk too much.
Just tell him and this conversation is over.
I'm not going to tell him, but I have another idea.
Because you're always full of such great ideas.
He left his empty glass on the counter and didn't move to refill it. He brushed off my words like they were stupid, but he obviously listened to me. Sometimes. I just won't see him. Bones's reaction didn't change, but he didn't shut it down either. If he asks to do something, I'll tell him I'm busy. That way, the only way I might possibly see him is at some family function, and even that is pretty unlikely. I'd never met him in person up until this point, so the odds are pretty good. He was quiet. I think that's a fair compromise. You aren't going to get a better one. He finally returned the bottle to the cabinet, then walked across the living room into the hallway. He headed to our bedroom, dismissing the conversation like it wasn't worth having anymore. I guess that was over. I followed behind him and entered the master bedroom that I'd come to see as my own bedroom. Everything was decorated in masculine tones and with heavy wood, accompanying his outdoorsy persona. He opened the top drawer of his nightstand and pulled out a thin piece of blue fabric. It was a soft blue, like the color of the sky. It was a lacy dress that was practically see-through, having no support upstairs and barely enough fabric to actually cover my nipples. He set it on the bed.
Put this on.
He pulled his shirt over his head and tossed it into the hamper before he walked into the bathroom and shut the door. The faucet turned on a moment later, and I knew he was brushing his teeth and getting ready for bed while I put on the sex clothes he'd picked out for me. I picked up the lacy material and felt it in my fingertips. It had a tight waistband so it would hug my frame before it flared out around my hips. There were no panties with it, so I assumed he didn't want me to wear any. I changed out of my clothes and pulled it on, letting the thin material hug me. My nipples were visible, and the color of the fabric contrasted against my dark skin. I wondered if he'd picked this out for me, or if it was lingerie he had from another woman. I shook the thought away because I knew Bones would never do that. I was the only woman who actually mattered to him. I wasn't sure how he wanted to take me, so I sat on my knees in the center of the bed and waited for him to finish in the bathroom. When he opened the door, he was stripped down to his bare skin. He was 6'3" of muscle, skin, and ink. His blue eyes were the only color he had to contrast against his white skin and black tattoos. His cock was stiff before he even came out of the bathroom, the copious amounts of alcohol in his bloodstream having no effect on his ability to get hard as a rock. His big dick was ready to go, and when he looked at me, his eyes showed his arousal increase by 10-fold. I sat on my folded knees in the center of his bed, looking at the most beautiful man I had ever laid eyes on. If our family history weren't so bloody, he would be the perfect man for me. If he quit his current career choice and agreed to a quiet life, I would demand for him to get down on one knee and make me his wife. I didn't need to spend years with him to know he was the love of my life, the only man I wanted to have forever. From his bright eyes to his cold exterior, I loved everything about him. I loved his constant, subtle hostility, his enormous size, and his unbridled confidence. I loved the way he fearlessly wore his heart on his sleeve, not ashamed for loving a woman, like most men would be. He was so strong, so masculine, that he could dress in all pink and it wouldn't make him any less manly. He was the only man I'd ever met who had the kind of strength I was attracted to, the only man I thought was man enough for me. He stood at the edge of the bed, his large cock leaning against the mattress as his crown started to drool. His eyes roamed over my body, taking particular interest in the way the fabric hugged my tits and barely covered my nipples. His eyes moved farther south, looking at my waist and my legs. His gaze shifted back up to my eyes.
How do you want me, baby?
He dropped his knees onto the bed, the mattress sinking underneath his weight. I looked up at him as my pussy started to get wet. I didn't have any panties on to catch the moisture, so I felt more exposed than usual. I want you to make love to me. His eyes contained his intensity, but the corner of his mouth slightly rose in the form of a gentle smile.
You always want me to make love to you.
You asked what I wanted. In the beginning, all we did was have animalistic sex. It was about getting hot and sweaty and hitting climaxes that didn't mean anything. But now I wanted all of him every time. I liked it slow and deep. I wanted his kisses on my mouth and his warm breath on my cheek. I wanted to feel connected to the man I loved, feel him claim all of me. Are you going to give it to me or not? He stopped above me and slid his hand underneath the fall of my hair. He pulled on the strands, forcing my chin up to look at him head on.
My baby never has to ask twice.
His other arm hooked around my waist, and he maneuvered me until my head landed on the pillow. He set himself on top of me, his muscled thighs separating mine until he had completely pressed me into the mattress. His mouth hung above mine, but he didn't kiss me as he directed his gaze on me. My hands moved up his tattooed chest, and I felt the strength under his warm skin. I let my fingers travel over his collarbone to his muscular shoulders. Then I moved them up the back of his neck and into his hair, feeling the short and soft strands. My eyes remained on his the entire time, seeing him stare back at me with the same concentration. I loved the way he looked at me, like he'd never looked at another woman that way in his life. I loved the way he made me feel like the center of his universe with just his gaze. His cock wasn't inside me, but I felt like he was making love to me without even feeling me. Being the recipient of that gaze was enough for me to feel the arousal underneath my skin, to feel the love he gave me every single day. He pushed my legs farther back, then pinned his arms behind my knees. His thick cock pressed against my wet folds, but he didn't grind into me. He remained stationary, the weight of his fat dick enough to make my clit throb.
Tell me you love me, baby.
My hands moved back to his shoulders. I love you. He grabbed his shaft and pressed the head of his cock at the entrance to my wet pussy, but he didn't sink inside.
Again.
He was teasing me, torturing me until I could finally have his massive dick. I love you, Griffin.
Tell me I'm the only man you've ever loved.
You're the only man I've ever loved. I pulled on his hips, wanting him to inch inside me. His hips remained stationary, not moving at all.
Tell me I'm the only man you've ever made love to.
Every other man I'd slept with had just been about sex, and according to his definition, they were all boys. None of them competed with him. You're the only man I've ever made love to. He finally inched inside me, moving deeper and deeper until he was positioned far within me. I moaned when I felt him, treasuring the way he stretched me so good. Every time I took that monster cock, it felt like the first time. He filled me so well, stretched me in a way every woman should be stretched.
Tell me you love me.
When he was buried between my legs, my wetness surrounded him on all sides. My channel squeezed him hard, not a single centimeter of space separating us. His gaze was steady above mine, looking into my eyes as his body clenched in arousal.
You know how much I love my baby.
He started to thrust inside me, pushing his enormous length in then out again. Our bodies made noises as they moved together, his shaft quickly becoming coated with my cream. He moaned as he felt me, moving a little slower because it felt so good. He moved his lips to mine and kissed me slowly as he rocked into me, tapping the headboard lightly against the wall. He felt my mouth with care, his soft lips moving with mine, breaking apart and then coming back together once more. He gave me his tongue next, kissing me hard as he kept thrusting inside me. Every time we made love, it was better than the last. I loved when he was gentle with me, taking me softly. He'd never been this easy with a woman, but he was with me because he loved me. He'd never given this to someone else. He might have more experience than I did, might have had threesomes and other crazy adventures, but this was something he'd never given to anyone else before. That made me feel special. My arms wrapped around his shoulders, and I kissed him as I felt him press me into the mattress, the pillow folding around my head every time he pushed into me. I felt the pleasure between my legs, the way my arousal grew every time he hit my sweet spot. Our mouths moved together in passion, our tongues gliding along each other before our lips parted. I moaned into his mouth because it felt so good to move this slow. My entire body was lit on fire, and I felt my stomach clench with goodness. "Griffin, I'm going to come." His lips moved against mine as he spoke.
I know.
My hands moved to his ass, and I pulled him into me harder, wanting it faster as I came all over his dick. My cream sheathed him to the base and built up underneath his crown. I moaned against his mouth as he took me away, took me to paradise. "Griffin, yes." My eyes closed, and my mouth widened to let my scream emerge right in his face. He pounded into me forcefully, making me come even harder.
"Fuck, you're beautiful when you come."
My head rolled back, and I finished my climax, writhing as my hips bucked with the spasms. My vision cleared once the pleasure passed, and I saw his handsome face staring down at me as he continued to pound into me. "Come inside me." I grabbed his hard ass and pulled him deeper inside me. He moaned against my mouth.
"I will, but I want to watch you come again first."
I'd been with a few men who could make me come, but I'd never been with a man who could make me writhe twice in one session. I thought it was an urban legend because men couldn't hold themselves back that long. But with Bones, he could do anything, conquer anything. Yes!
Chapter 9. Bones. My life was nothing like it used to be. Now I shared my entire existence with one person, spending every waking moment with her but still missing her. She spent her day in the art room, making her creations under the sunlight that filtered through the large floor-to-ceiling window. Sometimes I would stand in the entryway and watch her, study the way she held the paintbrush and ran her fingers through her hair. She made magnificent pieces just from ideas in her mind, and it was truly incredible to witness her genius. She shouldn't have been in art school to begin with. She was a natural. Every night we would have dinner together, then go to bed, and every night she was on her back with her head on the pillow and I was in between her legs, buried deep in her arousal. I made love to her the same way every single night, slow and deep. I kissed her and felt her lips tremble against mine. It was so domesticated, so vanilla, but I'd never loved sex more. I loved making love to this woman every night, no matter how slow or repetitive it was. There was nothing I enjoyed more than sinking her into the mattress, kissing her like I loved her, and feeling her come around my dick over and over. She just lay there, and I thrust deep and slow, enjoying every single moment of the bliss. I was pussy-whipped, and it didn't bother me at all. I was sitting in my office when Max called.
"Hey, man. How's married life?"
His taunt didn't bother me at all.
"No complaints? How's jerking off every night?"
He chuckled.
"Not as good as pussy."
"You got something for me?"
"I do. I'll send you all the info over our server."
"Where?"
"Turkey. The guy's been doing some illegal nuclear work down there, selling information he shouldn't be selling. The client has put a huge price on this, so I'm sending you and Shane. I think this is a two-person job."
I didn't mind having backup.
What's the payment? 60 million. Split 2 ways, that was more than enough. I'm in. When do I leave? Tomorrow. All right. I'll send you the information now. Let me know if you have any questions. Okay, I'll coordinate with Shane. All right.
Max hung up. Vanessa sat across from me at the dining table, a spot of blue paint on her neck. She'd showered after working all day, but she somehow missed the tiny dot. I didn't tell her it was there because I liked it. I made salmon and greens, my most popular dinner, packed with protein with no fat or carbs. It was the superfood I needed to maintain my size.
This is really good. I've never cared for fish, but this is great.
She took small bites as she ate her dinner, sipping her wine every now and then. Her eyes were down at her food, her small mouth moving as she chewed. I hardly looked at what I was doing because I preferred to look at her. Thanks. How's the artwork coming along?
You spy on me, so you tell me.
She looked up, a small smile on her lips. I didn't deny it. You have 5 new paintings now?
7, including the 2 I have at my old apartment. Next time I see my family, I'll hand them over so they can be sold at the winery.
Maybe we should seriously consider opening a gallery for you.
We aren't doing anything. When I'm ready, I'll open one on my own.
Or you could just let your man take care of it. I could buy a building for her, prime real estate in Milan, and I could pay to have it designed into the perfect gallery. She could live her dream and sell her paintings and not have to worry about the overhead expenses.
I don't need a man to take care of me.
My eyes narrowed.
In this regard, she added, I want to do this on my own. I'll save up some money for a down payment and then I'll go from there.
She was taking the hard way, and while it infuriated me, I also respected her for it. She wasn't looking for the easy way. She wanted to do something on her own, stand on her own 2 feet the way she'd been raised. Instead of trying to spoon-feed her, I let it be. I'm leaving tomorrow, and I may be gone for a while. Since this operation was more extensive than the others, I might be gone longer than usual. She stopped eating, her body tensing instantly.
Where are you going?
Turkey. I've got a mission. Shane is coming with me.
Why is he coming with you? She asked. Is this a bigger operation than usual?
A little. This guy deals with nuclear weaponry, so my job is to eliminate him. He's selling secrets when he shouldn't be, and it's a threat to pretty much everyone. She dropped her fork back onto her plate.
Griffin, this sounds dangerous.
Obviously, I kill people for a living. What did you expect?
Nothing this intense.
Her calm manner completely disappeared, and now she was just as distressed as she was the night she saw me with another woman. A thin layer of moisture covered the surface of her eyes, and her breathing had escalated almost instantly. Baby, I'll be fine. She looked down at her half-eaten food, her appetite gone. She dragged her fingers across her mouth, deep in thought. I never would have said anything if I'd thought it was going to make her this upset. Baby. She wouldn't look at me. Baby. She finally lifted her gaze to meet mine. I've been doing this since we met. Why is it bothering you now? She gave me a pissed look, like she was about to throw her dinner plate at my head.
Don't be stupid.
I'm serious.
Because I love you, asshole.
You've always loved me, I snapped.
But it's different now, and you know it.
Now we were in a real relationship. The kind of relationship where we slept together every night and made love before bed. We had dinner together every night, and we shared the same space without getting tired of each other. It's my job, baby. I'll be gone for a week at the most.
A week?
She asked incredulously.
That's the longest you've ever been gone for.
Well, I know, but I promise I'll come back.
You can't make a promise like that, Griffin. You have no idea if you can actually keep it.
I'll keep it. I held her gaze as I spoke. Nothing will stop me from coming back to you. My words touched her slightly, but the softness quickly wore off.
It would be one thing if you were in the military and didn't have a choice, but you're doing this for the money, which is ridiculous. You have more than enough money. Stop risking your life for more.
There is no such thing as too much money. Her eyes narrowed.
It's not worth more than your life.
I'm not going to die.
Don't be so arrogant. You never know what's going to happen.
I know what's going to happen because I refuse to accept any other outcome besides victory. You need to stop worrying. She sighed loudly, her nostrils flaring. Let it go. She looked down at her plate again. I'll be fine, I promise. She dragged her hands down her pretty face.
You can break all your other promises, but please don't break this one.
Her hands moved back to the table, and she looked at me with the emotion in her eyes. I'd be lying if I said I didn't enjoy this, enjoy watching her hurt over me. I'd never had a woman love me like this, who didn't care about my money as much as my life. She was practically in tears, begging me to walk away from that kind of life for a simpler one with her. I was an asshole to enjoy her pain, but I never said I wasn't an asshole. I won't. I packed my bag and walked to the front door. All the gear we needed would be on the plane, so I didn't need anything besides my clothes. I wore my leather jacket and my black jeans, blending in with the darkness outside the building. Once Shane and I met at the headquarters, we would take off. Vanessa was sitting on the couch, wearing one of my t-shirts like it might convince me to stay. She refused to acknowledge my departure, as if pretending it wasn't happening would somehow make it easier. I set my bag down by the elevator and stared at her. She kept her arms crossed over her chest and stared at the TV, refusing to even glance my way. I continued to stand there, slightly amused she was taking this so hard. You aren't going to say anything to me? I told her to stay here while I was gone, since it was a lot safer than that dump she lived in. I was surprised her family let her stay there after Knuckles broke into it, but I knew they didn't have much of a choice because Vanessa was so stubborn. She continued to ignore me. Fine. I hit the button and watched the doors open. I could play this game if she wanted, but we both knew how it was going to end. I stepped inside and immediately hit the button so I could move to the bottom floor. The doors started to shut.
Wait.
She hopped off the couch and sprinted into the elevator, squeezing through the doors before they closed. She ran into my chest, hitting me at high speed but not hard enough to do any damage.
I'm sorry.
I held her against me as the elevator moved to the bottom floor, my t-shirt reaching her thighs and hanging loosely around her body. My chin rested on her head, and I felt her back rise and fall with her quick breaths. It's okay. I knew you weren't going to let me leave without saying goodbye.
Don't be an asshole right now.
I pressed a kiss to her forehead and tried to hide my smile. Baby, you know I'm always an asshole.
Not to me.
The elevator reached the lobby and the doors opened. She was in no condition to walk me to my truck, so I stayed with her inside the elevator. My hand moved to her face, and I tipped her gaze up toward me. My thumb brushed across her soft cheek, watching my woman turn weak the second she was about to lose me. That was what I'd always wanted from her, for her to need me, to be devastated when I wasn't by her side. I love you, baby.
I love you too, Griffin.
I kissed her on the mouth. She kissed me back, her kiss warm and inviting. She gripped my arms and pulled me farther into her, trying to give me a reason to stay. I wanted to stay with her, always, but I had a duty to fulfill. Regardless of how much money I'd saved over the last decade, I couldn't turn my back on the business, because that meant I'd have to turn my back on my boys. I would never be that pussy-whipped. Vanessa would have to accept my terms. I kissed her a little longer, loving the flesh of my woman. I loved her smell, her heat. I loved the way she kissed me with love. I loved the way her fingernails dug into me. She would do anything to get me to come back upstairs and forget about the mission altogether. I indulged myself a little longer, knowing I would miss her the most when I lay in the dark without her beside me. I abruptly ended the kiss and walked away, turning my back on her so I wouldn't have to see the devastation in her eyes. I loved her affection and her desperation, but I didn't enjoy looking at the suffering in her gaze right before I drove off. I knew she was worried about me, worried that the only man she'd ever loved wouldn't come back to her. But I would come back to her, no matter what.
Chapter 10. Vanessa. The first night was the hardest. I was sleeping in his bed, his smell still soaked into the sheets, but his hardness was nowhere in sight. The bed was too big without him, and I found myself reaching for him in the middle of the night in the hope he was there, somewhere. He left a loaded pistol in the nightstand if I needed it, but he assured me I wouldn't since he had changed all the security measures around the building. I was sleeping in a fortress rigged with cameras and alarms. There was no safer place for me. He told me not to call him while he was gone. We never spoke when he was on his missions either because he didn't want to be compromised, or because he didn't want anything to be traced back to me. So I would spend an entire week without seeing him or talking to him. That felt like a lifetime. I'd turned into the kind of woman I didn't want to be, so sickly dependent on my lover that I didn't know what to do without him. I missed him constantly, and being inside his home just reminded me he wasn't there. It was pathetic. I'd always wanted to fall deeply in love like this, but I didn't want to be weakened by it. But I was so weak. I made a pot of coffee and sat down to enjoy it when my phone rang. It was my father. Alarms went off in my head, and a jolt of terror exploded in my heart. I was sitting inside Bones's place after sleeping all night in his bed. Now I'd have to speak to my father while I was doing the one thing he would despise. I almost didn't answer. "Hey, how's it going?" I tried to be upbeat and cheery despite the sadness in my heart.
"I'm good. What about you, Tesoro?"
I looked around Bones's dining room, the walls covered with artwork instead of pictures. He didn't have pictures of family or friends anywhere, because he didn't have any. I was standing in the enemy's castle, absorbed in his surroundings. "I'm great. I'm excited for Conway to get hitched. He needs to grow up." Teasing my brother was the best way to seem normal. My dad didn't chuckle.
"Your mother and I are in Milan today."
Shit.
"I'm meeting a client for a few hours, and afterward we were hoping we could get together for dinner. Are you free?"
I loved seeing my parents every chance I got, and since they didn't want to do anything until that evening, I had time to return to my place and pretend I was still living there. "Yeah, that sounds like fun."
"Great. We'll pick you up at 6.
"I'll see you then."
Bye, Tesoro.
I headed back to my place and set up my easel so it made it seem like I was actually living there. I put a few bottles of wine in to chill, along with some snacks so my fridge wouldn't look completely empty. If my parents thought I didn't have what I needed, they would throw money at me so fast. I didn't want their money. They arrived at 6 right on the dot. My mom walked inside first, wearing tight jeans and a nice sweater. She beamed when she looked at me, like she hadn't seen me in months instead of just a week. We were the same height even though she was twice my age, so it made it seem like she was my friend rather than my mother. "Hey, sweetheart. I love it when I see you this often. I wish it were like this all the time." "Yeah, me too." My dream to move back to Tuscany came back to me, and I wasn't sure how that would ever be possible with Bones. He did his business out of Milan, and being that close to my family would just be dangerous. Mom pulled away so my father could move in next. My father gave me the same look every time he saw me, subtle affection mixed with pride. There was love there, too, overrun by his other thoughts.
"Tesoro."
He wrapped his arms around me and gave me a tight squeeze.
"You look nice."
"Thanks, Father." He kissed my forehead before he pulled away.
Are you ready to go?
Yep. I grabbed my purse from the couch and pulled it over my shoulder. Where are we going? We walked outside and headed to the car at the curb. Well, we were going to head to your father's favorite place, but then we got invited over to Alessandro's place for dinner. We told him we already had plans, but he insisted. My mother didn't make eye contact with me, telling me this wasn't a coincidence. Isn't that Matteo's father? Yeah. Father walked ahead, so I narrowed my eyes at her. Please don't tell me this was on purpose. It really wasn't, but I know how it looks. Your father ran into him today, and one thing led to another. I'm not even sure if Matteo will be there. I rolled my eyes. You know how Italian families are. His mother wants him to settle down like tomorrow. True, Mom said. But I really didn't do it on purpose. You know your father and I would never pull a stunt like that. I believed her. When she first set me up with Matteo, she didn't pressure me. She just put the idea on the table and let me decide what I wanted to do. Having this dinner made me feel guilty because Bones wouldn't be happy about it, but I couldn't tell him because I couldn't contact him. Unless Matteo wasn't there. But that was just wishful thinking. Matteo's family lived just outside the city in a beautiful home constructed in the typical Mediterranean style. 2 stories with lots of olive trees and ivy. It was a beautiful place. The stone walkway reminded me of our home in Tuscany, and the water fountain out front was lightly dripping with water. We walked inside and were greeted by Alessandro. He shook my father's hand vigorously, then talked a million miles an hour about his excitement for having us over for dinner. His Italian accent was thick and heavy, making his words almost impossible to understand. He kissed my mother on each cheek before he introduced his wife, an Italian woman with beautiful black hair.
This is my wife, Laura. Laura, these are the Barsettis.
My father kissed her on the cheek, and my mother did the same. When I came up to her next, she smiled wider than she did for anyone else. Such a beautiful girl. She hugged me hard, both of her palms hitting my back. I hear you're quite the artist. From whom? Matteo or my parents? Yes, it's my passion. I can tell. She pointed to the wall where one of my paintings hung. Beautiful, just like you are. Reality hit me hard in the chest when I saw that painting. Something I created was actually hanging on someone's wall, displayed proudly. Not only did someone pay for it, but they thought it was worthy enough to be on the wall of their entryway, so people could see it the second they walked in the door. Wow, that's a perfect place for it. I couldn't take my eyes off the painting, unable to believe that my dream had really come true. My artwork was on display in someone's house. They could have put up anything else, but they chose to showcase something I created. It was unbelievable. Matteo walked into the room when he heard the voices in the entryway. Tall like his father, he wore a black blazer over his black V-neck. His dark blue jeans hung low on his hips and showed his thin and toned legs. He had wide shoulders, and a hint of musculature was visible under his blazer. The hard lines of his face showed his chiseled jaw and masculine features, and his brown eyes looked like 2 drops of coffee. He moved to my father first and shook his hand.
Nice to see you again, sir.
I watched my potential suitor shake my father's hand, and it hurt to know Bones would never do that. Even if he tried, my father wouldn't reciprocate. Guns would be drawn and a war would break out.
You too, Matteo.
My father shook his hand and gave him a slight nod. Matteo moved to my mother next and kissed her on each cheek.
Mrs. Barsetti, how are you?
I'm well, Matteo. Thanks for asking. She smiled before she drifted away with my father, purposely leaving us alone so we could speak in private. If that wasn't my father's way of giving his approval, I didn't know what was. Mateo stood in front of me, wearing a handsome half-smile. He watched me like he was amused, his head tilted slightly down so he could meet my gaze.
"How are you, Vanessa?"
He didn't lean in and kiss me on each cheek the way he did with my mother. Despite our personal relationship, he touched me even less. Not that I minded. I feel like this is a setup. He chuckled.
"I think the dinner plans were pretty organic. But my mother did call me and demand I get my ass over here even though I was still working. Said you would be here. She told me to give you flowers."
He rolled his eyes.
"I managed to get her to take it down a notch."
"Good," I said in relief. "I'm not really a flower kind of girl."
"Then what kind of girl are you?"
he asked. I was a bad boy kind of girl, wanting ink, muscle, and stone-cold eyes. "I prefer things I can eat." He chuckled.
"Like chocolate?"
"Not necessarily. Anything edible, really."
"So if I picked you up on a date and brought you a sandwich, you would be impressed by that?"
I laughed because the image was ridiculous. "I guess so."
"Well, if we ever go on a date again, I'll keep that in mind."
He turned toward the dining room, walking with me.
"How was your day?"
"Terrible, heartbreaking, depressing." "Okay. Yours?"
"I had a lot of stuff to do at work today. Both restaurants were busy, and one of my managers called in sick."
"That's too bad." He shrugged.
"It stops me from being lazy."
We went into the dining room and gathered around the table together. I was seated across from Mateo, and I couldn't help but wonder if even that was on purpose. We held our hands together, prayed, and then dug into the wine, bread, and Tuscan meal Laura had prepared for us. It didn't seem so awkward when we were all together, but when Mateo kept staring at me across the table, in a similar way to what Bones did, I couldn't help but feel guilty, like I was betraying Bones even though I wasn't doing anything wrong. We said goodbye at the entryway, and then Mateo started to walk me to the car while my parents continued to talk to Alessandra and Laura. Mateo walked with his hands in his pockets, keeping a respectable distance from me.
"You should come by one of my restaurants this week. I'll give you a special tour of the menu. Bring some friends."
I noticed the way he encouraged me to bring people, like he was doing his best not to make it seem like a date. "I'll see if they're free, and I'll let you know." I had no intention of doing that, but Mateo was a nice guy, and I didn't want to shut him down coldly. He stared at me, a slight look of amusement in his eyes.
"Don't make it obvious, but both of our parents are staring at us right now."
My eyes flicked to the front of the house, and of course he was right. They're ridiculous. I thought arranged marriages were from the Dark Ages.
Actually, my parents are the product of an arranged marriage. My father's parents were friends with my mother's parents, and that's just how it happened.
"Really?" I asked in surprise. "They seem so happy."
They are happy. I've always known that they love each other, even all these years later.
I crossed my arms over my chest and broke eye contact, feeling awkward talking about marriage when there was only one man I wanted to be with. But he was the worst choice on the planet. My life would be so much easier if I'd just fallen for the right guy. But no, I had to fall for a murdering psycho.
"Give me a call. I'd love to entertain you and some of your friends."
"Will you bring any friends?"
"Definitely. My guys are always looking for a chance to meet women. But don't worry, I'll tell them you're off limits."
My eyebrows rose up my forehead. "Why?"
"You said you aren't dating, right?"
he asked.
"I'll save you the trouble of keeping the dogs away."
He wore his handsome smile, cool and confident.
"And maybe so I can call dibs on you, whenever you are ready."
If Bones heard that, Mateo would be dead right now, shot right between the eyes. I didn't know where my relationship with Bones was going to go, probably nowhere, but I didn't want to lead Mateo on. "You really shouldn't waste your time with me, Mateo. I don't know when I'm going to be ready, and when I am, I'm not sure if this would ever happen." He took my coldness in stride.
"I don't think I'm wasting my time. It's not like I'm putting my personal life on hold in the meantime. I have a date tomorrow night, and my dates usually end the same way. So whatever happens, even if nothing ever comes of it, that's fine with me. You can never have too many friends, right?
True.
Good night, Vanessa.
He didn't embrace me before he walked away, keeping his hands in his pockets. He moved back to the house just as my parents walked to the car. My mom wore a slight smile on her face, and my father didn't have any expression at all. We got in the car, then drove back to my apartment, spending the entire ride in silence. I was tempted never to share this story with Bones, but that psychopath had a way of figuring things out anyway, even if he was in another country pulling off a covert assassination. We reached my apartment 15 minutes later, and my parents walked me to the door. My mom hugged me and kissed me goodbye before she stepped away, so my father could move in next.
Button, could you give us a second?
My father opened the front door to my apartment and let me walk inside first. Sure, Mom said. I'll wait in the car. I stepped inside my living room, unsure what my father wanted to say that he couldn't say in front of my mother. I had a different relationship with each of my parents, but they never operated in secrecy. I'd always seen them as a united team. My father sat on one of the couches, right in the area where Bones usually sat when he watched TV. The two men couldn't be more different from one another. My father had tanned skin and strong Italian features. Bones was white like milk, with bright eyes that looked like the tropical ocean. I sat beside my father, unsure what he wanted to say. Everything all right?
Yes.
His hands came together, both of his palms flat like he was praying. He usually had a drink in his hand, and when he didn't, it was like he didn't know what to do with himself. He looked at the rug on the floor of the living room.
You don't like him?
I assumed he was talking about Matteo. Otherwise, I didn't have a clue what he was referring to. I wouldn't say that. He's very nice. He's been nothing but respectful toward me.
You know what I mean, Tesoro.
My father and I never had these conversations, and now they seemed to be happening more often. It was strange.
I can intervene if you need me to. I don't want him to bother you if it's not something you want.
I don't need you to do anything, Father. I can handle it myself. He'd always taught me to be strong and independent. I had to fight my own battles and not rely on a man to do it for me. By allowing my father to fix my problems, I wasn't upholding a lesson he ingrained in me a long time ago. Matteo is a nice man. I just don't see him like that, I guess.
Because of this other man?
My heart actually stopped beating. My mother told him about my relationship, but I didn't expect my father to actually bring it up. When it came to my romantic life, he steered far away.
Your mother mentioned it,
he said quietly.
Mentioned that you loved him.
I couldn't believe this was happening. Yeah, but he wasn't right for me.
Why not?
I loved and respected my father, but it felt strange talking about this. Mom was different because she was also my friend. My father would always be the overprotective and terrifying father who chased off any man that looked at me twice. He reminded me of Bones in some ways. He just wasn't...
Did he hurt you?
No, not at all, I said quickly. I ended things with him. I didn't see a future. He kept staring at the ground.
I know this is awkward. I'm not trying to make it that way. You usually talk to your mother about these sorts of things, which makes it easier for both of us. But if you've really fallen in love with someone, maybe you should trust your instincts.
What do you mean?
You're a smart girl. Woman.
He closed his eyes for a moment as he corrected himself.
You have high standards for all things. I don't know this man or what it is about him that you don't like, but when it comes to love, you don't have to like everything about him.
If only my father knew the truth, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
There were a lot of things your mother didn't like about me, but she still loved me.
My father's crimes were petty compared to Bones's.
I just want you to be happy. When you're with Matteo, you don't seem happy.
The only time I came close to that sense of joy was when Bones looked at me like I was the only thing that mattered. It was when he shared his bed with me, when he sat across from me at the dinner table. I was stupidly and hopelessly in love with a man who despised my family, and being with him made me truly happy. Again, Matteo is very nice, but I don't see anything happening with him.
Ever?
I shook my head. Probably not. It's not his fault. If we met under different circumstances, it could have had another outcome. But right now, I'm not sure what I want. My father rubbed his hands together, his thoughts a mystery.
I've always tried to treat you and Conway the same, but honestly, I never have. Conway didn't bring a woman around to the family until he was almost 30, and I never questioned him about it. But with you, I'm constantly worried when I shouldn't be. You're a very smart and capable young woman. I should just keep my mouth shut the way I did with Conway. But when your mother told me you were in love with someone but ended things, I got concerned. Conway ended things with Sapphire when things got too serious, and I don't want you to make the same mistake. I should let you figure this out on your own, but naturally I can't. I talked some sense into Conway, and I think that helped bring them back together. So now I'm doing the same with you.
I knew his concern came from a good place, but he had no idea how tense the situation really was. He couldn't even fathom that I would love a man so wrong for me, that I would be so deeply in love that I couldn't leave him. I know you mean well, but it's complicated. My father nodded slightly, rubbing his palms together.
Can I meet him?
Only one man would walk out of that situation alive. I don't think that's a good idea.
Tesoro, I'll be on my best behavior.
My father could be in a coma and it wouldn't make a difference. He would still shoot Bones right between the eyes. I don't know.
Just think about it. That's all I ask.
He raised his head and looked at me, discomfort in his eyes.
I'll drop it now. Ball is in your court, Tesoro. I just want to give you some advice. It's rare to fall in love more than once, at least. Not with the same intensity. If your mother and I hadn't ended up together, I know I wouldn't have ever felt that way again. If you love this man in the same way, you should hold on to it as long as you can. Don't push him away because you're scared or because he's not exactly what you pictured in a husband. I wasn't what your mother was looking for, and I certainly didn't deserve her, but I've become everything she's ever wanted. Because I love her.
A knock sounded on my door. It was 10 in the evening, and I hadn't left for Bones's place yet, just in case my parents were still watching the apartment. I knew it wasn't Bones because he would have told me he was back the second he landed in Italy. I pulled out the gun Bones gave me and slowly walked to the door, keeping my footsteps muffled as they tapped against the floor. I finally reached the peephole and looked on the other side. It was Max.
Open the door already. You sound like a bear when you breathe like that.
I lowered the gun and opened the door. What are you doing here?
I could ask you the same thing. You know Bones doesn't want you here.
How did you even know I was here? He held up his phone to my face.
I'm watching your tracker.
Excuse me? I hissed. I wasn't even happy about it when Bones started to do it.
He asked me,
Max explained.
It's my job to look after you while he's gone. I'm watching Shane's wife, too, who's also a pain in the ass.
If we're such pains, why don't you just ignore us?
Can't do that,
he said simply.
And if I ever leave a lady behind, as much of a pain as she is, Bones better stay on her. So now I'm here to haul your ass back to his place. Had a nice night with your family?
So he really was watching what I was doing. I can make it back myself.
I'll follow you anyway. When you're inside the building, I'll leave.
I rolled my eyes and walked back inside. Now you're the pain in the ass.
Chapter 11. Bones. You doing all right, man? Shane rested his forehead against the window, gauze wrapped around his torso where he'd been stabbed. His eyes were closed, but he was still breathing. "Stay awake, Shane. We're almost there."
Tell Cynthia.
"Shut up. You aren't going to die."
I don't know, man. I feel so weak right now.
He'd bled out all over the seat in the Hummer. His breathing was getting heavier and shallower. I drove as fast as I could down the dark road, knowing we only had a few minutes before they appeared behind us. We'd accomplished what we set out to do, but it didn't go down as simply as we wanted. I just had to reach the helicopter at the landing point and we would be home free. Then I saw the headlights behind me, the army of cars quickly catching up with us. I didn't mention it to Shane, who was barely holding on. I promised Vanessa I would come back, and I had to keep that promise at all costs. The Hummer was being pushed as hard as it would go, and I couldn't do any faster. I was taking turns dangerously, but if I slowed down, they would catch up with us. Shane shifted left to right in the passenger seat, his body getting weaker and weaker. He looked in the rear view and saw them coming.
Shit.
"We'll be fine. We've been in worse situations."
No, I don't think we have.
The helicopter was sitting in the dark waiting for us, so I slammed on the brakes and turned the Hummer so it covered some of the chopper. "I can't carry you, Shane. You need to run in there. Get the engine going and I'll cover you."
Bones, this isn't...
"We're getting out of this alive, all right? You've got a wife waiting for you, and now I have someone who promised to kill me if I didn't come back. So we have to pull through this. Fight the pain, just get that chopper off the ground. I'll make sure a bullet doesn't hit you, but you've got to make sure you get me out of here, all right?" I popped the door open and pulled out all the guns and ammunition we had. I had a machine gun, a few grenades, and a rocket launcher. "Haul ass, Shane." I couldn't look at him anymore because I was focused on the cars coming this way. Shane clenched his jaw and screamed as he got out of the passenger seat. Half limping, half running, he darted into the chopper and got to work. I loaded the rocket launcher and aimed precisely in front of the vehicles, wanting the first Hummer to run into the explosive at the perfect time. I pulled the trigger and watched the rocket fly, the smoke erupting out of the back of the tube. It hit perfectly, causing the Hummer in the front to buck toward the sky and tip over, the engine exploding at the same time. But that was just one car. I had 3 more. The chopper started to hum to life, the power on and the rotors slowly starting to spin. I launched another rocket, hitting the next big vehicle. I shot it right in the driver's window, causing the driver to explode in a fiery death and send the Hummer exploding and spinning out of control at the same time. The other cars were too close now, so I pulled out the machine gun and started firing. They stopped their cars and got out, blocked by the car doors. They laid a line of bullets at me, forcing me to duck for cover. The propellers were moving faster, but it still wasn't quite ready yet. I grabbed a few grenades and threw them backward over my Hummer, knowing my aim was true even if I couldn't see it. I saw the explosions in the reflection of the chopper door, debris flying into the air. I stood up again and kept firing the rounds, shooting the men who were still standing. Shane opened the back door.
"Get in! I'm taking off!"
I kept firing as I backed up, leaving myself exposed to bullets. But there was chaos among the men, the cars still on fire and the rounds hitting them in all different places. I hopped onto the runner, then stood up, still firing. "Go!" Shane pulled the chopper off the ground. I saw one of the men pull a rocket launcher out of the back of the pickup.
"Shit.
Shane, we've got a rocket launcher."
The sniper rifle is on the wall. You better hit him, Bones."
I dropped my gun and pulled the rifle out of the crate. The helicopter was vibrating, so my accuracy wasn't as strong as it usually was. But I steadied the gun, looking through the scope, and when I saw the man ready the rocket launcher, I fired. Headshot. Got him.
"Good,"
Shane shouted.
"Now I need you to take over a bit. I don't think I can keep it up much longer."
"You'll be fine, Shane." I shut the door and pulled on my helmet. I got on the radio and told our team we would be arriving soon and Shane was seriously injured. He was becoming paler in the face by the second. I took over the controls and he moved to the passenger seat. Shane clutched his stomach and breathed hard, his shirt soaked.
I'm not gonna make it, man.
Shut up.
I'm not. Tell my wife.
I'm not telling her a goddamn thing. You can tell her when we get back. Once I landed at the rendezvous point, the medics took Shane and rushed him into surgery. We had a small medical team, but they'd been trained to handle emergency situations. I stayed behind and sat in one of the chairs in the hallway. I was caked with dirt and blood, and I still had my shotgun over my shoulder. I dragged my hands down my face. Max called me.
I just got the news. Shane has been hit.
He was shanked pretty deep, at least 8 inches.
Shit.
He's in pretty bad shape. I have no idea how he got that chopper running.
Because you made him believe he could actually do it.
I really hadn't thought he could. I just didn't know what else to do.
What should I tell Cynthia?
Don't tell her anything yet. She can't get down here anyway, so let's just wait it out.
Fuck, I hope he's all right.
Me too.
You hit the target?
He asked. Yeah. That didn't seem important anymore. The money we would gain from this operation didn't seem important either. I just wanted my friend to be all right.
Vanessa is okay. She went to dinner with her parents and then hung out at her apartment for a little while. Now she's back at your place.
I didn't care about Vanessa right now. I knew she could take care of herself as long as she didn't do anything stupid. Thanks for keeping an eye on her.
She's a bit of a handful.
Why do you think I like her so much? Max didn't chuckle.
Are you hurt?
A few scratches and bruises, nothing serious.
Well, that's good. Let me know when you hear anything about Shane.
I will. We hung up and I continued to sit there. Shane wasn't just my comrade, but my friend. Losing him would cause more pain than I could handle. This hitman business was clean and simple. We took out bad guys that shouldn't be alive anyway. But these high-level operations were too advanced for our small team. Next time I saw Max in person, I would tell him we had to stick to smaller projects, because we simply didn't have the manpower. It didn't matter how much the job paid. Vanessa was right. It wasn't worth it. A few hours later, I got some news. They stopped the bleeding and gave Shane a blood transfusion. He was stable and getting some rest. I could return home whenever I wanted, but I wasn't leaving until Shane came with me. I got on the phone with Max. The doctor says he'll be fine. He lost a lot of blood, but they cleaned him up pretty good. He'll need to stay still for a day or so before we can move him, so I guess you can tell Cynthia.
All right. She's gonna be pissed.
No surprise there. If I'd been mortally wounded and I couldn't move for a while, Vanessa would be pissed too.
You want to come back now? And I'll fly out there?
No, I said quickly. I'll stay with him until he's ready to move.
Are you sure? You must be tired.
I'm not leaving him behind. I'd stay by Shane's side until we returned together. We were partners in battle as well as out.
I understand. Maybe you should call Vanessa. She's been at your place for the last few days, hasn't gone anywhere.
Now that I was out of danger, I didn't see the harm. All right.
You want me to tell her you're going to call from a private number?
No, she'll know it's me. I hung up, then dialed her number into the phone. My phone couldn't be traced by location, and it didn't actually have a number. The signal was connected to a group of 20 different satellites that showed my location on 20 different spots around the globe, so it was impossible to figure out exactly where I was. It rang a few times before she answered. Hello? I didn't say anything, just treasuring the sound of her pretty voice. I hadn't heard it in almost a week, and now that it was in my ears again, it reminded me of quiet nights when she asked me to make love to her. She somehow knew it was me. Bones? Hey, baby, I whispered. She breathed a loud sigh into the phone, the relief heavy in her voice.
You're all right?
Yes.
Oh, thank God, I've been losing my mind over here.
I got hard thinking about her concern, imagining my woman walking around my place in one of my t-shirts, counting down the hours until I was back in her arms again. Having a woman care whether I lived or died was innately sexy. It made me wish I was coming home tonight, that I would walk in the door and immediately sink between her legs.
Will you be home tonight?
No, I'll be here for a few more days. Her silence carried her devastation. Shane was stabbed. He needs to recover a bit before we travel.
Is he going to be okay?
She whispered. Yeah. He was hit pretty bad, and I wasn't sure if he was going to make it, but he pulled through.
Oh, God, what about you?
Just a few bruises.
Good. Did you finish what you were supposed to do?
Yes, it's over.
It's not over until you're home.
I loved the way she said home. Because we had a home together, even if she hadn't officially moved in with me. I'll let you know when I leave.
Okay.
Max told me you saw your parents.
Yeah, I did. We had dinner together.
And how was that? I suspected seeing her family would remind her that our relationship wasn't feasible. But she was so affectionate with me on the phone, it didn't seem like anything had changed.
It was okay,
she said quietly.
We went to my father's friend's home for dinner.
That set off alarms in my head. That boy was there, wasn't he? My baby wouldn't lie to me. Even if she could get away with it, she wouldn't. That was why she was telling me this at all, because she felt too guilty keeping it from me.
Yeah.
Did you tell him I'm your man?
No, but something else happened.
My right hand immediately formed into a fist. If he tried to kiss her or make some other move, I'd have to murder him. It pissed me off enough letting him look at her, but if he touched her, that was a different ball game.
My father talked to me privately and asked about you. Not you specifically, but about the man I told my mother I loved. My father and I don't talk about these sorts of things. For most of my life, he's kept me hidden away from the opposite sex.
As he should. With a daughter that beautiful, what choice did he have?
Anyway, he asked why it couldn't work with us. I never really gave him an answer, I just said you weren't right for me. Then he asked if he could meet you, since you're the only man I've ever loved. He actually encouraged me because he said love only happens once. You're lucky enough to feel that way for someone once in your life, let alone a second time.
Her voice went quiet, even though it seemed like she had more to say. I didn't want to meet the infamous Crow Barsetti. I wanted nothing to do with the asshole. I didn't want to be involved with the rest of the Barsetti clan. I despised them all equally. But if I wanted to keep Vanessa, I had to suck it up and do it. I had to try, for her. Her family was important to her the way my comrades were important to me. They were my family. You want me to meet him?
I don't know.
There was no way that would go well. It didn't matter how calm and polite we both were, tensions would be too high, and neither of us would be able to restrain our hatred. Even if we didn't have guns, our fists would fly at each other.
A part of me thinks it's not crazy.
Baby, I don't want you to become delusional with hope. There's no way this will ever go well. There will never be a scenario where your father will accept me. I don't blame him. It's not like I'll ever stop hating him. It doesn't matter how much I love you.
Well, I know the odds are slim, but I know how much my father loves me. I know he would do anything for me. Because of that, I think there's a chance this could work. I can't keep you as a secret forever. We have to try.
I shook my head even though she couldn't see me. When you told your father I wasn't right for you, he's probably thinking I'm poor or something. He has absolutely no idea I'm his mortal enemy. This won't end well.
This is what I do know. You're the stubbornest man I've ever met. You wanted to kill my entire family. But not only have you dropped your vendetta, you're willing to meet the people you despise because you love me. Once upon a time, we thought that was impossible, but look where we are now. My parents love me too, so I know there's a chance. We can meet in the middle somehow.
You're going to blindside him.
We'll do it in the best way possible.
There was no best way possible.
You'll do this for me, right?
She whispered.
Tell me you'll try.
The idea of looking that man in the eye, along with his wife, made me sick to my stomach. It felt like a betrayal to my family line, to a family that lost everything, including their lives.
Bones.
Loving this woman had completely turned my life upside down. She changed who I was, turning me into a man I hardly recognized. Now I was domesticated, protective, monogamous, loving. Everything I never anticipated. But I wouldn't change anything, not when she was the greatest thing that had ever happened to me. I'd do anything for you, baby, you know that.
And my father would do anything for me, too.
3 days later, Shane and I returned home. I took him to his place, where his wife was waiting outside. She didn't even notice I was there because she was too busy sobbing into Shane's chest. Her arms wrapped around him and she succumbed to the grief of his injuries. I knew Vanessa would do the same thing if I'd been hurt like that. It made me feel lucky. Lucky that I had someone waiting for me. I'd never had anyone before. No one cared if I lived or died but my boys. The women in my bed were usually strangers or whores, but I never cared that I was unloved. But once I loved a woman, I lived for being loved in return. When I pulled into the parking garage at my place, I texted her, "I'm coming up." I didn't want to scare her when she heard the elevator start working. Someone had broken into my place before, and I didn't want her ever to feel afraid again. With my bag over my shoulder, I rose in the elevator until I reached the top floor. The doors opened to Vanessa standing there, wearing black lingerie and sky-high pumps. The emotion in her eyes told me how much she missed me, that the sexy lingerie was just for me and not her. I dropped my bag on the ground, then scooped her into my arms. I held her against me so we were eye level. I looked into her eyes without kissing her, seeing the way she visibly melted for me. Her arms wrapped around my neck and she placed her forehead against mine. I held her that way for a long time, feeling the burning connection between us. She didn't want me between her legs. She wanted me just like this, safe and back at home. She moved her face into my neck and clung to me, her breathing deep and uneven. She was light as a feather, so I held her with ease. I felt this small woman breathe against me, felt her cherish me in silence.
I missed you.
I missed you too, baby.
Please don't leave ever again. I can't stand it.
I said nothing, knowing I couldn't make a promise like that. This was my job, how I supported the lifestyle I enjoyed. I got off on killing too, whether it was with my bare hands or a gun. I'm with you now. I carried her down the hall and into the bedroom. I set her on the bed and slipped off her heels before I pulled the thong down her long legs. I kept her bra on, liking the lace against her dark skin. I kept my eyes glued to hers as I pulled my shirt over my head and dropped my jeans. Layer after layer came off until I stood in just my skin. My cock was anxious and hard from not visiting her pussy in so long. I dragged her ass to the edge of the bed and pressed my crown into her entrance, feeling her lips fight my size initially. Her hands locked around my wrists, and she breathed as she felt me enter her. The first thing I wanted to do now that I was home was make love to my baby. I didn't want to talk or cuddle. I felt more connected to her like this, when my fat dick was surrounded by her wet arousal. I pushed inside until only my balls rested against her asshole. She breathed through my intrusion, her eyes closing as she handled the pleasure and the pain. My hand pressed against the mattress at her waist, and I leaned over her so I could get a perfect view of her face, of the love in her eyes. I started to thrust, my balls lightly hitting her asshole. She moaned immediately, like she'd forgotten how good I felt. I made love to her, soft and low, just the way she liked. She didn't want me to fuck her anymore, as much as she liked it. She liked it like this when it was about our minds connecting as much as our bodies. It was vanilla and simple, but I enjoyed it as much as she did. I watched her tits shake with my movements and the way her eyes lit up with desire. This was what I missed the most when I was gone, just looking at her.
I love you.
Her hands crept up my chest until her small palms cupped my face.
I love you so damn much.
Unafraid, she looked into my eyes when she spoke, fearless and sexy.
I love you so much it hurts.
I wanted to come inside her, to dump all my arousal in that perfect little slit. Her words aroused my body as well as my mind. Her devotion was sexier than anything any other woman had done. Like no one had been on this bed before her, she was the only one. All the others didn't matter. Not when I met the one woman who'd changed my life forever. I was the only man who deserved a woman so perfect, because I could protect her and take care of her. But even I didn't feel like I earned her. Only Vanessa Barsetti could have captured my heart so easily. She had it the first night I met her, not because her beauty was unparalleled, but because her bravery was so tireless. She was stronger than most men I'd fought. She was fearless, powerful, and confident. There was no other woman like her. I love you more than anything else in the world, baby. I said the confession as I was buried deep inside her, speaking the truth. She was more important than my money, my revenge, and everything else. She was more important than me, and I would do anything for her. And I only love you.
And he's the son of Bones. Uncle Cain's pupils dilated at the name, and the vein in his forehead immediately thickened. Color flushed his face, and his anger was obvious, even to someone who didn't know him. My father's reaction was 1,000,000 times more intense. His jaw clenched so tightly I thought I could hear his teeth grind together. His green eyes turned so dark they were nearly black. His hostility was stronger than his brother's, and the rage slowly filled the room until the temperature rose a few degrees. I could feel his disappointment, his rage. I could feel so much anger radiate from his body, even though he hadn't said a single word. He didn't need to say anything to express his overwhelming ferocity. Everyone in the house could feel it, even my mother, who was 2 stories above us. My father could be more lethal than Bones. I know this is hard, I said quietly. But he's not a bad man. He may be his father's son, but that doesn't mean—
No.
That was all my father said. It wasn't a response to what I'd just said, but to the situation in general. He couldn't handle it. He despised this man regardless of what I would say.
No.
Uncle Cain was silent, but his anger slowly started to rise to match his brother's.
You've gotta be fucking kidding me.
He rarely cursed in front of us, but nothing was normal about this situation. He suggested I tell you first, like I am right now. Then I'm going to bring him in here so you can talk to him face to face. He asked to do it here where you're most comfortable. He asked for Uncle Cain to be here so you wouldn't feel alone.
I don't need anyone to stand beside me.
My father narrowed his eyes on my face.
I will crush his skull in with my bare hands. I don't need my brother or anyone else. This man may be 30 years younger than I am.
No violence, I said. From either of you, I mean it. That only pissed him off more.
Vanessa?
I wouldn't have brought him here unless I had any other choice. The tears coated my eyes and started to streak down my cheeks. I tried forgetting him. I tried dating someone else. But this is the man I love, and he loves me too. I know you love me, Father. Please, just talk to him for a few minutes. Just try. For me. He took a deep breath, his chest rising high until it came down again. His hand rested on the table and it was tight in a fist. The veins on his knuckles and forearms were strained and corded. Please, I whispered through my tears. Just give it a chance. Talk to him for 5 minutes. That's all I ask.
I don't like this,
Uncle Cain said.
This could be a setup.
It's not, I said. I would never put you in danger.
Knowingly,
my father said.
He could be tricking you.
He's not. I shook my head. He loves me. He would die for me. He would never hurt you. My father remained rigid, his eyes wide open and hostile. Uncle Cain stared at me too, so similar to my father there was no doubt they were brothers. I'm going to get him now. I rose out of my chair. No violence, just talking. I turned my back on them and walked out of the room. The second I crossed the threshold, I heard their whispers. I walked out to the truck and approached the driver's door, tears streaming down my face. Bones opened the door and stepped out, his eyes narrowing in sadness when he saw my suffering. His eyes softened, and he cupped my face with both hands before he kissed my tears away.
I'll do my best, baby.
He pulled the handcuffs out and handed me a shotgun. What's this for?
Aim the gun at me when I walk in there. Then hand it to them when you handcuff me.
No!
Just do it. If it's as bad as you're making it out to be, that's what we need to do.
I took the shotgun, feeling the weight in my hands. He walked in front of me, the handcuffs in his back pocket. He stayed in front of me and walked into the house. To the right. I guided him through the house until we reached the dining room. My father and uncle immediately stared at him, their eyes flicking to the gun I carried. Bones walked perfectly straight, holding his posture like the most powerful man in the room. He didn't flinch at their hostility as he sank into the chair. I placed the shotgun in front of my father before I took the handcuffs and clasped Bones's hands behind his back and locked him into the wooden bars of the chair. He could probably break through the chair if he wanted to, but his hands would still be secured. My father immediately popped the shotgun open and looked at the ammo loaded in the barrel. He closed it again, keeping it on the table beside him so he could grab it easily if he needed to. Then there was silence. Silence so loud it shattered my eardrums. I didn't know where to sit because I didn't want it to seem like I was taking sides, so I sat at the head of the table between them. My father and uncle stared at Bones, looking at his tattoos, muscles, and crystal blue eyes. Bones stared back, his eyes locked on my father's. He wasn't afraid, even though any other man would be. He'd surrendered himself completely, making himself vulnerable to his biggest enemy. These were the men he'd wanted to kill, but now he dropped all protection. For me.
Search my truck if you want. There's nothing there. There's no backup coming to the house. Vanessa has me secured to this chair, and I've given you a loaded shotgun so you can kill me right now if you want. I don't expect you to trust me, but I hope this is a start.
My father was silent. Uncle Cain didn't speak either. Bones was the kind of man who liked to be a smartass, even in the tensest situations. But he left his bullshit at the door because he knew this was serious. He was doing this for me, because it was important to me.
I know I'm the worst possible man you'd want for your daughter. I don't blame you. I'm not going to sit here and pretend I'm an innocent man who hasn't done criminal things. But I'm always honest, and when I say I love your daughter, I really mean it. I'd take a bullet for her. I'd die to protect her. I'd do anything to make her happy. When she's with me, she's invincible. I don't want to be here just as much as you, but I'm here for her. Meet me halfway.
My father hadn't taken a single breath since Bones started speaking. His hand rested on the table next to the gun, but he didn't pick it up. Bones waited for a response, even though it didn't seem like one was coming.
I understand our families despise each other. This blood war has been going on for 3 generations now. The hatred for one another is in our blood as we speak. But I have no ill will toward the Barsetti family. I want it to end for good, regardless of what happens between Vanessa and me. I've laid down my weapons and armor, have come to your home defenseless, to prove that to you.
My father tilted his head slightly, examining Bones with even more coldness.
Your father raped and killed my sister.
He spoke with such calmness, but I knew he was anything but relaxed. In the peacefulness around his words was the rage.
She was an innocent woman, and she died an innocent woman. Your father never showed her mercy, ever. Why should I show you any?
Daddy, he's not him. I hated the way this was going. I hated the way my family was so angry. This was so much worse than I had anticipated. Don't hold that against him. Bones didn't look at me.
Baby, let me. Don't call my daughter that in my presence.
My father interrupted Bones, and he was the only one who could pull it off.
She's my daughter, my baby, and you can't have her until I give her to you. And right now, I can confidently say I will never give you my daughter, ever.
Bones didn't rise to the insult, keeping his face calm. More silence passed, just as tense as before. Bones waited a minute before he spoke again.
Vanessa is right. I never even knew my father. Blood is blood,
Uncle Cain said.
And love is love,
Bones countered.
I don't have much experience with the emotion, but after meeting Vanessa, I know how powerful it is. She loves you so much, and I would never hurt anyone that she loves so deeply. You are everything to her, and that's why I'm sitting here trying to make this work. Trust me, I wouldn't be here of my free will. Your company isn't exactly pleasant.
My father and uncle didn't react to that. My father gave a slight raise of his eyebrow, but I couldn't be sure it really happened. Bones continued.
After my father was killed, my mother and I lost the business and our wealth. Men turned on the family, our accounts were snatched from us, and my mother and I were on our own. My mother became a prostitute so she could take care of me. Don't expect me to feel sorry for you.
My father's hand inched a little closer to the gun.
Because I don't. I'm not ashamed of what my mother did to support me, so there's no reason for pity at all. Any parent who does everything to protect their child is someone to be proud of, if you ask me. I love my mother, and I'm not afraid to say it. I just wish I had been strong like I am now so I could have protected her, could have stopped the man who murdered her. Her client left her in a dumpster when he was done with her. But don't worry, I found him and killed him. Vanessa helped me.
It was the first time my father took his eyes off Bones and looked at me. I didn't know what the look meant or what he was thinking since his expression didn't change. But he stared at me, his dark eyes unblinking. Bones continued.
I lived in an orphanage for a while. Then I lived on the streets. When I became an adult, I entered a criminal line of work. I'm death for hire. I kill people when people pay me to.
I wished he hadn't said that. I wished he didn't want to be so honest.
I've made my own wealth in life,
Bones said.
I'm more than capable of taking care of Vanessa. My daughter can take care of herself,
my father snapped.
She doesn't need a man's dirty money. You think that impresses me, asshole?
Father!
I want this to work,
Bones said calmly.
But let's not bullshit here. Both of you are part of the criminal underworld. It's where you both made your fortunes. Cain was part of the Skull Kings for years, doing exactly what I'm doing now, but more ruthlessly. And you've sold weapons to the mob and traffickers. I kill mob members and traffickers. Don't sit there and pretend you're better than me. We're equals, sir.
He said the last word under strain, forcing himself to spit it out even though it made him sick. And he did it for me. My father didn't say anything to that, and neither did Uncle Cain. Perhaps they didn't understand how much Bones knew about both of them. I guess that meant Bones had been right about my family, all along.
Your actions are directly responsible for all the bad shit that happened to me,
Bones said.
It pissed me off for a long time. But I've put aside my anger because it's not important anymore. I know what my father did was wrong. He got what was coming to him. Now it's over. He's the only one to blame for my misfortune. Let's put the past where it belongs and start over. I want your daughter, and I'm willing to do anything to make that happen. You don't have to like me, but I need you to accept me. Vanessa needs you to accept me.
I didn't think Bones should be so honest, but when he put all his cards on the table, it made him less of a threat. His transparency made him more likable, even trustable. He also didn't take a beating from my family like another man would. He held his side of the argument, proving he was a man who could stand up against all adversity. There was a small light of hope inside me, a small belief that this might actually work. My father and uncle were just as stoic as before, absorbing everything Bones said but giving nothing in return. They didn't communicate with each other in his presence, their secrets concealed behind their eyes. When the conversation didn't continue, Bones spoke again.
I'm willing to suffer your scrutiny, completely forsake my privacy, to be given a real chance. I love Vanessa, and she loves me. It's not the kind of love that started the first time we saw each other. It took a very long time to build, and while we pretended to hate each other, that love grew against our will. We've tried living apart. She's tried moving on from me. We're stuck together like glue. Don't try to tear us apart. The second you let go, we'll snap back together.
My father was quiet, the gun untouched beside him. Dressed in black with dark hair, he looked like a member of the mob. My father was always warm and affectionate when I was around, but now I saw the sinister side of him. He was cold and cruel just the way Bones was. They were a lot alike, which would probably make them hate each other more.
Get out of my house. Come back and I'll shoot you.
I closed my eyes at the death threat, the hope squeezing from my chest like someone had their fingers wrapped around my throat. I felt my eyes water, heartbroken that this was my father's decision. Father, that's not fair. He didn't look at me as he spoke.
We'll talk about this later. Get him out of here. I'm keeping the gun.
I sat still in my chair, unable to believe this was really happening, that this was the final verdict. I understood why my father didn't like Bones, but to be so hateful to not even give it a chance disappointed me.
Vanessa,
my father said coldly.
You heard what I said.
I sniffed as I stood up. My eyes moved to Bones, and he wore the same hard expression he wore all the time. But there was a hint of sadness in his eyes, not because he hadn't convinced my family to give him a chance, but because this hurt me so much. He was immune to pain, but not when it was my pain. I came to his back and unlocked the handcuffs. Bones rose to his feet. My father did the same, leaving the shotgun on the table.
I may have made my fortune in the underworld, but I'm a respectable and hard-working man now. My business is clean. Vanessa comes from a good family, a line of strong men and women who never give up. She's noble, smart, beautiful. She's royalty. You?
My father looked him over like he wasn't impressed.
You're trash. Trash that belongs in the dumpster along with your mother's corpse.
I took a deep breath when the insult hit me. It was like a bullet to the stomach. I bled out everywhere, feeling my heart beat faster to compensate for the lost blood. The taunt was so cold, so cruel, I couldn't believe it came from my father's mouth. It was wrong, disgusting. It hurt me because I knew how much it hurt Bones. Bones didn't react at all, keeping his arms by his sides and forcing his hands not to form fists. His breathing escalated and his gaze turned ice cold. If my father were anyone else, Bones would kill him with his bare hands. He kept his rage in check for me, and only for me. He clenched his jaw while his nostrils flared, fighting the anger that circulated in his veins. The only reason he didn't turn into a beast was because it would hurt me, so he let the verbal slap go.
That shotgun only has 2 bullets. That wouldn't be enough to stop me. You might be able to get 1 shot in me before I could get to you, but trust me, 1 bullet isn't enough. I would know. I've been shot 5 times. The only reason I'm letting you live is because I love your daughter. But if you were anyone else, you'd be dead right now. Family is important to you, and it's just as important to me. My mother was an innocent woman. She didn't share my father's brutality. She doesn't deserve your disrespect. And you know it.
He turned to the doorway, exposing his back to my father, like he was daring him to pull the trigger. This couldn't have gone any worse. My father walked behind him, aiming the gun right at his back. "Father," I pushed the barrel toward the ground. "Enough."
Vanessa.
He flashed me a terrifying look, one I'd never seen before.
Back off.
He followed Bones all the way to the door, the gun still trained on him. Bones stepped outside to the roundabout, his feet crunching on the gravel. He turned around and looked at me, silently asking if I was coming with him. I shook my head slightly, my eyes still wet.
Let me know when you want me to pick you up.
He turned around again and walked to the truck, his body vulnerable to 2 bullets in his back. He got in the driver's seat, started the truck, and then pulled onto the road. My father finally dropped the gun, but stared down the road until Bones's truck was completely gone from sight. Then he turned to me, giving me a searing look packed with so much disappointment, it was painful. It was like he hated me. Uncle Cain left, and my father went upstairs to talk to my mother. I sat at the dining table, exactly where Bones had been sitting 30 minutes ago. Lars brought me coffee and lunch. I told him I wasn't hungry, but he insisted on bringing me something. I sipped the coffee but didn't touch the food. My head was propped against my hand, and I stared into the dark coffee, the smell of espresso not calming me the way it usually did. I couldn't believe this was happening. I didn't expect my family to be thrilled about it. But I didn't think my father would call Bones trash, either. Fuck, this was a nightmare. A few minutes later, both of my parents came into the room. I didn't look at either of them right away, needing a moment to gather my bearings before I looked my mother in the eye. I hoped she would be more understanding, but when I looked into her gaze, I only saw disappointment. I held my cup with both hands and felt the warmth heat my fingers. They sat across from me, the open window behind them. Spring was more apparent in this part of Italy, and it was beautiful. The sun was warm and the birds were singing. I looked at both of them, seeing the 2 people I loved most in this world. My mother was smart, compassionate, and strong. My father was a powerful man who showed his weakness only to his family. I'd learned so much from both of them, but now it felt like an entire ocean was in between us. My father leaned back against his chair, his posture completely different from how it had been when Bones was there. He wasn't on his guard with me, but his disappointment was suffocating. My mom brought her hands together on the table, her thumbs rubbing together. I guessed I would speak first. "Mom, the only reason I didn't include you was because I thought Father wouldn't want you there, to keep you safe somewhere else."
And you were right.
My father stared me down like I was his enemy rather than his daughter.
I don't want my wife anywhere near that piece of trash.
"He's not trash." I held his gaze, keeping myself strong just the way he was. "You can say you don't like him. You can say he's wrong for me. But you can't say that, because it's not true." My father didn't show a hint of remorse.
I've been dreading this day since you were born. But I told myself I'd raised a smart and powerful woman. I'd raised a woman who refused to accept anything less than the best. I told myself that it would be all right, that you would introduce me to a man who was actually worthy of you. But then you brought him, my worst fucking nightmare.
My father never cussed around me, but all manners were off the table now.
I'll never accept him, Vanessa. He's not welcome in this family, and he never will be. I don't want him anywhere near you.
Every single word was more painful than the last. You're being unreasonable. He came in here handcuffed to a chair and handed you a loaded gun. How many other men would be brave enough to do that? For me?
He's not brave, he's arrogant.
Yes, he is, I said. But he wasn't arrogant today. Griffin is a powerful man who doesn't accept an insult from anyone. You said the most hurtful thing to him, and he did nothing. I've never seen him restrain himself like that.
I'm glad the insult hurt. I hope it hurt more than a bullet.
My eyes narrowed on my father's face, not recognizing him. Stop it.
Stop what?
My father said coldly.
Stop protecting you? Never. Be as angry as you want. I'll never stop.
No, that's not what you're doing. You hate him just because of who his father is.
He's caused more pain to this family than you could possibly understand.
The vein in his forehead started to throb as his face flushed red with anger.
I have every right to despise that piece of shit.
But I did understand. I knew my mother didn't want me to know, so I pretended I didn't know anything. You have every right to despise his father, who's dead. Bones wasn't even born when all of this stuff happened.
I don't care,
my father hissed.
Some rivers run too deep. Some blood is too thick. My hatred for his father is powerful, so dominant that I would even hate his fifth cousin twice removed. Anyone who shares that animal's blood is my enemy. He'll always be my enemy. My family is the most important thing in the world to me, and I would never risk that by declaring war against him. If we can coexist peacefully, that's fine with me. But I'll never, ever welcome him into this family. I'll never let you marry someone like him.
Mom turned to him slightly, her eyes full of warning. Crow? Let me, I challenged, my eyebrows rising. First of all, there's been no talk of marriage yet. We're just trying to get through this right now. And secondly, let me? I couldn't believe my father, the man who encouraged me to be so independent, had said those words to me. No one lets me do anything.
This is different,
my father said.
I never thought I would have to say that to you. I never thought you would be so stupid as to actually get involved with someone like him. Are you fucking kidding me, Vanessa?
His nostrils flared as his green eyes bored into mine. I held his gaze, my breath shaking. Mom placed her hand on his forearm, silently commanding him to calm down. Stupid? I asked, my voice cracking with pain. You're the one who's so blind you can't even see what's right in front of you.
A stupid daughter,
he snapped.
That's what I see.
I'd never heard my father talk to me or my mother that way. I'd never seen him be so cruel, so ruthless. He'd never hurt me like this, had always been the man who looked at me with love and affection. I pushed back the chair and stormed off, because I would much rather wait outside for Bones to pick me up than listen to my father talk to me that way. Besides, I was on the verge of tears. Crow, Mom's threatening voice filled the air. You need to stop this now. Apologize and get her back, or... I didn't hear the rest of what they said, because I left the room and stormed toward the front door. Once they couldn't see me anymore, tears streamed down my face. I had been hurt a few times in my life, but hearing my father, my hero, speak of me so poorly, hurt me straight down to the bone. I got outside and pulled out my phone to call Bones, to get a ride out of here as soon as I could. This place had been my home my entire life, but now it felt like something else. Something I didn't recognize. I pressed the phone to my ear and let it ring. The phone was snatched out of my hand. My father ended the call, then sighed as he looked down at me. He handed the phone back, a new look of disappointment in his eyes. This time he didn't seem angry with me, but with himself.
I shouldn't have acted that way. I let my anger get to me, and I'm sorry.
I took the phone and squeezed it in my hand as my father stood over me.
Please come inside and let's talk about this.
I crossed my arms over my chest.
I didn't mean what I said. Please come inside, Tesoro.
The use of my nickname softened me.
I'll listen this time.
He pleaded with me with his eyes. My phone rang and Bones' name appeared on the screen as Griffin. My father glanced at it before he looked at me again. I took the call. "Hey."
Did you mean to call me?
He asked in his masculine voice.
Do you want me to come get you?
My father kept staring at me, still begging me. "No, I'm gonna stay a little longer. I called you, but I changed my mind." Bones paused before he spoke.
All right. I'm here when you need me.
Click. I listened to the line go dead before I put my phone in my pocket.
Thank you.
My father moved back to the front door and stepped aside so I could walk in first. We went back to the dining room, and my mom looked visibly relieved when I returned. We sat down again, the three of us. The table was between my parents and me, a thick piece of wood dividing us on either side of this battle. My mom sighed. "All right, let's start over." My father stared at me, the remorse still in his eyes. I didn't say anything, unsure what to do about the situation. Regardless of what I said, my father wouldn't change his mind. He only apologized because he hurt my feelings, but that didn't mean his opinion of Bones was any different. "Your father is very protective, as you know." My mom kept her hands together on the table. "It's hard to understand, but he's lived a long life under the most extreme circumstances. He's worked hard to have a quiet life, and he wants it to stay that way. He doesn't want me, you, or anyone else in our family getting involved with someone who could be dangerous." "Griffin isn't dangerous," I said. Mom raised an eyebrow. "To me," I corrected. "Or any of us. He wouldn't have come in here defenseless if he didn't want to prove that to you. He wouldn't take your insults without retaliation if he weren't committed to making this work. He's trying, and you aren't meeting him halfway."
Because I don't want to meet him halfway.
Father kept his voice more controlled this time.
He kills people for a living, Vanessa. He's not the right man for you. Maybe he would never hurt you, but someone is going to want revenge against him, and you'll be their first target.
"He keeps me separate from his line of work," I argued. "He's private about our relationship."
"Anyone can spy on anyone,"
Father said.
"And they'll quickly realize what you mean to him. I know you don't want to hear that, but it's true."
"So if he just changed his career, you would accept him?" I asked. "Would he change it?" Mom asked, remaining the calmest person in the conversation. "Yes," I said without thinking. "He would do anything for me. He wouldn't be happy about it, but if that's the sacrifice he had to make, he would do it. Would that make you accept him?" Both of them were silent. "What's it going to take?" I whispered. "I understand you aren't happy about this. I get it's a shock, but I know him better than anyone. I've been with him for 4 months. He's the man I want to be with. It would mean the world to me if you would just try. Just try to look past where he comes from."
"And if we don't?"
my father asked quietly. "What do you mean?" I whispered.
"What if we never accept him?"
my father said.
"What if your mother and I can't deal with this? Does that mean you'll be with him and we'll hardly get to see you?"
His voice broke slightly in pain.
"I don't want that, Tesoro. That's the last thing I want."
"I don't want that either," I said. "I told him that we needed to make this work, that I need you guys to accept him. He didn't want to do it at first. He said it was hopeless and I was unrealistic to expect that you would ever give him a fair chance. But he agreed to try, because it was so important to me.
Sweetheart, you mean the world to us. We'll do anything to make you happy. But we also can't lie about the way we feel about the situation. I know you love him. I saw it in your painting.
But could you keep an open mind? I asked. Could you at least try? That's all I'm asking. Try to accept this man and see him the way I see him. He's willing to do that for you because he loves me. I need you to do it too. For me. Mom looked at Dad. I could tell Dad felt her stare on the side of his face, but he kept his gaze on mine.
I don't trust him, Vanessa. This could be a stunt to take out all the Barsettis for good.
It's not, I said confidently.
If so, why does he go by the name Bones?
He asked.
He's taken on his father's identity for a reason. His father is associated with crime, rape, and murder. He was one of the most feared men in Italy. His son has obviously embraced that, along with his blood war against us. How can you explain that?
Bones said we needed to be transparent, that complete honesty was the best way to make this work. The second my family caught him in a lie, it would ruin all the work we had done. So I decided to stick with that plan. You aren't wrong. He went by that name for that exact reason. He wanted to be fearsome. He wanted to continue what his father started. He considered himself to be an enemy to the Barsetti family, but all of that changed when he fell in love with me. He said he would never hurt any member of my family, regardless of what happened between us. He wasn't the best man when I first met him, but I've watched him morph into a completely different person. He's kind, gentle, and protective. He's the strongest man I have ever known, but he only uses that strength to protect me. He makes me feel safe. Disappointment filled my father's eyes, and he sighed between his clenched teeth. Mom watched him, expecting his anger. My father tore his gaze away from my face.
Vanessa, how can you love a man who ever wanted to hurt your family to begin with? Who wanted to kill your mother and me?
He struggled to ask that question, the hurt obvious in his voice. But I had my answer. Because I knew he would never do it. He's a strong man, but he's crippled by his isolation. He lost his family at a young age, and I know it still bothers him, even to this day. He just wants what I have, even if he won't admit it. He thinks revenge will make him feel better, but it never will. He needed to kill the man who murdered his mother, and that brought him peace. But he knew hurting you would accomplish nothing. He knew his father was wrong for what he did to our family. He's never denied that. But once he had me, he started to change. He finally had something that filled the void in his chest, and all these wonderful qualities came out. Men change under the right circumstances, and I can confidently say he's different. My father listened, but it didn't seem like that response was enough for him. I never wanted to love him, I said. In fact, he was the one who told me he loved me first, and that's when I stopped seeing him. I told him it would never work, that my family would never be okay with this. I tried to forget about him. I went on a date with Matteo, but there was nothing there. Maybe if I had met Matteo first, things would be different. But now that I have fallen for Griffin, I can't see myself with anyone else.
I'll make a deal with you,
my father said.
Your mother and I will give it a chance. I'll get to know him, watch him, and see if I can overcome this hatred I have toward him. Maybe I can understand these good qualities you're referring to. But if I can't, I want you to stop seeing him.
I took a deep breath, not liking that deal. My father kept staring at me.
You want me to like the man you're with, right?
Of course, I said.
I'm willing to try. But if I see nothing good in him, then I want it to be over,
he said.
I've worked very hard to give this family a life we deserve. You're my only daughter, and I have to protect you. You may be too young to differentiate between infatuation and love.
It wasn't infatuation. I knew that much.
But don't expect me to go easy on him,
Father said.
I'll drill him hard, strip away everything to see the man underneath. Don't even expect me to be polite to him. You asked me to try, and that's the best I can do.
I knew I wouldn't get anything better out of him. Okay, that's all I wanted. Mom watched me, her eyes heavy with sadness. I know your father really loves you. There's no other reason this conversation happened. If he didn't, he would have shot Bones right between the eyes the second that gun was in his hand. My father immediately tensed as the name was spoken out loud. His temper deepened, and a heavy cloud passed over his eyes. He couldn't even bear his name, like it was painful to listen to. Mom rested her hand on his. This is hard for us, Vanessa. Very hard. I looked away, unable to stare into her eyes, knowing what happened to her. The father of the man I loved hurt her so much. I knew it took a miracle to look past the crime. And that miracle was me.
Chapter 13. Bones. That went exactly as I'd thought it would. The Barsettis hated me, and always would. Keeping our relationship a secret would have been the better choice. If she weren't so close with her family, it would have been feasible. We would have continued to be happy, she could have given up her apartment altogether and moved in with me. But all that went to shit. I knew how this was going to end before it even began. Crow Barsetti would never approve of me, he would never accept me, and when it came down to the moment when Vanessa had to choose, she would choose her father over me. It wouldn't feel like a betrayal because I would understand her decision. She could get a new boyfriend. She couldn't get a new family. And I knew what it was like not to have a family. Pretty shitty. I had no idea how long she would be at the house talking to her parents, so I went to Florence and hit up a bar. I sat at the counter and watched the TV, ignoring the women who made passes at me, and glancing at the time. I wanted this shitty day to end. Her father insulted me, made a cut so deep that the blade was stuck between my ribs. He insulted my mother, a woman I held a constant vigil to inside my heart. If anyone else had made a comment like that, I would have stabbed their eyeballs out. But Crow Barsetti walked free, only because of Vanessa. It took all my strength to swallow the disrespect without retaliating. It took all the love in my heart to turn back and walk away. I wasn't the kind of man who ever backed down from a fight. I'd rather die trying than surrender. But I remained in control of my impulses by keeping Vanessa in all my thoughts. I did my best. But when I walked out of that house, I knew nothing was going to change. Her parents would drive us apart eventually. As much as I wanted to keep Vanessa, I knew I would regret keeping her from her family. Eventually, it would make her depressed, and the happiness we once shared would be long gone. Now it was only a matter of time before I lost her. The thought hurt so much that I forced myself to stop thinking about it. Otherwise, I would keep drinking and never stop. My phone vibrated on the bar. Come get me. I stared at Vanessa's name, trying to gauge the tone of her words. We had a long drive home, so I knew we'd spend it talking about this nightmare. On my way, baby. I pulled up to the front of the house, returning to Barsetti's soil, enemy territory. I could stay in the truck and wait for her to join me, but my behavior would be construed as cowardly rather than respectful. My shoes crunched against the gravel roundabout, and I walked up to the front door. I could just call her and tell her I was outside, but that also seemed spineless. I wanted to make the right impression on her father, and while it would annoy him, showing him I wasn't afraid of him was the best way to do that. He would never respect me if I tucked my tail between my legs and avoided him. I had to look him in the eye and match his aggression with my own. I had to stand straighter, taller. I refused to get on my knees and kiss his feet, no matter how much I loved Vanessa. I rang the doorbell. After a moment, footsteps sounded, then the door opened. Vanessa stood there, her makeup missing because she'd spent her afternoon crying. She'd cleaned herself up, but since it looked like she wasn't wearing makeup at all, I knew her tears washed everything away. She stared at me, looking at me in silence. She didn't need to say a word to connect with me, to tell me how much she missed me and how miserable she was. I could feel her, all of her. I'd never had this kind of connection with anyone else. Thoughts and feelings didn't need to be spelled out. Like her heart was directly in my palm, I could feel it beat in different ways. I could read her terror, her fears. Her eyes moved to my chest, like she wanted to come to me and wrap her arms around my waist. She wanted to be buried in my arms, to forget this horrible day had ever happened. Footsteps sounded behind her, and both of her parents emerged in the entryway. Crow stood in front, purposely keeping his wife behind him. Like I'd ever touch her. The assumption was insulting. Pearl looked at me with unblinking eyes, staring at my face with concentration. Without reading her thoughts, I knew what she was doing. She was looking for the similarities between my father and me, to see if we possessed the same expression, the same cruelty. She'd never seen my face before, only my back in a painting. I looked nothing like my father. Overweight, with doughy features, he wasn't what anyone would consider to be handsome. But he had crystal blue eyes like mine, which I'd inherited. Everything else I got from my mother. Her beauty complemented with my father's masculinity, and that was how I looked. So Pearl wouldn't see my father as she looked at me, the man who raped her. If I'd looked too much like him, then this really had no chance. Vanessa's mother wouldn't be able to be in the same room with me without thinking about her time as a slave. I couldn't blame her for that. Crow stared at me with the same coldness as before, his jaw clenched tightly. Just being around me was enough to make his knuckles turn white as his hands formed fists. He couldn't stand me, just like earlier. His hatred rang in the air like a loud bell. I could hear it as well as everyone else. We all stood together, tensions stretching and escalating. Vanessa finally broke it.
I'll see you soon.
She hugged her mother first, her chin moving to her shoulder. Her mother held the back of her head as she squeezed her.
Love you, sweetheart. Love you too, Mama.
Her mother kissed her on the forehead before she let her go. Vanessa moved to her father next and rested her face against his chest. Crow was the same height as I was, and despite his older age, he still had impressive musculature. He kept busy at the winery, lifting things and constantly moving. He must lift weights, too, in order to get that kind of definition.
I love you, Father,
she whispered against him. He kissed her on the forehead, his eyes closing. I love you too, Tesoro. So much. Crow never showed a moment of vulnerability to me. He was cold like steel and sharp like a knife, but now he was just a man who loved his daughter. He showed me that weakness on purpose, to remind me that he loved her in a way I never could, that he'd loved her all her life. I'd only been around for a few months. I could never compete with him, we both knew it. He let her go, affection in his eyes. Vanessa crossed the threshold and joined me on the other side of the door. I stared at both of her parents, unsure what to say. I didn't know what had transpired while I was drinking my worries away, but it seemed like they'd ended the conversation on better terms. My eyes shifted to Pearl. I'm Griffin. We didn't formally meet before. She stared at me, her arms across her chest. She didn't seem to hate me, but she didn't seem to like me either. She kept her silence, dismissing me. I didn't take offense to the way she brushed me off. I turned away with Vanessa.
Griffin,
Pearl's voice came to me. I turned back around, unsure what Vanessa's mother wanted to say to me. It was probably another insult, something to accompany what Crow had already said earlier. Yes, ma'am? I didn't say sir or ma'am ever. This was the one exception to that. She kept her arms crossed over her chest.
Did she ever show you her painting?
I knew she was referring to the one Vanessa made of me standing in the snow at Lake Garda. The picture was permanently ingrained in my mind because I'd stared at it for so long. It was fascinating to see the way she viewed me, the way she loved me despite my coldness. Vanessa told me her mother saw the painting by accident, and that was how she knew she loved me. Yes. Her eyes remained steady on my face, and she didn't blink as she looked at me. There was a hint of emotion in her gaze, a mixture of hatred and compassion.
That's the only reason I'm standing here.
We didn't speak for the first 30 minutes of the drive. Vanessa looked out the passenger window with her legs pulled to her chest. She normally sat in the middle seat right beside me, but she obviously wanted her space at the moment. She watched the golden fields pass as the night started to deepen. There was no talk of dinner because neither one of us was hungry. I glanced at her from time to time, making sure she wasn't on the verge of tears. She didn't say anything, probably unsure where to start. I didn't say anything either, wanting to enjoy this comfortable silence a little longer. If she wanted to stay like this for the entire drive, it was fine by me. All I wanted to do was go home, make love, and then go to sleep. We had nothing good to talk about. When the sun was finally gone, Vanessa spoke.
I'm sorry about the way my father...
Don't worry about it. She sighed.
It hurt me to listen to it. I hated it.
I know, baby. I kept my eyes on the road, feeling her emotion fill the car. That went exactly as I expected it to.
I know. I really thought my father would be reasonable. You aren't your father. You're a different person. It was a long time ago, but he doesn't think that way.
My father did terrible things to him. I can't say I blame him.
But it's different.
Hate is just as powerful as love.
It's not as powerful.
Your father seemed a little tamer than he was earlier.
We talked for a long time,
she said.
At first he was cold and ruthless. He said a lot of terrible things, but he calmed down. And we had a real conversation about it. I told him you wanted to hurt them until you fell in love with me.
I'm surprised you told them.
My father wanted to know why you call yourself Bones if you don't share his ideology.
I nodded in agreement. And what did he say?
He said he doesn't trust you and probably never will. But I told them I needed them to try to get to know the man I know. I told them if they loved me, they would at least make the attempt. You made the attempt for me because you love me. They need to do the same.
And they agreed? I asked in surprise.
Yeah, but they weren't happy about it.
I didn't expect that kind of agreement to be reached. So what now?
I think we should give it a few days before we do something, you know? Let my father cool off and think about everything.
He's going to dig up every piece of information he can find on me.
Is that a problem?
She asked. No, just don't expect him to like what he finds.
Anything you haven't told me?
She looked at me from her side of the truck. No, but he'll see my relationship with whores, know about my arrangement with the police, things like that. I don't see how your father could judge me because he was exactly the same way when he was my age. He met a woman who straightened him out, and that's exactly what happened to me. She rested her head against the back of the seat and looked at me, her green eyes catching the light from the dashboard. She looked slightly touched, but her overall misery drowned most of it out.
Thank you for today. I know that was hard for you.
It was nearly impossible for me to do what she wanted. It went against everything I believed in. I'd do anything for you, baby. I patted the seat in between us, wanting her right beside me. She smiled before she unbuckled her safety belt and scooted to the middle. Her arm hooked through mine, and she rested her forehead against my shoulder.
I love you.
I turned my face toward hers and kissed her on the forehead. I love you too. We returned to my place hours later. almost midnight. We didn't bother turning on the lights in the entryway and living room because we went straight to bed. We didn't eat dinner either, probably because neither one of us had an appetite. She helped herself to my drawer and pulled out a t-shirt to wear to bed. Her clothes came off as her back was turned to me. The soft cotton wrapped around her body as she pulled it on. It reached her knees, covering her black thong from sight. She pulled back the covers and got under the sheets. I dropped all my clothes, including my boxers, because seeing her in my bed and in my clothes turned me on. It erased all the anger I'd accumulated during the day. When it was just the two of us, we were just a man and a woman. I pulled her to the center of the bed and tugged her panties down her legs. I wasn't even sure why she wore them to bed anyway. She grabbed my wrist and steadied it.
I don't know about tonight.
When her hair was all over the place and she wore my baggy shirt, she never looked more beautiful. She was the most beautiful woman that had ever been in this bed. I had to deal with a lot of shit today, and you're going to reward me. I pulled her panties the rest of the way, and she didn't resist me. I didn't know how much longer I would get to keep her, but I wanted to enjoy every moment I had left. When her bottoms were gone, she spread her legs without me asking. I moved on top of her and folded her legs underneath me. My face hung above hers, but I didn't kiss her. My hand moved into her hair, feeling her soft strands. I fisted them, keeping her anchored in place so I could enjoy her as fiercely as I wanted. My cock moved against her folds, feeling the moisture slowly start to seep from between her legs. I breathed into her hair, feeling her arousal start to match mine. Slowly, I was taking her mind off the disheartening afternoon we both just experienced. I finally pressed my lips against hers, and I was reminded why I fell in love with her in the first place. Because of this. Whatever it was like lightning down my spine, electricity in my veins. Her kiss set me on fire, made me feel more like a man than anything else. She sucked my bottom lip with enthusiasm, her fingers slowly making their way into my hair. Now she wasn't thinking about anything else but me. Just me.
This recording of Buttons and Loyalty was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Narrated by Michael Ferriolo and Natalie Eaton. Text copyright 2018 by Penelope Sky. Sound recording copyright 2025 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.